Yeah, but don't you view him as not being part of the same chain? I mean, they tried to blow his fucking head off. They cheated him with Joe. The second time he wins by a miracle. I mean, but I'm saying, is it all just like theater? Is it just theater? Because that's what I really think that it is.
Wow, John, you're not tired from the 2020 election stolen? You're still rocking that. God bless.
Well, I mean, I will say that, based on my own little statistics and my experience voting, like, I didn't see anybody there in 2020, just like a couple little Democrats, but it could have been the polling place I went to. But, anyways, I'm just saying that, you know, Trump is independent. Like, if there is some type of conspiracy going from JFK to 9/11 to COVID-19, um, Trump is like, I don't know. It's so hard to know connections.
Okay, so what's fascinating to me is if you look at this nepotistic trajectory, if you will, Bush up, the second Bush, whatever the hell his name is, it was harder for him to step out of the shadow of his father, who was a president preceding him, right? But what's crazy to me is that Trump really it comes from as nepotistic a family as the Bushes, and yet, I gotta give Trump credit as as much as he's the product of nepotism, he has distinguished himself as the most crazy, batshit, nut job leader of a democracy that we have seen in recent time, and he doesn't, it doesn't even give him pause. It's kind of confusing to me. It's a conundrum because I'd like to think that he's a product of good fortune and the forces, of family, regarding his family, but he's differentiated himself just about anything we've ever known, and you got to give him some credit for that. He's an animal. I don't know what I just said, but I know what I meant.
He's not the anti-hero though, right? Like, I think he's more of a hero than an anti-hero, but I do know that, everyone has a Yetzer Hara and a Yetzer Tov, and the greater the Hara, the greater the Tov. So I mean, I'm just like, I still can't, it's hard, it's so easy to forget how happy it makes me that he's the president, because I just don't see, like, his presence in my life here in Chicago. I mean, I would prefer that he actually deploys, the Illinois National Guard and takes over the city. I think there's a lot of domestic interventionist things that he could do that, test the waters of the Constitution, find a new balance, because if you're going to lose, the cities in your kingdom.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. I think most people in his position, you would think they'd be looking out for their quote-unquote progeny. They would want to see an Ivanka Trump pick up a Senate seat. TJT Jr. Take the Trump organization to greater heights. I don't think he sees that. Oh, could you imagine? Like, I have resentment toward them, but I also feel terribly sorry for them. What could you do if you can't speak out against that guy if he's your father? You can't, like, you're in such a cage. The caged offspring of Donald Trump mystified me.
But what if they really love their dad and they say he's just our dad? I love my dad. He's the greatest, because if you love your dad, I mean, there's nothing really bad to say about a guy who has always given you, love, respect, compassion, kindness, gifts. A good parent for many people.
But I don't think he's given them anything but gifts, right? And I don't think that, like, I think it's like they know that if they don't treat them, they're screwed, and so they're in a really precarious situation.
It's much like, very much like AJ and Meadow, Soprano, going against Tony, their dad, the patriarch. You don't do it.
Well, but hold on. If you watch that show carefully, they actually did do it. In fact, AJ was testing, like most kids do, I would watch and be like, man, I wouldn't have done that. But AJ's just being a kid. I thought it was AJ's, even though as an actor he's terrible, I think the character was very well written for people to just say, if you were the kid of this monster who, and there's these contradictions where he does love his family, but he's got this business and he's got this oath that he puts above everything. Being that kid would be a tough assignment.
Sure.
But as any kid, he does rebel, and he rebels in some pretty dramatic ways.
Well, and even further, AJ was a total dipshit. In fact, I think he's one of the few actors on that show that never really went on to continued acting. I guess we're grateful for that. Meadow, on the other hand, it's like, was Carmel having an affair with the milkman? Because AJ and Meadow couldn't be any different apart. Like, Meadow is driven, he's intelligent, and outspoken. Like, he's trying to be a lawyer, but specifically for, like, civil rights people or, like, social work. AJ's just like a
Do you
fuck
guys
up.
watch the podcast with the two of them?
I haven't, no, I haven't. But I was going to say that.
You should check it out.
Yeah, but then I also pushed the boundaries, especially when, Tony interfered when she tried to date a black guy, and it's one of the best episodes, talking about coming of age. I just rewatched it, so it's a little fresh in mind.
Let me add this.
Let's get a better service real quick. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. One of the best episodes, and I can relate because one of the kids in my high school in Jersey, shocking, their dad was, they're like big mob, like Googleable. And so I can only imagine when my classmate Sue realized as she was getting older what Daddy really does. And there's a great episode, like on AOL, like, the limited computers they had, internet access they had back then. And they're reading articles about their dad, and I was like, don't you know what Dad does? But at the end, though, it was interesting art to see, though, that at the end of the day, though, like there's a really powerful scene where Tony, it's like, to Meadow, he's like, you got something to say to me? And she just breaks down or whatever, but at the end of the day, she does end up remaining loyal to the patriarch. Thank you, Doug. Or the driver, Jack. Sorry.
So I was just going to say, okay, imagine Ivanka Trump is sitting there talking to her therapist, and she says, my dad is an asshole and he may be a pedophile. And her therapist turns to her and said, yes, Ivanka, this is true. How does this make you feel? And she says, I really want to speak out, but I can't because he may disown me. Now, he may not be able to take my money, but he may ostracize me. He may make Don Jr. the golden child. Like, I envision, God, I should fucking write a book, but I think that this goes on. Like, imagine she's in a position, she knows some of his deepest secrets or not, and yet she's in no position to challenge him because he would ostracize her, is my guess, or he would, put pressure on media sources or something. Like, I think this is what she faces. I almost have empathy for her.
See, people would listen. See, I think you don't understand how people will judge you when they hear you speculating about this topic even. So, as like some advice about, being a publicist.
Judge away, John. Judge the hell out of me.
I'm just saying what you are suggesting, Dr. Jordan, is so disgusting. It's so revolting. If you're wrong, I'm just saying that, like, what you're putting out there into the ether, it's vulgarity.
What I'm saying? I'm just saying what's the likely scenario. Why is that vulgar? It's just possibly, I don't know that he's a pedophile, but let's just say, do you think that that's an unlikely scenario for her to sit in front of her therapist and talk like that?
Yeah, I think so, 100%. See, the thing is, I could easily bounce that back and say you're actually describing the Joe Biden administration and what he did to his daughter in the shower and from the diary. So it's like, But I've also seen the video. The thing is, I don't know. I don't have children, and I'm just saying. To me, this is all vulgarity. I like the gossip show, but I also, don't like this type of lashon hara against the sitting president of the United States of America. To me, it's just like kind of low class.
Do you think too much of your happiness, because you did say earlier that you're suffering in Illinois with your retarded Democratic governor, but do you think you may be putting too many eggs of happiness in the Trump basket? I mean, what are you going to do when he finishes his fifth or sixth term? Are you going to carry on when he, God forbid, and I hope you're sitting down and maybe have a strong drink next to you when I say these really, terrifying words. What will you do when he actually dies?
Moose, it's not just Trump. It's Tom Holman on Fox News saying, being very happy and having a big smile. Seeing the head of, our mass deportation effort happy on Fox News saying, if these Democrats obstruct us, we will arrest them, or we need more action. I'm just saying, in comparison to Kamala and Walz, I am.
My point
I
is that I
am.
think there's a little too much identity worship with MAGAs and Trump versus the Dems and Biden and Clinton.
You gotta understand, it is not identity worship. It is me being a Taoist or believing in the opposite, which was Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. When I know that Trump and J.D. Vance are the leaders of this country versus what could have been, that's what truly gives me the happiness. It takes Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to make me happy. I hope you understand that, Moose.
So it's less what Trump's about and more what the alternative was.
Exactly. And I ask Brock that all the time. Please give me the contrarian position to my question. And then it corrects itself and gives me the information I'm actually looking for.
Can I just point out that we do not have enough votes here for the poll? The poll is asking, do you regret your vote, your 2024 vote? And so for those of you that have not yet voted in the poll is posted above. Please take a look at it. And if you don't have an option, that's fine. That would be a perfectly viable reason to not vote. Because I don't want to skew the results just because you want to peek at the results. But absolutely. Go ahead.
Jarl said, fuck George Washington in the chat. Jarl, one day maybe you'll be able to come to America. I don't know where you live, but you will experience the incredible, glory and beauty of this country. It goes on and on and on. Have you ever driven through Texas? It just goes on and on and on and on.
Do you think Washington never lied?
I haven't read the letters of George Washington. There's a lot of things, we need to do in terms of education. But, of course, I'm sure he maybe told a lie and, asked for forgiveness and made atonement.
I think the more important piece of this is that we once had this belief that we wanted to prop up our founders and we wanted to make heroes out of them. And then we put them through a critical lens and we said, okay, maybe they were, flawed humans like every human. But now we've gotten to a point where we don't want heroes at all. As soon as somebody does something that you argue is heroic, we can want to search for the things that would make them flawed. And I don't think that that's a good idea moving forward. We should have heroes. We should have people that we can point to say, hey, look, what that guy did in his day was pretty fucking incredible. And then you could go ahead and say that those times had policies and social norms that you would oppose today. But if you isolate for, in that time, was this person doing something exceptional? I would say anybody that that was willing to throw the tyranny of Britain off of us, I think they deserve our respect.
Tina Turner would disagree.
The Prophet Muhammad, listen, if you can point out the good things that he's done, that's cool. All I can say is that in the Hadith that Aisha wrote, she acknowledged the fact that She married him when she was 6, and they consummated when she was 9. So all I have right now is that he's a pedophile, and that the members of this pedophile death cult are very forgiving of that fact. Now, give me the heroic things that he's done, please.
I mean, you knew that was coming, right?
I didn't want to bring the point back to him, but to consider clearly Muhammad, a lot of people are paying
Name one. Name one. Name one.
He created one of the biggest religions on the face of the
Yeah, listen, Christianity and Islam are both Torah fan fiction. Nothing more, nothing less.
See, there's different types of Torah fan fiction. Not many people have read Zohar or Tanya. See, the Jewish book club or the Jewish publishing industry is vast. Jews love books, and I have many, many Jewish education books. And
That's racist.
so basically, what I'm saying is, if you read Zohar, it's like, or this other book called the Sefer HaAgadah, the Book of Legends. It's more stories about the stories. So it'll take Moses sitting in the mountains talking to his generals, and they'll be talking about war strategy. It's like, that's why I say it's kind of like the Torah comic book club or fan fiction, you know. So I'm just saying, there's no limits to creating news stories about the stories. I mean, because people in the future, you know, hopefully they'll pick up that media and, you know, recreate it. And I love reading books onto YouTube because a lot of the stuff from the 60s and 70s, which was very profound, it's not necessarily digitized now. Like, you could go to their foundations and maybe find some of the materials, but there's a lot of mind-blowing, profound books, just like Zohar, that, you know, if you can reproduce it into YouTube and get people to experience this divine, mystic, you know, experience, it's really profound psychology, but it is in a way like fiction hypnosis, but it rings true. So it's just alternative media.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, both of you guys are going to hell. You didn't know that.
Wait, why do you think we're going to hell?
Because of the way that you speak about the Bible.
Oh, really? What did I say about the Bible that would cast me into hell?
You know what you said.
Well, I think.
This man said that the Bible was Torah fan fiction, and then you went on with it like it was nothing. You didn't stop his demonic energy. So you're going to hell with him.
Well, is it projection? I'm just asking you. Are you projecting your own hell onto us right now?
Sorry, Mother, can I offer a challenge here? I will bet that I know scripture in this Torah fan fiction that you call the Holy Bible better than you do.
That's my challenge. I spent 10 years going to church every weekend, and I'm going to church right now every weekend, so, I mean, it would be competitive. I don't know how religious you are, but I do go to church twice a week every week.
I'm not religious, but I am a man of letters. So let's.
What does that mean?
Well, I read. And I'm
Are you saying the only legit religion is Judaism?
well, of that you know, school of books. It's kind of like this is how I feel about it, right? The original trilogy in Star Wars, to me, that's the source material, right? And that was the creation of George Lucas. And then, and all of those things that you have, like the prequels and the sequels and all the spin-offs, that would be Star Wars fan fiction. The same way of the Holy Bible, and the same way with the Quran.
That was a long-winded yes to my question. Got it. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, back to Mother. Mother, can you give me your interpretation of 2 Kings chapter 2?
I don't have that memorized. I don't know what that is.
This is when the prophet Elisha was being teased by kids and prayed for the Lord's help. And then out of the forest came 2 bears that mauled 47 children. Can you explain to me what that means to you?
So when I finish taking this shit, I'm going to go open the Bible that I have in my living room, and I'm going to read the passage, and then analyze it, and then respond. This gotcha that we're doing right here is, I find to be odd.
Not a gotcha at all. Not a gotcha at all.
You were compelled to stealth the whole room. You're taking a shit very odd.
Mother, I'm trying, despite the that I know you're thinking of shit, I'm gonna say these words.
Mojo,
I want to meet you. I want to meet you where you are.
Mojo, let me ask you, what do you think that means?
I think that it means that if you disrespect a prophet of the Lord, that the Lord will resort to violence to get revenge, which I think is an interesting concept, and it makes me wonder when we see children bullying another child. Would it be more godly if, let's say we're not Dr. Doolittle, we can't summons the bears, should we go and smack the shit out of kids that are bullying other kids? Because it sounds like that's the instruction, but maybe God wants to keep it in his hands and utilize bears to do his bidding.
Well, I mean, I always like to think about the micro and the macro, but that story to me sounds like thoughts, meaning that chaos and all these children being mauled by a bear. It's kind of like that book, Lord of the Flies. It's like, who is the Lord of the Flies? Is it Beelzebub? Is it God? I mean, how do you respond to flies? A lot of people get freaked out when they see that.
To understand it, apparently no legit is the flies God because they clearly flies work legit.
Well, listen, if this room were Lord of the Flies, I think Hakima's definitely Piggy.
Oh man,
Now I gotta go watch it.
it's a wild book actually.
The book is 100 times better.
The Balthazar Getty film was okay, but that was an example of where the book is better than the film. Traditionally, people say that all the time. I'm in the camp that usually the movie is better than the book, and I've got countless examples of that if you'd like to talk about them.
We could rattle off the table. Go to the Google's list.
Jaws.
Actually, it's still good, but Jaws, yeah, you're immediately terrified.
Wise Guy versus Goodfellas.
Was Wicked a book? I don't know, that movie was wonderful. I saw it last weekend.
So did anybody see the moon last night?
Sure did, that was something.
So what is the men? I haven't put this to Groggard on the Google search yet, but are women's menstrual cycles actually tied to the moon?
Mother, what say you?
Yeah.
Men also have a menstrual cycle, right? I mean, it's not as profound, but there are times of the month when men have higher levels of testosterone than other parts of the month. That is a thing. Men do have kind of like lower tier.
So I heard this speaker the other day say that women have this Shakti power. It's a two-part system. They are nesters and they are also transcendent. What does anybody agree with that sentiment that women technically have these two different aspects that a man does not have? The man should be out of the nest, gathering energy, harvesting resources, but the nester, and so men have a different task, women have a different task, or a different set of a basic game rule or position, who they are. Is that why Kamala lost? Because the roles,
Dr. Catherine, hi!
the
How
roles
are
were
you?
inverted?
Wait, can you unmute John? I have to have Dr. Catherine. Where are you at?
You know what? I just came out over there and chatter, and I have to tell you a story about that. John has been Albert and lost his shit, and I decided, who are these people? Right? Where are the real people? And it's you people. So I'm coming back to the clubhouse.
Can you agree with me,
Catherine. It's been a while.
1 second. Can you guys agree that Jonathan Bing is the worst thing that's ever happened to Chatter?
I
like Jonathan Bing.
that. I do like him. I'm friends with him, but I can play this clip. I can't even listen to it, but he just.
Please play the clip.
Oh boy. Okay. I can do that.
Spill the tea, Dr. Catherine. Spill the tea.
You know I got tea. I got the tea. So this is what happened. He was going off. I don't know how he did. they're doing. But he's the black guy, she's the blonde, beautiful one, and they have, I think they have a romance. But again, I've never met these people IRL, right? So I can't say what they have.
They are very flirty together.
They're super flirty. Yeah, and sometimes he talks to her in a way that I think is very controlled. And so I was in the chat, like, you know, I'm a chat warrior most of the time, and in the chat I was like, Ben is controlling. And he lost it. Let me, okay, now since I can just hear it goes. Let me see if I can turn it up. Sorry guys,
That would be a great chat if you don't mind.
That shit.
An unsung hero is the person that make that speak a lot, but every day the DJ is open. That's not unsung hero.
Damn, that was more than I was expecting.
You guys are, I think, I accept your experience of what happened.
Yo, that was so funny. I am sorry I didn't laugh, but I could not use that. When you said I
Was
accept
that
your
on the
experience,
chatter? I've never been on chatter. Was that
that
chatter?
was
Clubhouse.
that was the classy response. I accept your experience. I'm gonna take notes and say that. Can we use that at work?
Yeah, Catherine, it sounds like Dr. Catherine. It sounds like you meditate. You handled that very well.
Well, it actually, I got that from raising teenagers, going to family therapy, and therapist was like, you have to mirror and affirm and validate their experience of harm, even though you don't understand it or agree with it. Because you know how teenagers say crazy shit, and you're like, that's actually not happening, that's not how this went, right? But it is their experience that I want to validate because I care about the fact they're hurting, and when you try to refute it and tell them they're not experiencing something that they feel is very difficult for them, then they feel gaslit. Okay, so the example would be our kids complain because they think their life is so hard and working to them. And if we say, well, our parents used to beat us and we had to walk to school like 2 miles in the cold, that's not how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to validate their experience of harm, and then they feel heard. They just accept it as their experience. Don't try to refute it. It works beautifully.
You would thrive in corporate America, Catherine, because this is the type of like language that I have to use at the office. Like, never be overly direct. Always, tiptoe around what you're actually trying to say. But specific.
Don't you believe
They
in?
do get angrier. They get angrier. Yeah, and they want you to bang back. You know, he loved the bang, but he wanted to create something out of that and make it go viral and stuff. And I'm not gonna. And when I say you're controlling and that you come off like that, you're basically just making your own case or making my case. Right?
Yeah, you kind of put some proof.
Catherine, can you please submit a vote in the poll here? Do you regret your 2024 vote?
Oh, that's what we're talking about in the room. Okay, so I voted. Can I say what I voted already, Mojo? Or are we waiting?
Can I say something first? I wanted to say that I'm jealous of Dr. Catherine because she's such a sponge. She takes, if I took a thousandth of that amount of information away from all the therapy I had, I mean, I feel like I've done nothing with all the therapy I've had. I'm just devastated.
Oh, maybe you did go to too much therapy. There is a sweet spot for therapy, and we'll talk about that in another room. I voted for Bernie, so I don't regret that at all.
I voted for Ron DeSantis in the primary, and then when Trump got the nomination, I voted for Kamala. And I'm very happy with both of those votes. And I would never vote for Donald Trump, ever in the history of my life. And my whole reason for not voting for him has been proven to be correct. I don't like his leadership style. I don't think his economic policies are not going to move the country farther ahead, which they aren't. And I don't think that he's good for America at an international level. Well, every reason that I had for voting for Kamala has come to fruition.
So, brother, can you tell me, what was Kamala Harris's plan to reduce the borrowing and spending that we have in this country?
Doesn't matter. That's not the reasons why I didn't vote for her. I didn't vote for Trump because I didn't like the way he ran the country. And I'm 100% correct in my current opinion of thinking he's doing exactly what I would expect, chaos and confusion.
Good attempt at I got you a moment in the corner. And Harris was doomed. 137-year-old Biden never should have ran. I don't think he would have if it wasn't Trump. Chip on the shoulder. You did 50 years of service. Remarkable. Like, have a seat. Like, you're already President War like that. You can't top that resume. So he handed the baton over in the 11th hour at Paris. He didn't have a prayer. Shouldn't have a prayer.
Reluctantly, they actually took the baton and they forced it on her.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. He was stuck in his fucking diaper.
Yeah, if it was up to him, he would have continued to run. But the problem was, I don't think he could have even submitted the paperwork. He was too far gone. In fact, it was ruled that he was legally incompetent, couldn't even stand trial, but yet he was our president.
Talk about narcissistic, Dr. Jordan.
Sorry, I missed that. I'm driving. What did you say?
Well, Trump's narcissism. Stevie Wonder can see that, but with Biden, we can't overlook the narcissism that essentially what we just described, that he's setting up Harris for failure instead of stepping down. And to Mojo's point, he did that creepy interview when he's whispering. He's like, guess what? Something's gonna happen. Like it was Clint Eastwood. It was bizarre. He never should have done it. His ego and narcissism kept him in it.
But there's an element of narcissism that's highly productive, and when you're, all presidents are going to have that to some degree. Some are going to be more pathological, but you can't help his survival instinct, right? I mean, what person who's president of the United States is willing to relinquish that position for any reason? I find that hard to believe. So I don't.
But we were just talking about heroes earlier, though, right? Like we're just talking about heroes. And if you ask me, that is what a hero does. You step down. You literally take a knee for the greater good of the country. If you truly took that office to make a difference and be Mr. Jimmy Stewart goes to Washington. I hear you. Like I hear the megalomaniac and the attention and power. Your point is absolutely valid. It's not lost to me. But a true hero, I think, didn't have to be coaxed off the election, edge like he was.
Yeah, but remember, Biden and Trump both were, they're all insulated by a circle of people. Sorry, I put it in my mouth, obviously. They're all listening. Their ears are bent towards certain people, and so we don't know that Biden's family didn't have a huge influence on him.
You have a hot mic, Akima.
Hey, Moose, do you think that Nixon did the right thing by stepping down?
He wouldn't have had to if he had the Supreme Court that Trump has today. But yes, I do. And I don't think he did it for the good of Watergate, Bernstein, yeah, that was a different time. But I think if the Supreme Court was stacked as it is, and whatever president does in the act of being presidency cannot be prosecuted, would have been different.
I don't know. I still think that Nixon, to your point, I think he did the right thing. You just man up, say I fucked up, and I'm resigning.
I think the pushback against that is that he inevitably would have been impeached, actually removed from office, not like Clinton.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. But to your point, times were way different then. I mean, he's still going to go down as one of our top 4 worst presidents, but still.
The war on crime, tricky Dicky. I am not a criminal. He's a living Saturday Night Live skit. The entire presidency is a Saturday Night Live skit.
Did you ever see the movie about him? It was pretty good.
All the presidents, man.
Yeah, something like that. There was like a couple, but I saw one like.
Very good. Yeah, Robert Redford researched that for like several years. He directed it. Knowledge of Dustin Hoffman and Robert Redford. Yeah.
I liked the JFK one too by God, I'm trying to think of his name. The director. Got it.
Oliver Stone.
Yes, very good movie. But yeah, I mean Nixon just was like, okay, yeah, I'm not a crook, but was he really a crook? I don't know. That's subjective.
What about Nixon's support of the first of all the creation of the war on drugs and his support for wage and price controls? I mean, I think Nixon's a smart guy, but his policies were dog shit.
But again, there's some conditioning and programming. I mean, how is it that you go from having everyone kiss your ass and calling you Mr. President for however long someone has lasted for the duration of a term, and then suddenly have people, questioning you, then hate you, then comes, congressional hearings and potential litigation. I mean, you go from being on the top of the world and everyone literally kissing your ass, even if they don't like you, to suddenly accepting that you're mediocre or criminal. I mean, I think that's really hard for the human, for human to contend with. And that goes for Nixon, Trump, Bush, Clinton, all of them.
But was it Nixon? Didn't he have like one of the highest IQs for a president?
Highly likely. Yeah.
And he got more votes than any president in history.
Really?
Yep.
But
I learned that on MSNBC 2 nights ago.
But, Doctor, wasn't it, or I'm sorry, the driver, wasn't it Reagan that won by the largest margin ever?
No.
I understood it was
his re-election, he won 49 out of the 50 states. The only holdout was Minnesota, and that was because that's where Mondale was from.
Oh, wow. So it wasn't, Mojo, wasn't the first election, it was the second one when Reagan ran in, what, 84?
Correct.
Incredible he survived that assassination attempt. Surgeons said it was like less than a half inch away from his heart.
That's crazy. It's even more crazy, Moose, that Trump survived that, because he got very close.
Do you guys remember the Saturday Night Live skit after Reagan got shot where Eddie Murphy did Buckwheat's Been Shot as a parody?
Oh yeah.
I'm going to go YouTube that, Mojo.
Well, I think you should ask Dr. Catherine what a near miss that was, because she more than anyone would know with regard to Trump's injury, at least the optics of it.
Of him coming up and with his fist in the air, like he just like Rocky did in Rocky 2 when he involved like that. Those kind of theatrics.
Yeah, that was mad respect. I mean, I've seen quite a few lucky people who just missed a major injury by just a few millimeters like that, and you just think to yourself, wow, God has a plan for you. And we're all part of Trump's manifesto now, but that was wild. That was a real...
Y'all some real political people. I'm not really a super political dude, but do you think that Trump thing was real, or do you think that was like something to make him like seem better than he is? Like, do y'all think that was real for real?
Wait, hold on. So, what if you think that it was somehow theater?
Can you explain to me the person who got their head turned inside out?
To me, I think it's me personally. I think there's no way that could be theater. I think that was a real thing that happened. A lot of people think it's theater, though. I don't think you could make that up. Like he's technically supposed to be dead right now. They just missed him by a little bit.
I
But
thought he was
I can
gonna die when he
understand how
got
somebody
COVID.
would think it's theater. My bad. Go ahead.
I actually thought he was gonna die when he got COVID. You know, if it wasn't for Regeneron and having like all those doctors swarming around him, I really thought that was gonna take him out. So, you know, it always takes three things. So the next thing coming for him is gonna be the one that takes him out.
In the form of a Big Mac.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think the intelligence agencies tried to actually kill Trump. That's why I think that's the real conspiracy, not that it was fake. I mean, like, there's so many. It's either this. There's only really two real good explanations to me. It's mass incompetence on the Secret Service's part to allow two close assassination attempts very close together, and also one that was right before the RNC convention, basically when they're doing the Republican nominee, okay? Or it was intentional. It was intentional competence where they allowed these third-party actors to get in so they can actually ruin the election for the Republicans.
That's a good point right there. Intentional incompetence. Okay, I never thought of that angle. That's a good angle. Intentional incompetence.
Because it's hard to explain or comprehend how the Secret Service thought that the local, at least that's one story I heard, is that the Secret Service thought that the local law enforcement would actually take care of like the rooftop areas. So they're just gonna go ahead and leave the only, like available.
Why do you want to put a whole sniper rifle on the roof? You know how long it takes to assemble that jump? I'm in the military for 16 years.
Yeah.
I know how long it takes to assemble a sniper rifle.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a major bizarre oversight by Secret Service.
But Moose, like, I remember when I'm here in Michigan, I remember like George Bush was coming to like one of the community colleges or something to do a speech. Every road was blocked off. I mean, I've never seen so much security. This is back in like 2004. I've never seen so much. Go ahead.
I think you just had a hot mic. Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, like, I've never seen that much security. But to your point, Moose, it was just very bizarre that I would think they would have all the rooftops covered, but I don't know. That was some major oversight miss. But didn't that person, like Moose, who's like head of Secret Service, resign like right after that?
I don't think they were given a choice.
Yeah, I think they basically said, you resign, we'll give you 6 months severance, fly off into the wind.
Do you remember the woman that couldn't holster her weapon?
Yes.
DEI.
Yeah, it's a tough job, man. You know, not too many jobs where you're gonna literally signing up to stand in front of someone else to take a bullet. But, ooh, that's a big oversight.
You know, I didn't even think Trump was going to make it to election day after 2 assassination attempts. I was like, someone's going to, like, assassinate him before him. Shockingly, he made it.
Do you guys remember how nasty the clubhouse Democrats were when they were saying, "Oh, we almost got him"? Do you remember those conversations?
For the record, I was never, believe it or not, I was never one of them.
I never said that either.
You imagine if there was an assassination attempt on Harris, what the reaction would have been?
Has there ever been an assassination attempt on a Democrat? Well,
Yeah,
actually,
Robert Kennedy.
True, yeah.
Attempt and success.
True. And then Bobby Kennedy too.
Yep, the two big ones.
Yeah, they were cleaning house in the 60s.
Yeah, they were. But that Kennedy family's been so unlucky.
Yeah, I was gonna say bad time to be a Kennedy.
But Moose, there was another one too. Like I think one of them else got like cancer and died at a really young age too. Wasn't it Jackie, his wife?
Yeah, the Kennedys are like the Von Erichs of politics.
Statistically, I don't think, maybe Dr. Catherine can back this up, but statistically, I don't think that they actually have had more high profile deaths, quite frankly, than any other family. It's just that it's the media. There's a media bias. Let me look this up to be sure.
Got a new poll up there, Mojo.
We have a new poll?
Oh, wait, sorry, I was looking at the room title. See, at a glance, it is confusing. I'm like, wait, how come the room title doesn't match the poll? But, right, two separate things.
Oh my god. Did I miss the question about narcissistic personality disorder? Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, no, anytime Dr. J is here, we're always, we're in the presence of an expert on narcissistic personality disorder.
Oh, he's the Dr. J. Okay.
Yes, yes, the one and only.
No, what I was saying was that the Kennedy family, statistically speaking, there is no difference, there's no significant difference in the number of deaths that the Kennedy family has endured than any other family. They're a big family, and they've just, obviously, we know more about them through that loss of life through media bias.
Wow, I don't know. They've had like, so you think it's based on if you were to run any big family that you'd have that many assassinations, the people who have died in planes, I don't know, a lot, especially being killed. Unless you're
A lot of musicians dying in planes, Dr. Catherine, yeah.
But all in one family?
Yeah, Dr. Catherine, I was just gonna say, like, I just think that Kennedy family's been very unlucky. Have you ever read the book Killing Kennedy by Bill O'Reilly? Although I'm not Bill O'Reilly's biggest fan, he did write a damn good book.
You know, it's in my Audible books. I don't remember if I did read it, what impression it had on me.
There was another one too, like Killing Lincoln. That was a very interesting one because, I don't know if you know this, Lincoln's head of security or top security guard, he was supposed to be watching over and, watching him, but instead he went across the street to the speakeasy and got drunk and didn't do his duty. But no, everyone overlooked that.
Oh, I heard that actually, that makes sense. I guess that explains why the security guard who walked away from Epstein is related to the security guard you just described. Huh. Apple in the tree.
Well, so another thing too, like, with the Lincoln assassination, when John Wilkes Booth did it, he jumped down from like the wherever he was at that theater, and everyone thought it was part of the play, and they didn't understand like the president had just been killed, but they thought it was part of the act. But yeah, it's a good book. Check it out.
So are you guys paying extra for this Chatter app? What do you get for that? What's the update on
Oh,
that?
no, Catherine, there was investor payout day today.
In Chatter? You guys are getting paid for your rooms?
No, because like, I guess all the original investors or investors of development, I got some email saying they were paid. Like they were getting some sort of dividend or, I don't know if they're getting their money back, but I think it was some sort of dividend.
Oh, I wonder what the return was on their investment, or that's just like their settlement. Interesting.
Yeah, after the class action lawsuit. I think honestly, you're better off taking your money and flushing it down the toilet before you are investing in that app.
Oh, on the Chatter app, or this app, or any of the apps?
Chatter app.
Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't have invested in.
No.
I think it has potential. There aren't enough intelligent conversations happening, and they're.
Right. John, can you do your Jonathan Bing impression? Oh, he's not there.
Well, Jackie Kennedy is the best dead Kennedy of them all. She was pretty incredible.
What do you like about her, except for her sense of style?
And she's actually smart. She had a lot of art appreciation. I think just the trauma, of seeing her husband shot. Like she had parts of his brain on him. She's a very strong woman, I think, and I think a lot more than just style. But she was an editor of a publishing house, so she was a great writer herself, and she was meticulous, I think, with her correspondence, her relationships, and she suffered so much trauma. I think just how you look at PTSD, and she probably drank too much, smoked too much, she died of cancer too young, and I think
Did you ever see her Playboy spread?
What? You're thinking of Marilyn. Jackie Kennedy? Really? Oh my god.
Let me see if I can find a good photo on PTR.
But one of my favorite, I think, historical, triangle love stories is the Jacqueline Kennedy, Maria Callas, and Aristotle Onassis. I think that was a pretty amazing situation there, because Aristotle really loved Maria Callas, but he also loved, women who had so much, I don't know, who were popular, and he just loved women, and he loved Maria to marry Jackie, and man, just really broke her heart, and it really broke his heart too. But Jackie, she got to live on a Greek island and have free security, and her kids were relatively protected, which I think she needed to do that. Okay, so nobody's paying for an upgraded version of Clubhouse. That's what I heard. Is that right?
There is at least 2 people on the stage that are paying. You can see by the plus sign next to their name.
Okay, so those of you with the plus sign, what are you getting?
They have an anonymous feature that allows them to enter rooms without being spotted.
And supposedly you can.
So you don't need a burner.
Right, and supposedly you can see who views your profile, but that's not really accurate. Because every time you go into a room, like if they invite you on stage, it's not really telling you anything.
Yeah, LinkedIn does that too. They're like, see who viewed your profile and upgrade to premium. And I'm always like, what do I need to list of creepers for? Right? It's like, okay, I'm good. I already got my private list somewhere now. I got to worry about these other guys. I'm good.
So to Bree's question, can you go in a room as anon if someone has you blocked? No. If I am the moderator and I have an account blocked, they can't switch to anon and enter. However, if they've always been anonymous, then I wouldn't know. And then I wouldn't be able to block them, and so they'd be able to do it. So I would have had to have blocked them prior. So it's a little nuance there. How much money do you think they raised by charging people $5 to have the little plus sign and use the anonymous feature? Think they made a lot of money?
Considering there's 25 people in here and I can count 2 people who with the plus sign, I'm gonna go no.
I'm just really terrible at canceling subscriptions, y'all.
Yeah, because my thing is the features aren't worth the subscription price.
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah.
The fact that they put, you can see who viewed you as one of the bells and whistles? Really?
Well, yeah, and like I said, it's honestly not if somebody reacts to you, they show up in that list. If somebody invites you on stage, they show up in that list. Like, there's so many times that we interact with each other's PTRs, like, if somebody's trying to show a picture and they're like, oh, view my PT, those aren't really people, like, looking at your profile.
The reason why they don't know how to roll out features that we want, the poll feature is good, but all they did was copy that from Chatter. The reason they don't know like what we want is because they created the app and they no longer come on it. Once upon a time, Paul used to pop into the rooms. In fact, when we were doing healthy debates, I would say Paul would come every day to the room. Every day. And he would sit there sometimes for 10 minutes, sometimes for hours. And he would listen, and he would see what people were doing on the app. I think he lost interest in doing that, and he thinks he's got an idea of what people want. But I used to be part of that little beta house. Catherine, you might remember this. They didn't really want real feedback. All they wanted was people to kiss the brass ring. Anytime somebody provided real feedback, you'd have like all of the suck-ups to like jump in and like and vote that down. It was very interesting.
It was insulting. I mean, honestly, you would ask questions in the chat, they'd be ignored, give feedback. In the beginning, I thought Clubhouse was so cool because I thought, wow, the founders are sitting here talking to us and they have good energy. But then, yeah, they just did those leadership rounds, what they call them, town halls, and there were a lot of complaints in there and they just ignored it. So, like, why even have it? Or just say, like, we get it, we're working on things. We just can't do whatever you're asking for yet.
So the founders were fucking up, but when they decided like they wanted a feedback loop and they created the beta house, the beta tester house, this was like, okay, we're gonna get people with real insights. And I got invited in, and then the person that invited me in, that person got skewered. Like, why would you let Roger into this group? This is crazy. And it was a small group of people, and they were all in it for self-serving reasons. They all wanted, like, you guys like Nozzle, and you guys might like Nozzle, might dislike Nozzle. But Nozzle, all he cared about, it was he wanted to get a job at one of these companies, or he wanted to figure out how to monetize. And so his whole thing was like, we should monetize houses. We should monetize houses. And I'm thinking to myself, why does that feature matter to him? It's not like, I mean, he could open a room and only 3 people would show up. He would have never been able to monetize anyways. He never had an interesting thought. He never shared any interesting information. And now, interestingly enough, he's now an employee and helping to make decisions over at Chatter, where I think he belongs.
Yeah, I agree. And I will say the monetization feature of Chatter is something I think Clubhouse could have added pretty easily. I think it's a little disruptive the way they do it now in Chatter. They call it like a rocket thing. And when somebody likes or wants to give energy to the room, they call it a rocket chat. So it could be $1, $50, whatever. you can see who's contributing, and the person who's hosting the room apparently gets paid, but the payout is like 40 days later, and you have to do a Stripe account. And apparently Nozzle lives in some country where his Stripe account didn't work, and so they had to do it differently. But I don't know. I didn't tie anything to money or put any rocket chats in because I'm like, I don't really trust the app for.
I would recommend this. When it comes to social audio apps, whether it's Clubhouse, whether it's Fanbase, whether it's Chatter, I've learned the hard way with some of these things. I would never connect a financial app that you have to them. You don't want to reveal any information that you don't have to them, because it's not that you can't trust all of them. I actually think that there's probably some really good people that are involved in this. But there's also an attraction to some of the biggest scam artists on the planet. I mean, if you think about Chatter, if you think about some of the people that are over there now, they're quite literally like con men. You know, like people like Grant Cardone. He's a con man. He's a fraud. I know that he sued John Legere for saying it, but he's not going to sue me because Mojo doesn't actually exist.
I think that's what many of us like to be on Clubhouse, to hear the cons. And like, I was just starting my private practice. I didn't know anything about business. And I really enjoyed hearing how real estate people talk and people into marketing and selling stuff, especially like kind of the cult type movements and the grifters. You're like, well, it's very fear-based narratives. They're very gifted in how they tell their stories, and they get people to come along and make them feel vulnerable if they're not buying what they're selling. So I thought I learned a lot.
I think what's fascinating.
Grant Cardone lawsuit.
What's fascinating.
Somebody came up and deposed me to be in that lawsuit. Can you believe that?
Jesus Christ. What's fascinating about those real estate rooms is a lot of the people that were involved in that are not selling a lot of real estate. They're trying to do like funds and trying to convince people to invest, and then they do it in a way where they don't even want accredited investors. Like, they're all setting themselves up for major lawsuits. But I think the thing that's sad is that the people that go into those rooms, they have no clue that these people are con men. They actually think that like, oh, they dropped some wisdom. We're building community. I'm gonna make it rich with these people. Look, if they were so goddamn good in the real estate market, they wouldn't be spending their time on Clubhouse telling people to fucking give them their nickels and dimes. They'd be out there selling fucking property.
Agreed, definitely. And the mortgage syndicate, I was always curious, like, what is the deal? And then I learned, okay, they're basically selling very high-priced interest loans, right? Selling money. And how you sell money to people at like higher rates than the worst credit card. Is that the scam? Things like that. I don't know, it's interesting. But I'll tell you, because I'll always say, well, send me the papers, the documents, so I can have my finance people look at it. And they've got nothing to send. I said, well, what's your tax ID number for your company? You know, like if my company were to support your company, how would that be filed? Or if you're a charity, you know, like what's your tax ID number for the charity? So when you know what questions to ask, it breaks down very easily. But we've seen a lot of people get.
I'm so glad you mentioned this. So glad you mentioned this about nonprofits. So I was in this room, Politically Correct, I think it's called, and it was this woman by the name of Sin. I'll call her out by name, and she was talking about all these things that she does in her community, and I could just sniff out the bullshit, and then like, so I went on stage, I said some things, and like, yeah, I don't know, set the room on fire, but she would say, you don't know me, you don't know what I do, and she was telling me about this nonprofit. And then I go, okay, why don't you put the link in the chat to your nonprofit and I'll donate $500 right now. Now, as somebody that's raised money for nonprofits and for other causes, if somebody is going to, say that they're going to donate, even if they're not going to donate, you still would put the link out there. She couldn't provide the link because it didn't exist. And then when I called that out, I got removed from the room. So you gotta be careful. These people are fucking frauds. If they tell you that they're doing this fucking great project, just ask for more information. If you were to ask, I would imagine if you could just have 3 good questions. Can you show me, and not just like a link to a GoFundMe, and not just here's my Cash App, but look for some sort of documentation, some sort of filing that they've done where they've really put their information out there and they show that they're legitimately doing things in the real world. Even then, I wouldn't give money to people on Clubhouse. As a general rule of thumb, if you guys were to do something and ask for money, I would I'd just be completely out. Just a general principle, I will not give money to people on Clubhouse. That being said, if you're inclined to do that, I would just ask a few fucking simple questions. And what you'll find out is that I would guess 5-9 probability that that everybody that's ever asked for money on this app was not doing with the money what they claimed they were going to do with the money.
And John Legere really tried to, I think, protect the people. And, that lawsuit, it's a shame because he stopped coming to the rooms. And he, I thought, added a lot. I thought that was what was really fun about Clubhouse a long time ago. He really has a great diversity of rooms and people calling out each other's bullshit. And you see, too, if I call out someone for being controlling or something, we get kicked out of rooms. I played that clip, thing was in it, and you're just like, wow, there it is. If you're not authentic and someone's calling it out, you're going to defend yourself, and that's something to think about. Because if you're authentic, why would you have to defend yourself? You're just honest. And look it up.
Is there a way that I could get a copy of that clip? I would like
Nelson has it.
You know what? I already know because this room's been streaming. I could just go back to the live stream and I could clip the moment in which it was said. So I got it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Honestly, it's so uncomfortable for me to hear it. If anybody's been, abused verbally or has trauma, might be like trigger warning for that. He just really sounded.
Yeah, I'm gonna go the other direction with it. What I'm gonna do is things like that, string them all together, and maybe use that as like bumper music as an intro for these rooms. So like as people are piling in the beginning, just play like maybe a 90-second clip of people crashing out on Clubhouse, and I think that's a perfect example of somebody crashing out on an app.
Bumper music, I like that. Okay, buckle up. You call it bumper music because it's like an intro or a closing. It's like the bumpers.
That's what they refer to it when it comes to like like AM radio, the talk radio stuff. There's like the intro music, and then there's the music you play to a commercial, and then there's the outro at the end, and it's referred to bumpers because it's bumpered on the sides of the commercials as well as the content.
A collection of crash outs would be actually quite epic.
That should be, John Kitover, if you're listening, that should be the next YouTube channel. It should just be called Clubhouse Crash Outs, and it can be an edited version where we need to find an audio video editor, somebody that's willing to use some AI, go find some great crash outs, curate the content, and put it together on one channel called Clubhouse Crash Outs. I think that could be a very popular thing. And then we can just...
You could probably tell Nigel to do it and just send him a Cash App for like $50. I bet he'd do it.
Yeah, but on general principle, I don't want to pay that guy anything. We gotta find a good nozzle. Go ahead.
I don't consent to being recorded. Thanks.
I don't know. I don't think that those words mean what you think they mean.
Dripping with sarcasm. We signed off those rights when we checked off the little T&C box to download this app or pretty much any app these days.
And even if you don't check off the box.
Exactly, serendipity, right? They're happy to do that. They're happy to do that for you. They're very thoughtful.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just love some of the people that are, bitching and complaining about people like John Kitover, but they didn't give a shit when Snowden released all the information about what the federal government was doing, and they're like, oh, that's different, it's the government.
Well, I don't want to get in an argument with you about this, but if Snowden had any integrity, he wouldn't be living in Russia.
Well, I don't know. I think they made it explicitly clear that they're going to lock him away in a box for the rest of his life, and he'll probably end up dead. So, I mean, I can't blame him.
Well, no, I can blame him, because if what you really care about is exposing tyrannical government, you don't live in Russia. Sorry.
No, I get that, but I mean, who else is going to take him? Who else is going to take him and not, 5 minutes later let the fucking feds come in or Interpol come in and be like, sorry, yeah, we lied. I mean, kind of rock.
So it's not really in opposition to tyrannical government. It's more about that he wanted his names and lights, and now that there's consequences for that, he's willing to go to the most tyrannical government on planet Earth, minus North Korea, and then just live there. I mean, the guy has zero integrity.
Would you think that? I was seeing if you were trolling or not, or if you're being genuine.
No, I'm being dead serious. I actually think that him living in Russia might be the punishment that he deserves.
Yeah, but like I said, which country do you think would not let Interpol come in and take him and remove him extradite him back to the United States?
I think he should, if he believed in what he was doing was right, he should face a jury of his peers, and he should expose it. And then if he goes down in an unfair way, then that's called martyrdom. But he should not be calling out tyrannical government and then living in Russia. It's hypocritical, and the people that support Snowden, to me, are a joke.
Yeah, but I mean, you can stand for integrity and people not being spied on, and not also at the same time want to be tortured by the fucking federal government. To have
but let's not forget that
have CIA fucking wet work black ops guys come in and fucking rip your fingernails off all night.
He was working for Booz Allen for a long time. He knew what the government was doing. He was doing the government contracts. So. And remember, this guy was in Hawaii when he was working for the NSA. If you talk to that vintage of NSA people, which was a lot of military folks that had maybe done 6 to 8 years, not all were doing cyber or security related. Some were combat veterans that joined the NSA. But this guy was like all alone on an island in Hawaii, completely detached from the broader NSA operation in Washington or whatever, Virginia. But the point is that he had already worked for Booz Allen for I don't even know, 10 years or some shit.
Okay.
So,
Chris, do you think it's better or worse that we know what we know now?
It's way worse. Once the public understood how mass data collection was being weaponized by governments. What did governments do? They increased their mass data collection capabilities. They came up with more advanced forms of signals intelligence. Look at all the innovation in signals intelligence. It's pretty shocking. But just spying on Americans and then telling everyone about it definitely did not make it better. Even the big, beautiful bill has expanded funding for mass surveillance, right? We're using that to target immigrants. But also, again, our government targets everyday American citizens regularly. It used to just be the FBI, but now it's the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and also the NSA. And they continue to gather more and more and more data. And now we're reaching this precedent where not only does the federal government have this central pool of data on almost every American citizen that does anything on the internet, but now they're breaking these previous boundaries between federal, state, and local. So fuck Edward Snowden, that pussy-ass bitch.
Christopher, it's good to see you on here. Quick question for you. Do you feel the same way about Julian Assange?
No.
Good. Because I feel completely different about those two situations.
I do too. And I've also talked to a lot of Assange's family. See, look, Assange intermediated the flow of the information that allowed us to audit our government. Edward Snowden got paid by the NSA and Booz Allen for fucking years, and then didn't leave us with any instructions on how to deal with the signals intelligence. And then again, what? We got fucking obliterated by every fucking government on this goddamn planet. All these governments doing mass goddamn data collection on the fucking citizens. This bitch takes fucking Russian citizenship. I completely agree with you on martyrdom, because the least he could have done is tapped into the streets, and there's a lot of people that probably would have been down to run some maximum pressure on this pussy-ass government. I was in Washington, D.C. last week. Fuck this federal government. And fuck these goddamn mass data collection policies and the consolidation from the federal, state, and local, these pussy-ass bitches. And I hope that these motherfuckers start to create a fucking file on me, because, to be honest with you, Snowden didn't even give us fucking policy proclamations. This pussy writes books. He writes these fucking books from Russia. No fucking goddamn policy, no institutional structures to combat the heinous nature of this goddamn government. And I'm standing here in Chicago, and he's fucking in the capital of Russia, probably selling us out to fucking Russia too. So yeah, fuck Edward Snowden.
Yeah, of course he is. And yeah, I'm glad to see you're one of the few people that see it this way. Some people are like, oh, they're both traitors. Other people will say they're both heroes. And I just see them completely different. I think Snowden's a traitor. I think he had an opportunity to be a hero, but we found out that he wasn't as pure in his intentions. His actions tell us everything. But with Assange, the one thing I would have wished that he would have done differently, if there's one thing, and probably if he could go back in time, he would do differently as well, is redacting some of the names from the cables. I think that the information released, I think was valuable and important, but I think redacting the names would have been a wise idea to protect him and the people mentioned in it.
Yeah, that's fair. And again, Assange allowed us to audit government behavior, so then we were able to become aware about the war crimes in Afghanistan. He also showed us the fuckerest way that our public officials communicate over email, like even extremely unprofessional behavior, acting like they're playing a fucking video game with our goddamn tax dollars. But again, all Snowden had to do, honestly, even if he didn't want to get his nails pulled out by the federal government, which he should have thought about that when he was in Hawaii doing a fucking contract for the NSA. He didn't have to work for the NSA. He didn't have to hack for Booz Allen either. Who knows how many government contracts he worked on by the time that he decided to jump ship. I mean, he probably did contracts for weapon systems manufacturers, so I just don't think he's a great person. I think he's an egomaniac. But he could have at least given us some knowledge on what to do next if he's the savior, and that's why I just don't think he is a well-rounded individual. I think, like a lot of hackers, he was a megalomaniac, and once he realized how significant the signals intelligence capabilities were in the United States, he maybe just wanted to make like his egotistical point. But I know he lives a good life. I know he's making good money and off the American public. So
Would you hire him?
fuck no, I wouldn't be anywhere near that, man. I would never want to be associated with that pussy ass bitch, because if I'm gonna go to work with my government, I'm sure as fuck not leaving this goddamn country, and I'm definitely not gonna go to Russia. Fuck that.
Yeah, I wouldn't hire the guy to push the fucking mop at the peep show.
Isn't his, status though totally blown out of proportion in terms of being like a hero or a traitor? I mean, it doesn't
No,
he
it's
get way
definitely
too
not.
much credit?
It's definitely not blown out of proportion in that he sold the federal government out with his top secret clearance and all the access that he had to the signals intelligence platform at the NSA.
I know, but
And it's a huge deal.
what are the three major revelations though that he shared with the world?
Americans didn't understand that signals intelligence had moved from wiretapping, which was actually putting a device on a copper wire. So you had to know which wire was transporting the communication. Then you had to actually physically go to the site, the tap, whatever the box was that had the copper wire, and you had to put a piece of hardware on it. Couldn't do mass surveillance on copper wire because, I mean, it's technically.
Christopher, all this copper wire talk has me a little confused. Can I ask you a question? What is 565 times 1,000?
What, 565,000? But anyways, once we move from the copper wire to digital platforms and digital devices, that's what people didn't understand. So he showed people for the first time that you could do mass data collection, that the government could do mass data collection that went way past what you could do on a wiretap on a copper wire. So that was certainly a revelation back in 2009.
But while John just distracted you with that math question, meth heads just came and stole copper wire. Sorry.
Well, nobody's running copper wire anymore. All the telcos retired it. Anyways, you feel me?
So what's the second revelation of Edward Snowden?
That a lot of people didn't know that the NSA existed. Like, the public didn't really know what the NSA was doing. They didn't know we had a mass data collection focused branch of government, right? Because everybody saw the Patriot Act. Very few Americans know today that Homeland Security was created in 2002. That we didn't have.
The biggest consequence of Christopher, is that everyone just thought of these agencies as relatively benign and that we were somehow excluded from surveillance lists. And, I don't think the long-term, and I agree with the consensus on Snowden's character, but I don't think the long-term consequences of his betrayal were that great. I still think we're kicking ass in the world ahead of the rest of the world, but I do think you're right on about the fact that it awakened America to the fact that these agencies are not just some acronymal bureaucracy. They're out there aggressively pursuing and monitoring, and surveilling us.
Yeah, and even if they weren't connected, government, signals intelligence, and domestic repression definitely has improved significantly since Snowden. So you could say maybe he wasn't the cause of the scale and the increased capability of governments to do digital surveillance. But he definitely put them in a race to improve their domestic surveillance capabilities, and we see how advanced they are physically and digitally. And the good examples, and you can see smart city is the way that McKinsey frames it, and then they'll help you build your domestic surveillance capability, right? And they talk AI infrastructure and vision applications, but Saudi, Iran, China, the United States, these are good examples of countries that have really extremely sophisticated domestic surveillance technologies.
Christopher,
which again translate to
can I ask you one more question? Who's the bigger traitor, the Congress people and the senators and the president who put $37 trillion in debt, or Edward Snowden? Thank you.
I mean, that is what about, or this or that. Let's change the topic. We're not even talking about the Congress people, but we can change the topic if you want to go over that.
People who want Edward Snowden prosecuted, aren't those a lot of the same people who are
about prosecuting Edward Snowden. I'm talking about supporting him at home if he would have actually been able to go through the process.
I'm just saying, Edward Snowden becomes a Pepe, that he becomes a scapegoat for, what you could call the deep state or the establishment, which has essentially created $37 trillion in debt.
Yeah, so we could change the topic. Like, we know that we have problems at home, but I don't think Edward Snowden has anything to do with debt or printing money.
Oh, really? You think that the domestic surveillance system isn't a multi-hundred-billion-dollar surveillance system that, he was working on, through Booz Allen Hamilton? I mean, it's one giant
I didn't say what you just said. I've actually already explained the expansion of the surveillance state all the way to Big Beautiful Bill. I'm not sure why you're changing the topic and putting me in the Snowden.
I'm not putting you in any position. I'm just asking a question. I mean, the Big Beautiful Bill, yes, it keeps funding. I mean, what's the name of the National Surveillance Act? Is that what it is? That they have to reconfirm annually? Is it through the NDAA?
I don't remember the exact legislation, but of course our Congress is an issue and completely separate from Snowden.
Well, anyways, the National Surveillance Act, I believe, is annually reaffirmed. And, why does your Congress just keep, annually recertifying it?
Are you not an American?
No, I'm an American, born and bred.
Why is it my Congress and not our Congress?
Well, I'm just making, an editorial, they or we.
Our Congress.
Our Congress people.
It is, though, brother.
But we vote for our Congress people.
I agree with you, brother. But it's really hard to get Will around.
Wait, why do you think I'm your brother? I mean, based on your PTR, I am not your brother.
But you don't know anything about my PTR.
I don't like it.
It's just a picture in Chicago back on the 4th of July.
Yeah, you look like an anarchist.
That's not me. I'm not the guy in the picture.
Well, you're representing the guy in the picture by being the speaker of the guy, in the picture. It's your PTR. It should represent
I'm not
you.
speaking for the guy in the picture.
Well, look at my PTR. Then look at Mojo's. I think they pretty accurately
What's wrong with
reflect
yours,
you.
bro? I'm from Colorado Springs. We probably got a lot in common. What's wrong with you?
I'm just saying I don't like your PTR. I think it's disrespectful, anarchical, and, looks like an Antifa scumbag.
I'm not judging your PTR for trying to represent multiple national identities. You're the one trying to create separation between us.
I'm just saying we might not be brothers, and therefore, it's not, our Congress.
We are, though, but you can create the separation. That's up to you, my brother.
Well, did you answer the survey previously? Did you vote for Kamala and Tim Walz?
No, brother, and honestly, I've never been a Democrat, so I don't know why you're...
Did you vote for Trump, brother?
Just talking to me.
Did you vote for Trump, brother?
I voted for Trump before.
Did you vote for Trump before? You never voted for Trump before, brother?
No, I have.
Oh, so twice. You voted for him twice, brother?
No, I didn't vote for him twice.
All right, well then we're not brothers.
I know, you're one of those people that separates you from the other parts of society and elevates your own perspective, but you're trying to represent two national...
You might be projecting, brother. You might be projecting there, brother.
How do you split? How do you balance out two national identities? Are you also a dual citizen?
Well, you see, I'm an American, born and bred, but my daddy's side of the family, they Jewish. And so I love Jews and I love
I didn't
Israel.
say shit about religion, bro. I said nation.
Yeah, I know. Israel is the Jewish nation. It's the homeland of the Jews.
So are you American?
I'm American, brother.
Yeah, so we make Americans make room for all these different perspectives. That's one of our values.
We're American.
Exactly. So we got to make room for our brothers that think they need to have multiple national identities as well. I think it's a part of our core values.
I say be who you want to be. If you want to be an Antifa, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Live by the sword, you're going to die by the sword.
I'm not Antifa, bro.
Then what are you, brother?
I think he's a Proud Boy. I'm not a Proud Boy, but that could have been when I was younger.
Well, what are you now, brother? If you were the king of America and emperor supreme, what would you do for your people, brother?
I've never contemplated an emperor in this goddamn country.
Well, if you were the president...
January 6th? Were you there on January 6th, Christopher?
Well, if you were the president, brother, what would you do for we the people?
All I'm trying to say is I could put a similar picture of Steve Bannon last week, and then people would make that assumption, and then they would say I'm this or that. It doesn't even matter what my picture is if you're not trying to get to know me.
Well, then
Anyways.
I'll respectfully,
Nothing wrong with
stop
that.
asking you any more questions. I did want to ask another question because we do talk about the public debt quite a bit in this room, the unfunded liabilities and the funded liabilities. But what about all that private debt that Americans are contending with?
I don't even say axe. So now you're just being a racist.
No, I'm saying I'm gonna ask Grok right now how much outstanding private debt is there, meaning credit cards, mortgage obligations, car payments, medical liabilities. What is the total outstanding number of debt in the private marketplace?
What is it, like 5 trillion, 6 trillion?
Yeah.
10 trillion, but a lot of that is mortgages.
Mortgages. Credit is probably about 3 trillion, I bet, consumer credit. But shit, I think my picture's more American than yours is, John.
Really, you think being a black masked vagrant in the street with a middle finger up, swearing at police, is more patriotic than a man wearing a Trump hat, wearing
I
a
definitely
book,
think
holding
there's
a
a
book
precedent
that says the
for
Book of the Law with an American
anti-federal
flag
and
and a
anti-state.
Freemasonic apron and an Israeli flag and a veteran flag. You think your flag? You think your PTR is more patriotic than my PTR?
I do, though. I definitely do. Especially since the individual is only representing themselves, not multiple nations.
Well, I gotta tell you, I do not like foreign aid, but if there is one country on this planet that I want to send as much foreign aid to, it's Israel, the land of the
You
Jews.
just contradicted yourself.
Well, I've been to Israel many times, and I know they are surrounded on every sector except the ocean by Islamic terrorists, jihadists that want to kill them and take their land. And therefore, I feel sending at least maybe $100 billion of our NDAA to the Israeli government so they buy as many weapons as they possibly can and train as many soldiers as they possibly can to defend their country against Islamic, jihadist, Muslim, Mohammedan terrorists.
Yes, and to commit genocide.
No, defend Israel against Mohammedan, Islamic, jihadist
That's
terrorists.
the idealistic perspective on Israel, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh, thanks, brother. Thanks for confirming what I'm saying. I'm glad you agree with me now.
No, I didn't say I agree. I understand that you have foreign interest on your heart and that you advocate for sending money to other countries to carry out genocide.
Well, have you ever owned a house that became infected with bed bugs or ants and you had to buy insecticide to deal with, the invasion?
Yeah, brother, I'm not down for that. Humans are not bugs.
No, I agree with you. But unfortunately, when the Palestinians on a weekly basis shoot rockets over into all your major cities for years and years and years, I mean, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. It's called October 7th. And unfortunately, it's supernova Gaza.
Yeah, that's one way to think about it. But anyways, I normally don't embrace the dual citizen, dual nationality perspective in domestic politics. It's foreign influence, that's all I'm trying to say.
I agree, but I'm just saying, based on the
We
averages.
do have foreigners that do respect our political institutions and they don't try to lobby them for interest abroad.
Oh, like
So I do
like
appreciate
Iran,
those folks.
like Iran, like Russia. You think these countries don't try to buy political influence in this country all the time, every day?
And no, it's a highly competitive
Saudi
political
Arabia,
environment. We have tons of foreign influence coming
UAE,
into the country.
Dubai.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be any different than them, so I'm not even sure why you're saying that.
I'm just an American like you, brother.
No, you got 2 flags behind you. I only got one.
Really, where's your flag? Is it the keffiyeh?
See, who is this guy? He's being a racist, bigot, rude motherfucker, and I've actually never worn a keffiyeh. I'm not Muslim, and you need to watch how you talk around here.
He's a troll, Christopher.
I know, but he's a dumb
Oh, I'm not a
motherfucker.
troll. I mean, he's slanging some real insults here. I didn't get petty like you and start insulting you the way you're insulting me. You're no gentleman, sir.
Yeah, you just running your fucking mouth, boy.
Well, there we go. You're no gentleman.
I'm not. I never claimed to be. I'm not like you. I'm not fake as fuck.
All right, sir. Well, I respect gentlemen.
I'm sure that we're not in the same league, my brother, so that's good to know.
Well, you, sir, are no gentleman.
And I don't think you have to be Antifa to be on some fuck the police shit. Like, I was never associated with Antifa growing up. I was associated with a bunch of military veterans and former law enforcement and security professionals, and that's where I developed my own viewpoint on fuck the police.
Well, thus, you are associated with some of the lowest IQ people in society today.
No, definitely very smart people that defended the country and also went out and put the badge on and did as good as they did for the American public. And only represented one flag, the American flag. That was the only flag that was allowed in my household.
All or nothing, huh?
No, we were just taught that we were Americans and that America was the priority.
Well, I say America first, Israel second.
Yeah, I never grew up like that, but I understand that some people did.
Well, you're no gentleman, and I really don't like your PTR. I think it's vulgar, immature, unprofessional, and downright disgusting.
That's no problem. I understand that.
I mean, aren't you a
This flag right
contrarian?
here.
You say you come from a family of police officers and military men and women, but yet, you are supporting a PTR which shows a miscreant in the street, a radical anarchist, flipping off the police.
I mean, I would flip the police off too if it was necessary. And I'm not a radical anarchist. So.
Well, is that from the Summer of Love in 2020 when the BLM stormed all the grocery stores and convenience shops and looted the city, causing chaos and murders everywhere?
It was the 4th of July in Chicago in 2025. Now, this flag right here.
When is it necessary to flick off the police, though?
It depends on your politics. This flag right here, this is a picture of a flag that I saw at the Art Museum in Washington, D.C., right down from the Capitol. And obviously all the museums that are institutional and they're free to us because we pay an outrageous amount of money to the federal government. But this flag was in the Art Museum in Washington, D.C. The museum's on Pennsylvania.
So, Christopher, do you think that feeding baby parts to alligators as opposed to just discarding them in the garbage would be a more effective use of abortion?
I don't even understand the structure of that question, but I do get that you're trying to project your worldview by leading the witness.
I'm just saying it's a waste to kill 60,000 children in this country a month and not use the baby parts to feed the alligators.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Are there no moderators left in this room? What's going on here? You're letting John run the show?
I'm just asking, what is a patriot?
Hold on. So far, nobody's violating any rules. We have short shares. Nobody's speaking over each other. Nobody's using the N-word. We're all speaking English. No doxing, no threat. I mean, we're doing pretty good.
It's pretty moderate.
Fair enough. And this is entertaining. I just didn't know if y'all were there. Hey, what's up?
Can I just say to whoever said, why would you ever need to give the cops the finger? As a Canadian, we can't do that here. You could actually, in Quebec anyways, you could be arrested for giving the cops the finger. And as a Canadian, that sounds like the most badass, most American thing you could do is give the cops the finger. And so, as a Canadian, I just can't. I mean, I wish I could do that and say that.
Thank you, Jarl. And we don't live in a motherfucking police state. We ain't subservient to these goddamn law enforcement agencies. So anybody that teaches you that we are is a propaganda.
Well, see, my father was a police officer, and I have served myself in the military. So there's just proper behavior. I mean, if you're gonna protest, be smart about it. Get involved in politics. Do some marketing online. But to go in the street and waste your time flicking off some cop on a midnight shift, you're a fucking loser.
The picture wasn't at midnight, and there was a whole line of police. And it was 12 o'clock in the afternoon on Dearborn Street.
Great. I'm just saying, if you walk around downtown Chicago in masks, flipping off cops and taking photos of yourself so you can come on a social audio chat app and say how badass you are a loser.
I know, but nobody's doing that here. That's not me in the photo.
I'm just saying, be smart about your protest activities if you want change.
I'm not a protester, but okay, bro.
Okay, sorry, brother. I guess I'm just really inferring.
Yeah, fuck the police. Completely agree with that.
All right, well, I'm canceling your boat invite tomorrow at noon, Hekima. You can F the police by yourself.
You never set the location anyway, so stop. Cut it out. I was gonna campaign for you in Rockford. You can cut it. I got a lot of.
Okay, you know what? F the police, Hekima. You know what? I'll put that as one of my slogans. My constituent and campaign volunteer Hekima says, F the police. Do you agree with Hekima?
Just like a politician. Good job. Good job.
It's hard to find support these days. That's right, I'm running for Congress. And I thought about this.
That's the gag.
I thought about this today. If I was the leader, what would I do for my people? Well, I'll tell you what I want to do for them. One is I want to lower their taxes, their property taxes, their income taxes. And you know what? I want to eliminate some public debt. And maybe we can eliminate some private debt. Because if I was really interested in the well-being of my people, I wouldn't want them to have to pay so much to me, their government.
So Christopher, in the spirit of John being and having ambitions for Congress, he is in the spirit. You got to dress the part first, right? So in the spirit of wanting to be an elected politician, like a true politician, he continues to change the subject.
Oh, now John, where are you running for office?
In the great congressional district of 16 in Illinois. That's Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal.
Okay, brother, I'm here in Chicago, so I'll look out for you.
Great, brother. Keep going to more protests and keep taking more photos of yourself telling the police to F off so I can give it to Heckham on my campaign manager.
I do got a shit ton of family and friends in Rockford, though.
Well, let's rock out Rockford. I say vote Kitover before the financial collapse is over.
Thanks for your service, John.
I'm just trying to figure out, however, Mr. John.
Wait, Nye, before you go, when people say, I want to thank you for your service, I like to say, don't thank me. Thank all the people that died fighting for your freedom in Afghanistan and Iraq and Somalia and Syria and Yemen and maybe the tips of Iran, wherever else this army went. Thank them. I'm here as a healthy, wealthy man trying to get into office. Don't thank me. Thank the dead soldiers who have kept your freedom and liberties possible.
Well, the dead soldiers, my friends and family, but certainly not protected freedom, but that's a cool narrative that they used to push back in the day.
So, John, I have a question. Let me let Hakima go. Go, no, please.
Nah, we talk at the same time. Don't do that now.
I'm just teasing.
I was agreeing with Chris, but that's all right. You got it.
I just want to know, who involved someone breaking into your house, Christopher?
who do I call if somebody breaks into my house? Well, I grew up in Colorado, so we got the make my day law, so we could just pull our gun out and execute that person on our property without going through any legal proceedings.
But don't you live in Chicago?
I live in a high-rise with security, so nobody's breaking into my apartment.
Do you own a gun, Christopher? Are you a gun owner?
Yeah, but I don't hold any in Chicago. I got them all back in Colorado. Too much liability out here.
I was about to say, in Chicago, I don't think so.
Hold on, I'm in Chicago, Cook County. I got a shoot that.
That's a their point, man.
No, I mean, I could transfer them. I just choose not to. I choose to pay for security and the high rise, that kind of shit. That's all. But I definitely agree with you, Ekama.
We got concealed carry out here. What you talking about? There's no ban on guns.
I know, but it's too much liability for me. But I definitely
I was letting her know that she was acting like this.
Christopher.
I never said there was a ban on any guns, did I? I didn't hear those words come out of my mouth.
Christopher, you had another profile on this app like a couple of years ago, right? And I think you did like a debate with Peter Schiff.
Yeah, I debated Peter and a whole bunch of other people. I mean, there's so many to name. Sam, the deterministic neuroscientist. Eric Weinstein, who's awesome, by the way. There are so many people.
Did you debate Psalm?
I don't remember that name. There was lots of heads of state.
No, you wouldn't have talked to Sam. Sam's like this metrosexual fucking European pop singer guy that would read from books, and he would be in a conservative clubhouse space, and everybody thought that he had all these original ideas when he would just read to people. Sam is one of the dumbest people that's ever been on this app. Anyways.
Peter's a nice guy, though. I like Peter.
Yeah, Peter Schiff's great.
So how do you view Peter Schiff? Because to me, he kills two birds with one stone by being an asset manager and say, hey, the economy is going to crash, the dollar's going to go to nothing, your purchasing power is going nowhere, they're inflating the money supply, invest with me, invest in my gold asset management platform, Like, do you view him as being just Peter, and like that's the game, and he's very smart?
No, John, I agree with your critique. I brought it up too. But he's still a nice guy.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, technically all communication is hypnosis. So is the Federal Reserve just a communication organization that can happen to wire transfer hundreds of billions of dollars to BlackRock?
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying.
I mean, I don't think that his see, if the status quo is the status quo in the future now, I mean, gold stocks are going to be where they're at right now. Like, there's never going to be some 1000x on Newmont Mining or Kinross Gold Corp. So I think to like not diversify is a bad investment approach. But
I agree with you. A rhetorical tactic, like you said, to drive people to make allocations with him, but he's good at it.
Yeah,
Hey Roger, I'm disappointed you didn't put my PTR in the running. I think you might want to take another look at my PTR and put it in. I think that's just as patriotic, but I still think Christopher might win.
what's amazing about Euro Pacific Capital and Peter Schiff is he makes claims and says things that no other major bank or investment firm can possibly make.
Example.
Wells Fargo wealth advisors would never issue press releases and create podcasts about how the Federal Reserve is creating an artificial, equity bubble and go on and on about taxes and inflation and the value of the dollar, the history of the Federal Reserve. Like, they're never going to create content or discuss any of these things because it's all just branded marketing communication. And so Peter Schiff, has an advantage there.
So Peter's interesting. I like him a lot, but his dad is the legend. For those of you that don't know his dad, you guys should go read the book, The Federal Mafia. It's one of the best books ever written about why we should push back against taxation.
I'll check it out. And Heckema, are you in Chicago?
Yeah.
We'll have to link up.
I'm in the south suburbs, but we definitely can link up.
Okay, I was on the southwest side earlier today for action that was in Bridgeville, Illinois.
Why don't you guys all meet up at the campaign headquarters for John Kitover?
I mean, if John invites us.
Yeah, you guys can come out on my sailboat for the slip that I can't afford to pay. And I'm walking away from my boat in October, so we got a couple more months to enjoy the Lady Hawk rent free.
I am not getting no sailboat with John Kitover. That would not happen.
John, what slip are you in? Which
I'm at Montrose Harbor, and they got a great restaurant there called the Dock Restaurant, and girls are already in the bikinis.
I'm by DuSable Harbor.
Okay, you changed my mind. I'll show up.
And anyway, how could you not trust John? There's always a camera on him at all times. You're safe.
He might be one of them serial killers that record his victims, so that might be it too.
No, that's his subscription service. You got to pay extra for that. That's an experience.
If I
get too drunk, then you get too comfortable.
Yeah, all the videos is like an insurance policy, because if I ever disappear, at least I'll be on 30 cell phones still.
John, did you get on the ballot yet?
No, just getting on the ballot is the huge challenge.
I know.
They challenge every single signature, and if you don't actually door knock and have the address list, good luck getting the required number of signatures at grocery stores. It's got to be Republican voters. They've got to be in the database. Their signature has to match perfectly. Their name has to match It is the biggest fucking scam, and the most ridiculous obligations they put on candidates to get onto the ballots or the primaries.
I know. I got on the ballot in the last cycle, but I took a different approach.
Hey, John, do you know who Mark Rice is?
Yeah, I know Mark. Yeah.
Is he like in the same district as you, or no? I know he's also running for Congress too. So.
Yeah, he's running in 13, I think. He ran against Raja Krishnamurti in the last cycle, and Raja won, but Raja's running for senator, and this guy blankets the airwaves. I mean, he's got $30 million, and he just blankets. Everybody sees this Indian guy holding up his fist, saying, "I stand up to Trump. I fight Trump. Resist Trump." I mean, that's the type of messaging he puts out, and he thinks that's what people want to hear to vote for him.
It might be in this fucking state.
Well, what I'm saying is the message doesn't matter. Buying the medium is what matters. Owning the signal, but what you put out doesn't even seem to fucking matter, because that's not a very, that's not a great direct response advertisement. I mean, there's a lot of different messaging he could put out, but instead he chooses to attack Trump in his advertisements.
Yeah, it's pretty lame.
That's all you need to do in that state.
Yeah, that's true. At least in the Chicago metro. That wouldn't work in like central or southern Illinois.
See, he's got a lot of Indians. There's a lot of Indians in Chicago, and if you could organize the Indians in Chicago, I mean, that's like millions of voters. I had a friend in high school whose father was a very successful entrepreneur, but guess what his business was? He had a travel agency, and he flew over about 100,000 Indians into the Chicagoland area, resettled them. Amazingly, they got citizenship. He started a radio, he started a newspaper, started an Indian grocery store, so people have made a lot of money on what you might call illegal immigration, but everybody's very successful. They got great families. They're not high in the crime rackets. So, God bless all the Patels and Krishnamurtis, but there's a lot of them in Chicago.
You don't think that the majority of them are H-1Bs?
There's
You
a
don't think
lot
the
of
majority of them
H-1Bs.
on H-1B visas, John?
No, I think back in the 80s, there was this H-1B visa was bullshit. People just came over and through immigration lawyers or however they did it, they got citizenship. But they're the best, you know? Who do you think is working for the conductor manufacturers, the cell phone manufacturers? It's all these electrical engineers, and a lot of their last names are Patel.
Oh, shit, John. You crack me up.
Has the Indian population been growing like exponentially like in the last couple of years, or what do you
Not
think?
exponentially. It's on a it's hitting a plateau right now because a lot of domestic U.S. companies have paused hiring for anybody that's not a U.S. citizen. It's even the big Deloittes or Accentures of the world. So it's a plateau, and it was never exponential. It's always been a small minority population in the labor force.
Wait, are you that guy that got let go from Accenture 2 years ago and still doesn't have a job?
No, I've never worked for Big Four consulting.
You're a software developer, right?
No, I'm not a software engineer.
So what do you do?
I'm in the tech industry. I started a technology company.
What does your company do?
It's like a combination of media and hyper-local political risk.
Oh, got it. You got a spam business.
I mean, I'm taking political structures and transforming them into mathematical models. I've got clients on Wall Street, so.
Well, mazel tov. Do you know what the source of income is?
Which source of income?
I'm asking you, what is the source of income?
My source of income?
What is the general source of income?
Alternative data.
So alternative data is the source of income?
For my business, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
It's a pretty big market, to be honest with you, and it's global.
Well, how do you increase your income? Does that mean you have to increase your data set?
No, it's more about like extracting the data and supplying it to the consumers in a way that works for their business. Some businesses have less technical competency, so then it's better to supply them with a platform where they can do sort of like drag and drop analytics. And then obviously I'm fine tuning that to whatever use case they have. It's not just financial firms. It could be like lobbying, corporate security, activist, and community
But if
organizations.
you want to increase your income, what adjustments would you have to make?
Adjustments
to your model. If you want to increase your income, what adjustments are you going to make?
It's a startup, so it's unknown.
Got it. Because I read a book about what the source of income is, and so I was just wondering if your thoughts and opinions might align with what I read in what's called a book.
I haven't read that book.
It's called The Book of Income.
I'm sure it's interesting.
It is. It's got a lot of wisdom-based approaches to increasing your income.
Yeah, there's different ways to do it. I get that. But for this, it's more about, can I commercialize novel technology? And there's not really a way to predict that. You just take the risk and eat shit, or you don't.
Have you used Polymarket to do any type of data analysis on your income potential?
If you ever see Spy versus Spy, like remember the old cartoon? That's what this reminds me of right now in this moment. This is like troll versus troll. Like I am cracking the fuck up laughing right now.
I'm not trolling though. Maybe John is trolling, but I'm not trolling.
See,
Yeah,
people,
I don't see Chris trolling at all.
Chris, it's because
I don't see John trolling at all. Like, he might be known as one, but I don't see him trolling right now.
I know I'm having some fun here, but you may not call this trolling. This may be, like I call it like petting, or I would call this like petting. Petting at a barbecue, of course. Chris, have you ever self roasted yourself?
Like roast, like you mean like make fun of myself?
Yeah, self deprecating. I mean, have you ever like been the topic of a roast?
Oh, for sure.
Jewelry, I need a full frame camera.
No, Chris, you didn't stick a pipe up your ass and out your mouth and stick yourself over a fire.
No, I've never done that.
That's not shit.
Only risk can come with that, though.
Well, he had to pause and think about it because he's so autistic. He's like, does he mean like
Chris,
roast myself or like self-deprecating?
Chris, I recently got an invite to the Bohemian Grove. I'm wondering if you want to be my plus one.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a place in the forests of California outside of San Francisco where a group of elites get together to do the care ritual. Do you know what the care ritual is?
Doesn't sound like my style, but I'm not familiar.
It's basically like an invocation to remove all care of the outside world. So when you're in the Bohemian Grove, you're not thinking about what's happening outside of Bohemian Grove. It's called the care ritual.
Also pretend to sacrifice a virgin. I mean, they don't do it anymore, but...
Well, no, because who can find a virgin these days?
Yeah, I know, right? Well, the Mohammedans can, but they start early.
I'm a virgin.
Yeah, I'm just saying the Muslims do, but they have to start really young.
Sorry, autocorrect. What did you mean to say? What, Kristen?
I'm a virgin.
Okay. As one of your best friends, I will absolutely go along with whatever lie you tell me I need to tell to other people. So, guys, she is a virgin. Virgo? Who's a Virgo? Okay, no.
Say that, Hillary.
Okay.
I'm a virgin too, Kristen.
I know. We virgins have to stick together.
So I got a question about the title of the room. What is a patriot? I was watching the movie Patriot with Mel Gibson, and I was thinking, like, is patriotism a mental health disorder? Because he rebelled against that Lord Cornwallis and murdering all these people, but then he's got that asshole guy, the dragoon, who's a madman. So, like, what is a patriot?
It's kind of subjective, though, because one person might say it's a patriot, but I think that definition, like, stand for your country, fight for your country, but that can especially in America, can come in different variations. So I don't think there's no one definition of America as a patriot. Well, based on what if there was a dictionary definition, I know what it will be, but I'm not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily agree with it.
Well, is George Carlin a patriot? Is who's that other fat comedian, the screamer, Sam Kinison? Are they patriots?
No.
I think Frederick Douglass is a patriot.
Lenny Bruce was a patriot.
Muhammad Ali was a patriot.
That's right.
Is Jerry Seinfeld a patriot, or is he a Zionist?
I've never even thought about Jerry Seinfeld's views on nationality.
Well, he's the most successful stand-up comic of all time with a net worth of over $1 billion from the residuals of Seinfeld.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a great comedian. I don't think he's spoken much on national identity.
Oh, really? You didn't know that he's a target of the Free Palestine psychopaths?
No, I'm saying he's a great comedian, and I haven't heard him speak much on patriotism.
Is Elon Omar a patriot, John? Is Leave a patriot?
AOC's a patriot.
Rashida's a patriot in her own way. Same with AOC.
What about Elon Omar?
She's cool. I don't like her politics much, but if you can step up and run for office and get elected, I'm cool What would that?
How come nobody waves anymore when you left them in traffic? What happened to that? Nobody does a little polite, like, thank you, Amy.
I do all the
Thank
time.
you.
Because
Fucking thank you for that,
that's the
man.
way that.
You might be in the wrong state or city. It happens.
You know, I asked Mojo yesterday, is war just a late term abortion? And so when I look at the word genocide and I think about eugenicists and the genetics and the destruction of life, I sometimes wonder, is 60,000 US American baby abortions, you know, versus the 60,000 dead children in Gaza, is it not just all a monthly genocide?
No, because genocide is the elimination of a particular sect, race, religion, something like that. And the other is all babies. You're considering all babies. So.
Yeah,
No,
but one's a Holocaust.
month to month.
One's a genocide and one's a Holocaust.
Oh, I see. So, like what Stalin said, if the numbers are big enough, they're just statistics. Was the COVID?
John, when you were talking about CARE, were you talking about the Council on American Islamic Relations?
No, that's funny though.
That's what the chat was talking about, so I wasn't sure.
No, the care ritual is something they do at that supposedly Republican, conservative retreat. But no.
That's weird.
You know, CARE, the Council on Islamic Foreign Relations or whatever it is. I'm sure they don't care about America, and a lot of people here they don't like APAC. But there's about 10 other groups that you might not like that do foreign lobbying on behalf of their governments or their terrorist regimes.
I like CARE.
I bet you do.
I like turtle.
Go banana. That's why I asked you if you knew what 565 times 1,000 was. I needed to do a quick diagnostic, but I know you don't care. You just care.
I'm cool with CARE in Chicago. They're a good group of people over there.
Are there any young Jewish women in that organization?
I haven't checked, but I'll ask them.
Yeah, you ask them.
I'll ask them and see what they say.
All I'm doing now is thinking about the Care Bear and Care Bear cousins and the We Care. Which, by the way, that cartoon was terrifying and I had nightmares for years. Just saying.
You know what else is a genocide? The gun violence in America, in all the major cities.
We have a new poll.
Hillary, this gift is for you and all the other virgins.
Oh my god, I love it! I love it. I love you.
I love you.
Whatever's happening, can you guys just stop?
Wait, what? Why do people think intent?
And we love Rachel and Jennifer.
Roger, love you too.
Why do you think intent? Intent is just the thought. It's not even the action. I mean, mass deaths
It's
from
followed
war.
by the action.
I get it. Thought, action, outcome, remain silent.
Intense is where you have sex when you're camping, right?
That was the first place for me. Is my nightly ritual a genocide? Billions of lost opportunities?
No, because only one of them may have possibly reached its goal, and yeah, no, you're good.
What's your nightly ritual, John?
Why?
What do you think it is? It's a positive vibration,
He does a
obviously.
lot of yoga.
It's a positive vibration.
His daily, nightly ritual is to bore people to death. So yes, it would be considered a genocide. In with the breath. Out with the breath.
You know, when you get to either women or the Federal Reserve, you know you have talked and heard every topic that could ever possibly be talked about on this app.
Give us the breathing exercise, John.
Well, Christopher, maybe you could lead us in a breathing meditation.
That's not my scene.
So you're just always full of anxiety, huh?
That's why he flips up the cops.
That wasn't me, but I wouldn't be afraid to tell the cops to fuck themselves.
Way to bring it back full circle, nonetheless.
100%.
I mean, what kind of a young person goes up to cops and just says, "Go fuck yourself"? Like, what kind of piece of trash are you?
I don't think it makes you a piece of trash. It's protected speech.
Well, what I'm saying is it's projection. So, like, if you're going to call somebody a name, it's really just your self-confidence which is lacking. I mean, a sage, a wise person doesn't, gossip or say anything bad about anybody or do that kind of behavior. Like, are you trying to improve the world by example?
That's an ideal. That's an ideal.
Well, don't tell me, show me. And when you flick cops off, you're showing me.
Those cops in your background to F off.
I know. What the they're ruining my recording over here. Could you go save that person's life in the South Side who's dying because there's no shot spotter, and now we don't know how many shootings are actually happening, and now you're claiming that the crime statistics are going down and there's less murders because you got rid of the shot spotter? I mean, come on.
It was a poor implementation of ShotSpotter, though.
Yeah, well, you can't lie and say less people are dying when they put out the shooting and the casualty report every weekend. The numbers aren't going down.
And John, the numbers are down. I don't know what. I meant to say something earlier. You said crime is rampant in Chicago. That's just simply not true. You got spots where it happening, but like saying that crime is up or rampant, that we need the National Guard I won't say disingenuous, but I just flat out lying.
Okay, let me get you the weekly shooting statistics. Please hold.
Heckama, he don't live in Chicago, so everybody be talking, but they ain't standing here with us. You feel me?
Damn, G. Let me get you those crime stats. Heckama, please hold.
Yeah, he don't live in Chicago.
When the next wave of police cars and ambulances come driving by, I'll be sure to unmute so you can all hear the crime real time.
Yeah. But the ShotSpotter implementation was poor, and what happens is you map the occurrence of the shot to where you should distribute your police force, but over time the machine learning reinforces the police posture, not necessarily where the occurrence of crime is going to happen, because they haven't been able to come up with a machine learning model that can predict where crime is going to occur. So ShotSpotter really just drives over policing of certain neighborhoods. That's what it does.
That's what it does. I'm lying in the street. I got a bullet in my heart. I'm bleeding all over the street. Somebody call 911. Oh, I dropped my cell phone. Oh, I wish ShotSpotter was here. Oh, it could save my life.
I don't think ShotSpotter saved anybody's lives, but that's good propaganda. Plus, you have to remember, it's hard to tell that when there's false positives, because they're There's only so much that you can do with acoustic technology. So I mean, there's other things that create
Christopher,
positives that aren't even gunshots, like a firework.
Christopher, let me ask you a question. What does the term restorative justice mean to you?
John, you should come into the. I'll give you my
You
address.
want me to come in the come?
No, come into the city and I'll give you my address. You can
Okay.
talk like that to my face.
Okay, if you give me your address, I'll come over to your house and ask you in the flesh, what does restorative justice mean to you?
John, you're funny.
Does Christopher know John's backstory and history or not?
So Wednesday at the Rodin Library in Chicago on Northwest Highway, 3 Democrat commissioners will be holding an open public gathering to discuss restorative justice.
I have a question. Hey guys. Sorry, the person that says act, why do they do that? Are they making fun of black people that can't stop at choice?
That's exactly what they're doing.
Okay, well, it's tiresome, but I'll leave.
Why'd you say tiresome?
Wait, before you leave, Rachel.
My mom was an English teacher before you start. Okay?
Rachel, before you leave and cast aspersions.
So I just wanted to know, and that's
Rachel, you asked me a question. I'm gonna respond to what you asked.
Right. Well, it's okay. It just sounds so ignorant from a politician, in my opinion.
Well, Rachel,
it's very tiresome.
Rachel, I'm just asking the question: do you control your emotions, or does your environment control your emotions? Thank you for considering the question.
I didn't hear the question because I can't get past the grammar.
I'm asking.
Rachel, John can't even get on the ballot.
I'm asking you a stoic principle here. Do you control your emotions, or does your environment control your emotions?
And like I said earlier, I can't hear the question because I'm trying to listen to the.
Okay, listen closely. I'm gonna ask the question again.
I'm not gonna answer it.
Oh, okay, got it. Well, I needed to confirm you weren't gonna answer it. Otherwise, I was gonna ask it again.
John, she's coming up and correcting your grammar and your pronunciation. She says tarsome, like tar better.
I said tar. I may have had something in the mouth by mistake, but I know proper English. I'm not trying to correct. I'm just saying that we have a listening experience sometimes, and sometimes it's just overdone.
The rule of 3. It's funny. 3 times. Now either you have to go like 10 times to really hammer it in, and then it becomes kind of funny again. But no, after 3, you gotta chill for a minute.
No, I agree, but every time people start.
Right, how Clubhouse limits us from hitting one individual too many emojis. It's very similar on the other line. They're just tired.
The first rule about Axe Club is do not ask about Axe Club, otherwise the people are going to ask about Axe Club.
But we're not watching the emojis, but we're listening, we're doing other things, and we're just, but carry on.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Rachel. If you were president of the United States, what would you do for your people?
For human beings, I don't know. I have to think about it for a second. I'm not going to be like everyone else and just spit out something. I'm going to have to think about that for a minute.
Well, take some deep breaths, let it go, and say, I am a flower.
Take deep breaths. Nothing's going on with me. I'm very relaxed. I just left the
quickest way to piss off any woman on the face of this earth, that woman's calm down.
Calm down. It's just, it's just my first interaction. I wasn't trying to be weird or rude, but your first interaction with someone shouldn't be the way that you're trying to treat me.
You interacted with them multiple times.
And Rachel, he's not a real politician. He's a wannabe. He can't even get on the fucking ballot.
I'm running for the 16th District of Illinois. I'm praying to God that with a few donations from my Clown House friends, we'll be able to hire enough organizers on the ground to get the signatures, to get on the ballot in the primary in March, and it's gonna be because I've got this great hidden asset behind me, pushing me to the finish line. That's called Clown House. And I hope you all have a beautiful and happy, positive mojo vibration this beautiful Saturday night.
Like, I am hardcore meditating on it, and I have manifested this for you. Therefore, it is going to happen. Period.
Wait, I have a question for the congressman. Congressman, so are you treating this? Because honestly, I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know when you're being serious.
Maybe I'm trying to be funny.
No. This is a very serious question, sir. Serious question. Are you treating this so-called political campaign like a social experiment as you are doing with Clown House, aka Clubhouse? Is this part of a bigger project, like a social commentary about the
Never know. I think if you're ever to move up in the food chain or the power structure, you can't just kill 2 birds with one stone. You got to kill 3 birds with one stone, 4 birds with one stone, 5 birds with one stone.
You just kill 2 birds and then they get stoned. I just want to feed the birds. I'm saying, you know, what would they ever do to you, man? Why's everyone trying to kill birds?
Wait, Christopher, I'd like you to expound on why he can't get on the ballot.
He already explained that he can't raise the financial resources and get the signatures, so he's not going to make it in the primary. He's not going to get on the ballot for the primary.
That's what Obama told Donald Trump, and look where Donald Trump's at right now, Christopher.
No, I'm saying he already told us that you can't get on the ballot.
John, are you taking bets if you're going to get on the ballot or not?
No, I'm not taking any
Yeah, I'm
bets.
down to put in for the...
You guys can make some bets around it if you want. You feel free.
I already told you, I've manifested. I lit a candle and everything. It's into that. That's like tickets to bank.
You see, you can't lose. You can't lose when you got nothing to lose. It's the best part about my campaign. I'm my campaign manager and the treasurer of the campaign to elect John Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com. Uh-oh, more police sirens here in Chicago, everybody. Must have been another murder on a Saturday night. Call out the National Guard. How dare you? How dare you?
When's the deadline to get on the ballot? When's the deadline, Joe?
That's a good question. If it's in March, what do you think? Like February, maybe?
I know.
You know, I'd also like to know where I can find the actual ballots, because I've been Googling that and I can't even find the ballots that I need to get filled out. No, I'm running for real, but I'm having some campaign issues here because my campaign manager just got a divorce, unfortunately. Yeah, he can't do any work for me anymore. He just got divorced. He's all bent out of shape. Well, Heckema, do you want the job? You want to be my campaign manager? I'd be willing to give you the job as the campaign manager. Christopher, do you want to be the campaign manager here that gets John for Congress? Oh, race is crazy, dude. You're projecting, sir. You are projecting.
I can't afford to be associated with John.
You know, Heckema, I want to say something personal.
You are a Morris Steins Temple of American.
You know, Heckema, you may not believe this. Heckema, you...
Following your fucking pedophile fucking prophet and your death. Yeah, also Muhammad and your God.
You know, gentlemen, please, it's Saturday evening, gentlemen. Let's be gentlemen. Gentlemen, please, gentlemen, decorum, gentlemen, decorum, Heckema, you may not know this, Heckema, but I was messy, please.
Everyone need a, go make me read the rules. Go look at the House rules. Reference rule number 5. Thank you.
Go get Larry Rizzolano.
Larry Rizzolano? What about Dr. Vinny Boom Bots?
I said Larry Rizzolano.
You know, Hekima, you may not know this about me, but I was baptized by a black preacher in the YMCA in Evanston. So if you think I'm a racist, but I would let a black man dip me under the water for an untold amount of time and then lay his hands upon me and give me the power of the Holy Spirit, Hekima, you may be projecting when you call John Kitover a racist, sir. You are no gentleman.
Also, Nye,
You're such a projectionist, Hekima. After what I just said to you, you can't even consider what I just said.
Are we using the classical definition of racism in the belief that one's race is superior to another? Or are you using the power and all this kind of liberal shit?
No, I'm saying that the fact that he doesn't.
No, wait, he's addressing me.
He doesn't got the N-word like.
Hakima, shut the fuck up.
That's what I was saying. No, Rich, I was just saying, I thought I heard you call out Kima for being racist, and I said, I don't know, Rich. There's some rumors that you've been saying some, pretty racist things across social media too, so
No,
I need to handle that.
Mojo had stated that it wasn't the same word. And then I used the South Park joke and said, could you use that word? And then I was kicked in the room.
Well, no, that's not what I was talking about, but I'm not even going to bring it up because it's called the house group, sir. I don't want to be kicked out of the house. So, it's not even that important. It's all good. I don't want no smoke with you, sir. It's all good.
Let's start a riot.
You know, during the March 2020 BLM riots in Chicago, the Walgreens near me was broken into, and looters were running in and out and raiding that pharmacy. And, as a local leader, I grabbed my cell phone and stood there and filmed them looting the Walgreens. And I was absolutely appalled at how people, when the country's down on their luck with a global pandemic, scamdemic, they would break into a Walgreens to steal all kinds of products out of the pharmacy. Shameful.
Hey, Johnny, you probably been the product of the
Hekima, if I don't...
Walgreens wasn't available. If they got Walgreens, where did you get your herpes cream from that night?
Hekima, if I don't know shit, how much do you know?
I know enough to know that shit.
I got a point, man.
By the way, Moose, I'm sorry to hear herpes infection, but it's definitely a projection.
You went to Eastern, right?
No, I went to the very artsy liberal school, Columbia College in Chicago.
Okay, you belong on that side.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys on Clubhouse I'm discovering.
Well, they have to go. I'm the only one. It confuses me. I love her. She's awesome. And all the rest can go. Bye, now.
We got to see each other guys and please, Lord.
Tell you what, Hekima, maybe this is something we can agree on. Do you know who Slappy... I'm just saying, I'm talking about Slappy White. I don't know if you know who Slappy White is, but he's a famous comedian, and he too ran for Congress. Well, I thought we were going to go hang out on the boat tomorrow and have a cocktail.
So I just read this poll, and I just want to say you hoes are disrespectful. Brother Hakima obviously should be at 100%. John, you just got here. Hakima's been around, and y'all are disloyal. That's all I'm saying.
Wow, look at this. I can't believe I'm losing in the polls here.
Like, what the hell is John? Isn't he just a character that showed up this week? How long have you been on the app?
Five glorious years of listening to most interesting conversations.
Oh.
I didn't even see it for a while. I'm waiting for something else. But now.
Yeah, I had to go for Hakima just because we're from the same part of town. Kind of, sort of. We're both from the Shine, basically.
So I'm gonna.
John, I mean, I rock with you, John, because I think you're funny as hell. But because of out of loyalty, I had to go for Hakima. But John,
That's okay.
You would have got my vote. Christopher, I don't know Christopher. I know he just sees into the room. I like that you stand. You still on business with John.
misogynist, right, Hillary?
I'm saying Chicago, so I was on there. I would have just gone for me.
Right? Why did I on there? You got my vote, Nye.
Edmund, who is this white man in your PTR?
That's me. I'm standing in front of an American flag, an Israeli flag that has a Freemasonic apron, a keffiyeh, and a Hindu garb, and I'm holding a book called the Book of the Law, and I'm wearing a Donald Trump MAGA hat and a black golf shirt with a peppered out beard.
Much thought went into that pose.
So, Edmund, why aren't you out there, like, reading or something? Like, why are you...
I'm going to Emerald Island tonight and the Serbian Fest to breed. What do you mean?
Okay, because you should have a woman. Like, it's important. The birth rate in the country has gotten low. So we need the whites to start reproducing.
I'm gonna help you out with that tonight because the Serbian Fest has some of the most beautiful women in Chicago you've ever been.
Go knock on doors, start campaigning, and then maybe you'll meet a woman when you're knocking on doors. Maybe she'll run away from her husband.
Are you projecting again, Moose?
I'm running for office.
Did your wife leave you, Moose?
Wow. I'm sorry that happened to you. These people have no soul.
Sorry, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
You know.
Wait, and I laughed. Did that really happen to you, Moose? Your spouse ran away with a...
No.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, you guys are awful.
Mother, you're awful.
Don't ever share intimate things on this app, y'all. Red one.
I was going to say, don't come on this particular stage if you can't take that.
Crazy.
Mother, when was the last time a man broke your heart?
Oh, I usually do the break-in.
So you're a heartbreaker? You're not a heartbroken? I thought you're a heartbroken kind of guy.
That's not the kind of break-in I'm doing, but sure. Wait, I thought Mother was homosexual. So, no, but jokes aside, I actually have never been broken up with. I've always been the person offended. I don't know why that is. I just have never agreed with the word. Mother only got another Adam.
Does that make you an alpha, Mother?
That don't sound like Adam's.
Why do you have to be an
No, you have like that gay sim, that gay inflection.
Stop hitting on my friend's mother, okay? Seriously.
That's homophobic, man, and that's bigotry, and that violates rule number 6.
I mean, I don't think that's accurate, but whatever.
So,
don't worry, Mother, we've got your back.
Mother, what's your last name? Superior.
Mother's back, that's all this. I was gonna say, like, there's hints written on stuff, but that thing has a high pitch. That's not a business.
Do it again?
Please don't. I can't, it's like the high pitch.
So, this is a question for Christopher, Moose, and Mother. Who do you think is the most liberal out of the three of you?
Christopher, Chris, and Mother? I don't know Chris.
Chris, Mother, and Moose. Who do you think is the bigger liberal out of the three?
Moose. I'm actually not that liberal, to be honest. I consider myself moderate right.
Moderate right. Moderate right.
He's only liberal when he's breaking up with something.
If I wasn't a faggot, I'm pretty sure I'd be a full-blown, but like far left Republican. But the homosexuality pulls me towards the center a little bit.
So wait, Moose, are you gay?
Pun intended.
Moose, do you think you're more liberal than Christopher?
My attorney advised me not to answer that.
Christopher.
I really know Christopher super well. So Christopher, what is Christopher's like positions? Like, is he on the far left?
He's a far left anarchist.
I mean, I'm not, but okay.
Well, what are you?
He's like a patriot to me.
What are you, Christopher?
I mean, everybody tries to describe my politics and nobody can claim it, so I don't really.
Okay, let's go down the list. Alright, how do you feel about abortion? I guess libertarian. How do you feel about immigration? Let's go to the big five: immigration, abortion, taxes, Trump. Big four. I'm missing one.
You can't pin down Christopher. He can't get
All right,
pinned
look,
down.
I'll answer my own questions, right? I believe in strict borders and I'm pro mass deportations. I fucking hate Donald Trump. I think he's a racist piece of shit. Taxes, I believe in low taxes. What was the other one I asked about? Oh, abortion. No, I don't give a fuck. Kill them babies. That's not my problem. You do what you want with your body.
Do you think instead of discarding the baby parts and storing them in oil barrels or burying them, that they should be fed to alligators, and so we don't waste any of the baby parts as nutrient supplements?
Okay, that was a little, I was a little bit graphic how I explained it, but here's my view. I'm anti-abortion, but it's not really my main issue because I'm a fag, right? I don't really have this problem. I'm not gonna get an abortion. I'm not gonna get any woman pregnant. Nothing, it's not really my number one voting topic, so that's how it's better to describe it.
Wait, Congressman, aren't they already using the discarded baby parts in cell research and adrenochrome?
No, according to Grok, they are not selling baby parts, and those Project Veritas videos are all doctored and fake news, according to AI chatbots.
Wait, Chris, now it's your turn. What are your views?
It's too simple.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we rest our case that Chris here has failed to deliver on his promises. Can't even give you a basic explanation of his fundamental principles. Who here thinks that borrowing and spending more is a good idea? Who thinks increasing property taxes and income taxes is a good idea?
Not many here, but the president, the U.S. Senate, and the Congress all agree.
And you can't, which party's worst budget argument falls flag because both of them suck for the most part. And honestly, Democrats tend to do better at the federal government level with deficits and Republicans do. Like, this fucking big beautiful bill is gonna blow up the deficit by $4 trillion. Like, I don't know, we can't really be like, Democrats are financially irresponsible. We're about to blow up the deficit ourselves. I think it's a little silly.
Well, too bad Christopher left the room because I'm sure he could have educated us about the importance of flicking off cops and telling them to go fuck themselves.
That's America. That's American way. They only have a job. Fuck it. They don't like the fact that the job.
I'm just gonna say, I do shout out to the Miami Police Department. They do an excellent job. I think they do great.
Well, look at
Also, my friend was a cop in Chicago where he got shot 7 times in the doing, responding to a call on the South Side. So, cops generally have a soft place in my heart.
Exactly. People like Hekima, I can't believe that they would say things like that about these warriors of our society who are battling the criminal element, the ruthless gangs that are robbing, murdering, stealing, killing, distributing fentanyl, destroying our populations.
Come visit Houston for 5 minutes. Seriously, it's like drive from one side of town to the other side of town and tell me if you still have any respect for police after that. I've always had respect for police until I moved to the city and needed police and never there. Now, you commit a crime and it's you, they can always be there. No, I'm kidding. Like literally, you can do a drive-by or walk-by in the city and like nobody cares. My car, I got carjacked. They were so irritated at me that I called the police and had them come down to do a report. I was carjacked at gunpoint, and they were so pissed off at me because they didn't go to the website. There's a goddamn website because there is so much carjacking that they don't even want to deal with it. They're just like, just fill out a piece of paper on the web. That's it. That's all I gotta do.
So, I had a call that about officers complaining against my neighbor and the police department sent two officers to knock on their door. Like, I don't know if maybe Miami Police was doing any of that with free time, but they actually do a pretty decent job.
Most of the people you see is they get shot. They don't go to the post. When police get shot, they shut down the fucking city. This motherfucker light being born and stuff right here. Like you got shot in Atlanta. I don't agree with it, but it's part of the job.
Part of your job?
They should get the same energy to every fucking night they shot. You want to shut down
If you don't agree with Heckema, change your vote now to John Kitover, your favorite person from Chicago on Clown House. If you don't agree with fuck the police, murder the police, it's part of your job, fuck them. Vote for John now. Who here is going to vote for anarchist Heckema versus Republican John Kitover?
Man, I might have to change my vote, bro.
It's too late. You can't change it. What's he about?
Hey, go with your heart, man. Go with your heart.
John, look at the silver lining. You only got 32% of the vote, but that's 32% more than you'd get in congressional run. Oh, look at that, 38.
You know, if you are a prophet or you can predict the future, I'm praying to Hashem Rabbana Shalom right now, this beautiful Shavua Tov, that we can reverse the spell you just cast with a victory. An anarchist who'd like to see the police shot and unfunded and disbanded.
Don't twist his words. He doesn't say that.
Heckema, should we fund the police with more money or should we defund the police? All right, well, that's a smart answer. So, do you think spending, $10,000 a year on the average Medicare, Medicaid recipient, do you think that person receiving that money from the federal government in the form of doctor services, hospital services, do you think they might want to opt out and say, you know what, just send me the money, $10,000 a year, I'll take the $10K versus getting the Medicare, Medicaid. How many people on the rolls of Medicare, Medicaid do you think would opt out and just ask for the check?
I mean, so medical expenses, everyone pretty much knows that they basically pile up in the last 10 to 15 years of your life. So without looking at the data, I would assume that these are elderly people who are getting most of these payouts that you're talking about. That is distorted number. You're not expecting 30-year-olds to be getting these kinds of payments unless something is medically wrong with them, which is not likely compared to another population. So I don't know what they're getting these payments for, but it's healthcare related.
No, I'm saying Medicare, Medicaid at $2 trillion a year, that if at $10,000 per person, people would opt out and just rather have the fucking have a check instead of saying I get to go to the hospital to see my doctor. A lot of people would rather just have the money.
I don't know. Maybe not people with chronic illness. 10,000 is go pretty fast. And then you're still stuck with medical bills.
I think you'd be surprised. I mean, it's a real survey question.
I mean, $10,000 doesn't go as far as it used to. It really can go relatively quickly. I agree with NY.
I'm just
That's like, what, 4 or 5 doctor's visits a year? You're around a couple thousand already.
Well, new payers would definitely want to opt out.
59% of Americans can't afford $1,000.
There you go. So probably half the people on Medicare, Medicaid would rather to stop receive services from the state, and they would rather just get the check direct from the federal government. I'm just saying it's wealth redistribution, but it's not to you. It's to your doctor or your local health insurance provider or the hospital group or big pharma. A lot of people would rather have that federal funding sent to them directly. Is there an opt-out button here?
You can essentially have that argument for everything. People would want to opt out of the military, opt out of sending weapons to Israel, opt out of you. That's not how the federal government budget works,
Well, they're getting rid of Social Security. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary and head of the IRS, they've already allowed, and they are forcing newborn children to get involved in the S&P 500 through an index share purchased on behalf of the federal government for your new baby. And guess what? That's the back door to getting them out of the vicious cycle of the scam Ponzi scheme known as Social Security.
Nobody trusts the federal government to appropriately control these funds that they're supposedly setting aside. Isn't that how we got into the same fucking problem right now? We expect the federal government is magically going to become fiscally responsible with this new program that they're rolling out. They're going to use that money as a piggy bank at some point down the road, whatever the fuck it is.
You know how crazy it is? Somebody said, what was it, 51 or 59%? You said Americans have $1,000 to lose.
59. I think you said 59.
Forbes has a total of this, and 70% in other studies There's another study that has 57%, then another one has 21%, then another has 59%. There's 40%. Just so all over the place.
Are those numbers medical emergency or emergency in general?
Just emergency $1,000 fund in savings. All of them. Yeah, I asked how many Americans have $1,000 in savings. So 21 to 70%.
Well, Cardinal Health, Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield, United Healthcare, they got a profit margin to maintain, and they're the middleman coming in between you and exceptional quality and care at your local medical family practitioner's office. Let me ask the room a question. Do you think a physical therapist can provide better health outcomes or a vaccinologist, pediatrician?
I say we all pray about it, and then it'll all go away.
You want to pray the vax away?
I want to pray it all away. Everything, all of it. And here, that's how it works.
Who here experienced incredible health benefits from getting the COVID-19 vaccine and boosters?
I guarantee you took the shot.
I never taken any second shots. I've never had a flu shot in my life. Not as an adult, maybe as a kid. I'm curious.
Yeah, I didn't take the shots. Yeah.
Why the fuck would I take a flu shot? I get sick once every 3 years, and I get all fucking cold.
Listen.
So I get mine from diet, so I got my shots, and I'm still
Like
alive.
polio? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Mother. You know.
I didn't. We were not talking about polio. We were talking about flu.
Do you know why they did the why they did the COVID-19 vaccine cards on paper? I figured this one out the other day. My friend forged my COVID-19 paperwork so I could get into Wrigley Field to see a Cubs game or to see a concert. Do you know why they put it on paper as opposed to creating an actual digital database?
Why?
Because they didn't want tracking because of all the adverse effects. That would actually give you the data.
The government made the vaccine manufacturers exempt. That logic doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense.
Protected by law.
Imagine if they were able to do what's called statistics. I'm sure some of you took a statistics class in college to figure out standard deviation. I'm pretty sure if there were adverse effects and you actually had a large data set, it could be what they call helpful in figuring out whether or not the clot shot was a positive health benefit or what's called a negative health benefit.
It doesn't matter whether it was positive or negative. They're not going to get sued because they're protected by the federal government. They've passed some legislation about it.
I'm just saying, inquiring minds like big data. Maybe you've heard of data sciences. It's supposedly pretty important, like forensic accounting, to figure out where all the waste, fraud, and abuse is.
That's not really what you use forensic accounting for, but that's fine. Usually government entities have a pretty straightforward annual budgetary process. It's usually publicized to the public. You don't really need a forensic accountant to do that. But hey.
Hey, John, how are you anti-vax? COVID vaccine before Trump created it?
It's George Bush. I saw the leaked documents about how Operation Warp Speed was actually developed under the Bush administration. Uh-oh, it's another. The police are here. Oh, I know, I saw that. People are very upset about what he said.
So how do you support Trump and you taking credit for creating the vaccine?
Well, how do you support Bill Gates? How do you support Fauci? How do you support any of these people?
I don't support none of them. Not one of them.
Well, I say arrest Fauci and arrest Bill Gates and arrest Mark Zuckerberg.
You supported Biden and Harris, and they both fucking supported fucking Fauci.
I didn't vote for Biden. What are you talking about?
You love fucking Harris and Biden.
I went there for Biden. If
You like Harris, and Harris is good for the same law.
Biden would have stayed on the ticket. I would have voted for probably Norm, their normal person. But I wouldn't vote for Biden.
Yo, Huckabee, what do you think were the greatest three things about what's the dumb bitch, man, I just said her name, fuck, Trump Harris.
I have nothing. I won't answer that question. Like, all the things like that.
What that Harris is a dumb fuck?
Donald Trump is the dumb bitch. Not common.
Another classic example of projection by Hakeem. I wanted to point out that somebody in the chat wrote, John Kitover has dozens of phones and has them recording a lot of clown house rooms like a weirdo. Go to youtube.com/John Kitover.
And first off, it's not dozens. He's got at least 30. Okay, give him credit where credit is due.
He has 50.
50, easy.
I'm saying.
Edmund is the prime example of
amateurs.
Becoming desensitized to crazy on this app. Because I remember everybody used to give a hoopla about it. Now I'm like, nobody gives a fuck. Whatever he wants to stream to YouTube. What? I don't give a fuck.
I'm normalizing my behavior by normalizing my
But if
behavior.
it does, I do think you're unstable because it's fucking weird. But I mean, I just don't care enough to make a
Are you
video
serious? Unstable? Do you know how consistent I am at doing this? This is a lot of work and no one else is doing this valuable research and service. I am literally giving you the best of Clown House. I'm giving you an inside look from my perspective from YouTube so you can find out all the content that you're missing out on here on this dopamine addict app known as Clown House.
You mean that you're aware podcasts exist? Like, people know that podcasts exist. Like, this is pretty much just like a ghetto version of a podcast on Spotify.
What I don't understand is...
Do you have an issue with him recording terrorist rooms like of yours?
Well, before we go to that route, what I don't understand is if I literally just record what I'm doing on Clown House, which is having a conversation with you or listening to you have a conversation, why is that any different than even being on Clown House? It's the same stupid shit. That's what my point is. I'm just recording the same stupid shit that you're talking about. It's totally a waste of time. I agree with you.
They're literally recording it with their minds, for hearing.
It's just people object because they don't want this living on other platforms. But, I don't understand why you want this, waste of time to be in your life to begin with. So I consider myself a psychological researcher into, human behavior and human thought processes.
Well, I think you're a wild character. I mean, I described you in this room previously as a cross between Rain Man and a Black Mirror episode. I don't know, for some odd reason, I'm a fan of John. I think you're insane. But I also think you quite possibly a mad genius because of this social experiment you're conducting that we're all willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly a part of. I almost feel honored to be slightly...
Well, you might want to consider changing that vote. Go ahead, NY. You can change that vote to John K. from Hecama. No, I do not, Hecama. I do not say the N-word. I literally say N-word, but never the N-word. Come on now.
Yeah, he never uses the N-word. I've never heard John.
You are full of shit, Hecama. You are full of shit.
Fucking liar, Hecama.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
You're doing the fucking Adam shit where you just lie trying to fucking discredit somebody.
Listen, Hecama, do you even use...
This is the equivalent of Adam saying, "Oh, this motherfucker was in my back channel trying to get in my booty hole and clap my cheeks." Like, nobody fucking...
Hecama, I don't even use profanity.
I've heard John say the N-word like 100 times.
I very rarely use profanity.
One time.
Very rarely do I use
Not
profanity.
too much on Adam.
I bet Mojo heard it before.
Mojo, have you ever heard me say the N-word?
Roger, have you ever heard him say the N-word? Roger speaks.
Nope, and you haven't. No, I will give $100,000 to anyone here who can produce a video of me saying the N-word.
Wait, don't you fucking audio already recorded.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. I live stream myself on the internet all day long. So maybe if you want to go back and try to find the N-word moment, maybe you could be right. But I don't think you're right. Or you might have to go back 100,000 hours to find out the truth.
But that's really easy. All you got to do is cut and paste the links into Notebook LM, and then put the keyword that you're searching for, and it'll come back and it'll tell you if it's there or not.
I'm willing to
I
bet.
love that Christy in the chat room. Christy, I'm laughing so hard over here. Christy wrote, this app has to be in the late stages of dying.
He's a zombie at this point. It has been killed, it has been stomped, it has been resuscitated, and brought back, killed again, and now it's just looking for brains, unfortunately.
All right. I want to pose a question to the room, everybody. So put one in the chat if you've ever heard John Kitover say the actual N-word, not just N-word, and put two in the chat if you say that he's never said it.
Now again, the real N-word.
He doesn't have he's never said it. I can say that I've never heard him say it, but I can't say if he's never said it his entire existence.
Exactly.
No, we're just talking about on the app. We're saying on the app.
I have a feeling you probably said it simply because wasn't it like a couple days or a week ago you were complaining about DEI and some epiphany you had working with black women and you had a
You are so full of shit, Heckema.
JB, hold on, Hakima, you're violating the rules. You're bringing in drama from other rooms. Yes, you did. You said to bring in JB from another room, and I'm not a moderator.
Well, listen, I do live stream myself.
Hakima's trying to bring forth drama from another room.
Hakima, I live stream myself.
Violation of the rule.
Hakima, the fact that I live stream myself, the fact that I live stream everything I say in here on this app, there is no way that I'm going to sit here and use the hard R N-word. It's just a fact, Hakima. Saying axe all the time? That's not saying the N-word. No, I never said it, and I don't say it, and I will repeat for you. I live stream everything I say and everything I hear on here. If you think I said a hard R N-word, I encourage you to go back through all my videos and try to find somewhere where I say hard R N. I never do, and again, I live stream everything I say.
Explain how to look for it.
Well, then you're making a baseless accusation that I use the hard R N-word. It's just not true.
Hillary has already explained how to actually search and find it really quickly.
I get no satisfaction, nor do I like hearing people use the hard R N-word on here and use profanity and vulgarity, because I do record a lot of stuff, and I like the recordings that I make to be a little more professional than people who want to use vulgarity, racism, and profanity. It's outrageous and it's low IQ.
I think the worst word I've ever heard John say is "this is fucking clown house." Which might be crazy.
No, not really.
He doesn't
No.
even use it as a pejorative towards somebody. He's just saying the clown house is fucking crazy.
No, it does not give me dopamine shock jock value to say the soft A or the hard R, but I have made many jokes about the N-word being a word you cannot use.
You know, it was so prevalent, John. You know, that he would just go online and he'd be like, "Oh, well, it was this one situation." He would like explain when you actually said it, but he can't.
No, I think Heckema is projecting here, and he uses the N-word all the time. How many times a year do you think you use the N-word, Heckema? Really? I have heard you use the N-word many times. I have you on recording using the N-word all the time. Okay, please hold. Okay, May 17th, 2025, you used the hard R N-word 6 times in less than 3 minutes. June 17th, 2025, you used the hard R N-word 18 times in less than 6 minutes. And you used the soft ah version of the N-word variant 7 times. July 4th, 2025. On Independence Day, you use the hard R N word. You see, Heckema, we can both play that game, but I got the records. I got Motown now, and the Clubhouse soundtrack records are mine. You can't claim copyright ownership of these beautiful babies. This Clown House record is going super platinum, gold, and silver. Thank you, Dr. Heckema.
Somebody in the chat said this is a racist room. Actually, we're just on.
Yeah, Jazzy.
No, it isn't. We make fun of a certain race, the human race, constantly.
Jazzy is the most racist person on this app.
There's never two ways on the stage.
You're projecting.
How I believe that one race is superior to another race. I mean, maybe you're using this fucking liberal progressive, version where you're like, oh, white people, black people can't be racist because they don't hold power in society. I mean, maybe you're using that to define us as racist. But the ideal of the classical definition is one person believes that a race is superior and another race is inferior. I can attest that I don't think John or I, either of us fucking.
Well, Heckema, is it?
Okay, so let me ask something. So if you call black people, you're not black, and you call a black person any variation of the N word, whether it's the ER,
No, that's not racist.
is that racist?
No, I just told you the classical definition that a person would have to believe that one race is superior and or inferior.
Okay, well, never mind the classical definition. What about the Clubhouse definition?
No, I don't believe in the Clubhouse or the liberal progressive, all black people don't hold power so they can't be racist and all that kind of shit.
Nah, even if
you guys can all go into the Chillism room and listen to fucking Lion's Eye talking about how blacks, which he calls our Hebrew Israelites, are superior in every which way. And then white people are demons and dogs. Okay, sorry. Hakima's right, because he did the same thing, and I'm guilty of it. There are people on this app who do that. That's what I should have said.
Hakima.
And those people who are black who do that are racist because they believe that whites are inferior.
Hakima, let me ask you this question. When the mayor of Chicago said that in 1997, a heat wave that killed 700 people in Chicago, he claims that that is a racist event, that white structural racism and supremacy is responsible for a heat wave. Do you think that type of rhetoric is actually reverse racism?
I would like to have more context of what he said. I don't think he just made it up.
Well, he says that housing in Chicago doesn't have central air, so you have to have a window unit like I do in my shitty asshole apartment. So what I'm asking is, when he claims that white people and white supremacy is guilty for a heat wave killing 700 people in 1997, to me that stinks of bigotry and reverse racism and politicking.
When Trump said on TV the other day that Soleimani was responsible for 92% of the deaths and injuries in Iraq. So, I guess politicians lie.
Well, how do you know what Soleimani did?
Everybody how to build fucking IEDs. The majority of deaths in Iraq were due to IEDs. What are you talking about?
Well, I asked Grok how many people.
If I teach everybody on the stage how to build an IED and you go use it, then I would be responsible for that.
Well, how do you?
Yeah, if you have no idea how to build an IED, and I sent you down to train you how to build an IED, and you build 1,000 IEDs and blow up fucking U.S. soldiers, responsible. How's that not racist? Yeah, because he trained dozens, if not hundreds, of fucking people to build IEDs.
So wait, do you think Trump killed Soleimani because he's a racist? Well, we're talking about racism here, and you're bringing up how Trump assassinated Soleimani in a rocket strike because he's responsible for all these IE deaths in Afghanistan.
I said nothing about his death. I brought up how politicians lie. What I brought up.
It wasn't a lie.
Well, did Obama lie when he said they dumped the body of Bin Laden off the back of an aircraft carrier into the ocean? Is Obama a liar?
John, do you think if out of Hitler,
trained the Third Reich and all the military and shit like that. It ran and orchestrated the entire fucking Nazi party. Do you think he's responsible for the death of 77 million people globally? Or do you think it's just every individual is responsible for those individual deaths? No, it's the person who fucking led them into fucking battle.
Well, millions of Germans are responsible for the Holocaust.
Yeah, Soleimani trains fucking people how to build IEDs, and you're like, oh, he's not responsible for the deaths. When they did turn around and use IEDs to blow up fucking...
Well, I don't know what Soleimani did and didn't do with regards to those
He was one of the
IEDs.
greatest fucking IED builders and trained fucking, tons of people how to build IEDs. That's like...
Okay, listen, I need you like a landline, because I'm trying to follow the conversation.
Improvised explosive device.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Heckema's bringing up a far right.
I think Hillary thought that it was one of those implantable.
I the new pregnancy correction type thing. I was like, dude, what's that?
No, it's pipe bombs, pretty much.
Well, let's just confirm this quickly. Hakima, what would be the number amount for every ADOS in the country in order to settle the restitution or the payback? What is it called again? Reparations. What's your number? Is it 1 million, 10 million, quadrillion? Like, what's your real, go-to number here?
Wait. It's the debt that's owed.
I'm only answering, okay, Roger, I just want to say I'm only answering Trump because Trump gets lumped in with Israel, racism, and COVID. So I think we should all vote Trump.
Sorry, I was driving.
No, you're good. Yeah, what is the most popular clubhouse topic? Racism, Israel.
Yeah, everyone please respond to the poll. If you can't see the poll, you probably don't have the latest update of Clubhouse. So you can go update the app, and then you can see the poll, and then you can more fully participate.
You know why racism is the number one topic? Is because it is the absolute opposite of transcendence or higher level consciousness. Thus, racism is the lowest hanging fruit on the totem pole to play the communication game with.
No, I agree with you.
It's basically because it's opposites. Transcendence is like the spirit, and race is an animalistic consciousness.
Let's say you should.
Because the brain is pink, right? I mean, like everybody's brain color is the same, but the exterior features just don't have the same color.
Yes, but mine is all nice and smooth. See, I work it out to make sure that I've got no wrinkles in it. I do it by coming on Clubhouse. That's how I make my brain free.
Really? It's like taking a smash hammer to a brain.
Mine is smooth and vertical. Yeah, we don't need none of that gray, wrinkly stuff. Yeah.
Wait, no, I have a question. So if I say fighting Asians, does that mean that I hate Filipinos?
Wait, if you said what?
Fighting Asians. Like Vietnamese, Thai, Cambodian, Laotians, all these different groups that are considered fighting Asians. So you hate those people?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't.
Oh, cool.
I don't know what. If you're saying fighting as in fight to fight,
Yeah, fighting, like fighting. Well, you have math Asians and fighting Asians. No, you have math Asians, which are Chinese, Taiwanese, Koreans, Japanese, people from Hong Kong, Singapore. Those are math Asians.
So wait, is this traditionally a derogatory term, like the N-word?
I don't know if it's derogatory. I mean, most Asians would agree with it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's mostly the way the comedians ask people within the Asian community when they spot somebody in the crowd. Wait a minute, are you math Asian or fighting Asian? Like, oh, fighting Asian. Which means Latino or Thai.
Well, listen, if the community is not offended, then I suppose I have no dog in the fight. I won't try to coat check you if you refer to an Asian as this term, if they don't care, have a brush the dirt off your shoulders kind of attitude. Some don't care, you know. So, I mean, I guess it really comes down to the individual because, as I'm sure you know, black people don't all think the same. And
Yeah, they're not a monolith. Yeah, I agree.
exactly. So it's just really individualistic. I guess it becomes a problem specifically on this app when you think certain people are cool and you see them in black spaces and rocking with black people and chilling with black people, but then when they're not around black people, when they go into other rooms, then they all, you know, their side comes out, and they're
Oh, you mean Bebo?
black people, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if I'm being consistent.
The problem is, like,
Wait, I have a question. Am I consistent in my views and my words and opinions?
He was talking.
the problem is when people would say something like that, or something, not necessarily that word, but also hateful thing, they wouldn't say in real life. Like,
Oh God, you always fucking say that.
Can I finish? That's the main problem right there. When the person came, when they're cowards, they would have had a microphone on an app and say hateful shit that they wouldn't dare to the media or nobody else in public. Now, not because they're scared, but that's out of general respect. And that humans don't act like that. Now, your son doing it, you want to run down and say hateful letters, then go for it. Walk around and find out.
You always make this lame ass fucking attempt at the card.
Right now, you wouldn't say it.
The fuck out of it. I'd choke the fucking life out of somebody if they fucking tried me. I'm not hitting you, so it's not a threat of violence.
I'm not worried. That's you say that.
No, I'm not violating the rules, I'm saying.
Yeah, don't violate the rules. Y'all know to speak over to keep up. That's one of the rules. Let the people speak. I don't know what rule that is, but
That's rule number 1.01.
yeah.
So Hakima, who do you
Subsection B.
who do you think the biggest purveyors of racial identity politics are?
White women.
The Republican Party and MAGA.
You don't think it's the Al Sharptons of the world?
No, definitely not. They don't react to things like you don't hear how doing anything.
What they're called.
It's the Republicans. Can I finish? May I finish? Like when you see Republicans, the MAGA running around acting like this is what happened in their life. They bring up race and DEI about every issue. They make everything about race. They want to act like it's the other side, which is really them, and that's really bringing it up every section, every day.
Well, you know what's interesting?
Wait, hold on. Is that Monica? Wait, is that Monica? Scarlett, is that Monica?
Yeah, it's Monica. Yeah.
The name of the room
Wait,
just
wait, this is Rogers, this is Rogers White Queen. I have to moderate her. Okay.
You know, Roger isn't here, but I just gotta say, Scarlett's voice, even though it's not the name Monica, is so pleasant and wonderful to hear that, like, it just warms my heart to hear such a beautiful person's beautiful voice on this app. But I did want to say something about Pete Buttigieg. He's actually what you call an LGBTQ DEI, because don't forget, it's not just about black women and black men and Hispanics and Asians. It's about homosexuals getting preferential job placement because they enjoy anal play or oral play with the same sex. Does that sound to you like a DEI disqualifier in the new Trump administration?
Well, anal is dead horrible.
I am so glad I decided to keep the phone on while I'm in the middle of the freaking store, John.
Butt sex, butt fucking.
I mean, Hakima, you don't think people should get appointments in the... Oh, he left.
See, y'all ran out the last black man on the app. God damn it, guys. Well, it looks like you have a brown.
Sensitive.
We have a brown man at the bottom. Hussein, would you care to chime in? Disrupting the aggressive white male energy.
Neither am I. I'm half black, half white, half Arab, so I like
They
white.
let that have black. How would the people that have black? Welcome to the
Wait, is
Let's say,
Arab
what
Arab
part of
Caucasian?
Hold on, John. Let's say, what part of Arab are you? Like, where are you from?
I'm quarter Arab from Yemen.
Okay, cool. I was just making, because it just really frustrates me when I hear people say they're Arab and they're like, I'm Jordanian.
Wait, are you
Merci,
white?
play nice.
Are you
Rich,
white?
play nice.
I'm not, but people from like Iraq and Syria will be like, I'm Arab.
Who's saying, you
You're
know,
not
you
Arab. You're
claim
not the Arabian Peninsula.
you
But
claim
he
that
is.
you're white. Is Arab white? Like according to the U.S. Census or college application?
I started a quarter, so.
A quarter white. What is white though? Like that's Arab?
No, that's half. The other quarter was.
Well, no, he's asking like you're white part, like British.
Oh,
Like,
Italian. You're
Italian's
Italian.
not even considered like
The only reason I was asking is because Northern Africans are technically considered Caucasian, I believe.
Arabs, yeah.
No, for college applications in the census, if you are a North African,
He's
he's
African.
yeah, it has to be Caucasian. It has to be for the Caucasus Mountains.
But my grandmother's side, her mother was Italian from Napoli.
Yeah, like Haga.
What I say is, you know, because my mother, like her mother, her father, you know, her grandfather, like the mother's side and the grandfather's side, he was a Jewish grandfather that had a Jewish grandmother with the, like, and the grandfather was a grandfather.
You had a question. You want to ask me a question, so go ahead. What was your question?
No, I was actually just opening up the stage for you, so in case you had anything to say. So the mic is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, nice mulatto too.
I mean, I just came in the room like 15 minutes ago.
Wait, I'm sorry. Rick is sexy. What'd you say, Rick?
I said nice mulatto as well.
Okay, this is a question I have for
Okay,
you.
sorry.
God.
No, when someone else defines or describes you, do you get annoyed or irritated? I find myself when people speak for me or describe me without my permission, I'm like, you don't, well,
Say no more, no.
John, it's your turn, John.
Hey Sauda, كيف حالك حبيبتي?
How are you?
I'm good. Are these racist, ignorant, N-word using pederasts and Tourette syndrome sufferers here keeping you company, beautiful?
John, Mr. Anderson is
You're pedophobic. Rabbi, there was a whole room about you yesterday. Dr. Mojo the Positive Vibration, he was roasting you. He was claiming that you're one of the dumbest people on the app.
I was defending Rabbi.
Yeah, Lou Jiz was really defending you. I know, it doesn't matter. Yeah, nobody cares.
John, Kitover.
What's up, Sada?
Were you streaming that?
Yeah, I straight. You could go and find it. Yeah, you could watch it.
Which one is it on?
Good luck. Just find it if you can.
This nigger doesn't even know. It's Roger Gutgold. Oh, Roger Gutgold. He's a little obsessed with,
Yeah, he wrote. Yeah, it's a big room.
That's so wild.
I said that you actually may have. I said that you may have more in common with him than you think because your opinions on Islam probably align with his.
He's a pro Israel Zionist guy. He's been the moment I'm not interested in. Okay, that's right.
David, how many martinis have you had so far tonight?
No, he drinks box wine.
Really? You drink box wine, David?
It's better than Miller High Life and orange juice.
I'm using grapefruit juice too now.
Oh, grapefruit's moving
up in the world. These grapefruit juice.
It's really a refreshing little drink.
Plus, what does Roger know about Islam? The nigger can't even, he doesn't even know how gold works. That's a good question. Like,
T-Robs, have you ever drinking the Irish whiskey called Tullamadu?
Child.
So how are you guys?
You know, funny. Actually, make a joke.
Good joke, David. Take the pacifier out of your mouth.
It's actually not funny, but go ahead, sorry. I find it to be such a waste of time, respectfully. I agree with you, respectfully. I agree with Robert. We don't do it big.
We don't do it big.
Rising. Be officer duty with her. Shut up. Fucking banging.
So-
Rabbi, why don't you ping Rico?
Rabbi, are you excited that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to take all of Gaza and destroy Hamas?
Yeah, I'm very excited. You should then I gotta make this any funny. Here's a comment. I think he will make us a lot of money. I always trusted BB and he never failed me personally. I don't know why, you know. No, I trust him. Trust in BB? Yeah, I trust nothing in that guy.
Trust in Bibi. Trust in Bibi.
He has I guess. And trust no Hebrew, dude. Yeah,
Trust Bibi. Trust Bibi. Trust Bibi. So there's going to be no more Palestinian Authority. There's going to be no more Hamas, no more Islamic Jihad. They're all going to get destroyed in one huge pincer movement.
How'd that work out for the vehicle? You know, to answer that question.
I don't know.
They should have just gave back the hostages.
Should have just given back the hostages.
That is true. For the record. Should have given back hostages. Oh, fuck the hostages, nigga. Whoa.
Wow.
They just did.
That's extreme. That's extreme
I don't know
hate
why all the
speech.
people in Gaza didn't just, why they didn't just go be with the hostages. I would put myself right near the hostages. These are the only people that are getting killed. Okay, hold on. These are the only people that are getting fucking killed over there. Okay, Lou, what's all?
Self-competitive thing. You know, when people play golf, you're not competing. It's you're challenging yourself over and over and over. And I think mentally it is deep, but like people might think not understand what I'm trying to say, but
Well, I'm really enjoying this conversation as usual. This high-level academic, intelligent discourse is exactly what I'm usually looking for on a Saturday night, and you're hitting all the nails on the head.
There's like, I don't know what you reported, Joe, but there's like some incident that you reported that Roger used to be like completely against the idea of you reporting, and now because of I don't know, you reported something about some lawsuits or something. Now he's very pro John. He uses the excuse that the app was on of his well, there. The app was with him.
Yeah, but I think you're actually way more retarded than he is.
I don't think he's retarded.
Respectfully, respectfully. David, are you drinking Merlot, Chardonnay, Pinot Noir? What are you drinking out of that wine box, David? David, what's the point of having a big toy business and making all this money if you're chronically drunk all the time? It's true, it is my time. Alright, I gotta get going, everybody. Have a great night.
Just like 2 cents on a whole thing. I think if he really wants to start a third party, like it's probably like more like a 20 or 30-year project because what you're gonna have to like in my opinion, like you're gonna really have to do is get ranked choice voting initiatives on ballots in states or even at like county and like city levels in order to show that like this party even though they didn't win the election like they got I don't know like 20% of like first ballot votes or something like that. That would I feel like that would be part of the sort of institutional change that would have to happen.
I just don't see how that is a more practical way of winning. Like, hey, we need a different way of deciding elections because our ideas don't resonate with enough people. I mean, if the ideas don't resonate, you can come up with whatever structure you want, and you're still not resonating.
Well, you have to remember the monthly, just throw a number at the wall, the 30% or more people have never voted.
John for cut.
Won't vote to begin with.
He's my close.
And that's a factor.
It's a great factor. And that's the thing. president, if he could just set his goal of getting one member elected to Congress, just one, that could end up being the deciding vote in key things. Like, as tight as things are, that could be a big deal, and that one person could end up having power. If you got 3 people in, he'd have a lot of power. And man, heaven forbid if he was to have 10 people in Congress representing the interest of reducing the debt. I think that even the people that identify themselves as budget hawks would probably be impressed if you had a real agreement. I mean, there's maybe 4 people in Congress right now that you could rely on that are going to shut down government spending if it's above the budget. It's just not enough. If that's his core focus and he gets more people to do that, that could be a game changer. Especially if he limited his scope to that.
Adrian Dittman is live on X right now, and I know you don't think he's Elon, but I would encourage you to spend 5 minutes listening to him to confirm that it is 100% Elon Musk, and that's his pen name, Adrian Dittman.
Oh, dude, I've been in the room when Dittman and Elon were there.
I know, I heard it all before. Just go listen to the room now, and you'll listen to what he's talking about, and you'll say, fuck, this is Elon Musk. Go ahead, listen to him right now. Now is all important. But I think you also laugh at what he's talking about, because it's just boring, shit. And, he cooks a steak, and he does his show, but it's Adrian Dittman live.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Elon Musk, I don't see him as, any virtuous, with the debt. I mean, in general, we all know it was really about the fact that the Big Beautiful Bill didn't contain the electric car on the plan to have charging stations. That's really why he didn't like the Big Beautiful Bill.
To a conclusion a little bit later. So you'd analyze it through and then just decide to post it once it's certain enough. And then he comes off as having good calls every time, right? That's what you have to do. It's you've analyzed this a bit.
It's 100% Elon Musk, Adrian Dittman. I mean, that is the most distinctive voice, and everybody has heard Elon Musk speak a lot endorsing Trump. So I don't know why people have such bad voice recognition.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, Elon Musk, I mostly see him as, I've never liked the guy.
You posted things. You posted so many things that nobody could keep up with it. And I told you not to do that, but you did it anyways. You were I got schizo out the time. I was oh, please, just be, I had to get the schizo out of my system. I did it. Personally, I would never make a list of predictions. I would just put them out in
I mean, they're mostly meant as a joke at this point. Most of these are clear jokes.
Real.
Australia will have a kangaroo war. Yeah, that's fair.
A lot of jokes became true. Never
Another kangaroo war. I mean, they had an emu war. Have you not heard about the Australian emu war?
Yes, I do remember. That's the thing.
I was expecting a kangaroo war.
Nah.
After the COVID, they've been having some trouble with the kangaroos. I was kind of maybe.
The Great Roo Wars of the 2026 election. Let's just kill the election. I don't know. So use the election. Yeah, just make it that.
Did that get pinned for anybody else? I hit the pin thing, but it didn't show up for me. But it just does that sometimes.
It's there. It's there.
Okay.
Cool. No, but what I mean is you have to post your things individually. So if you're TensorFlow will win, that's what you have to post individually. This, it doesn't make sense. Post it individually. Do that again and post it individually. Just TensorFlow will win. Put that out there and just leave that as a standalone post. Because when you're correct, you bring attention to that again. And it's reinforcing
what it is, right? I hear furious typing in the background. No complaints of it, obviously. I'm just saying I'm hearing typing in the background. It's funny. Wait, Blythe, are you speaking? I don't know what you do with your mic, but I'm pretty sure your Bluetooth audio is what is connected, and it's probably very, very far away. So I'm only hearing very faint sounds out of you.
Yeah, for the past 30 minutes.
Like, I didn't initially, recognize it. I just heard, and then I hear Blythe going, yeah, you said it. I'm like, bruh, this is the moment I recognize what was happening. Wait a minute. Technical difficulties? Yeah, it's still fucked, by the way. Hilariously so, I might add.
It's like an ant.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's like an ant that gains consciousness for the first time.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, my parents have all sorts of Bluetooth shit in their house. I kept auto-connecting to my phone. So for the longest time, I was calling somebody and I could not figure out where the fuck I was being picked up on. I was being picked up by a smartwatch in a fucking drawer for some fucking reason.
Amazing.
I don't know what the hell was on with that. I don't even know how to make my own devices auto-connect. This seems like a security problem.
You have to, forget the device every once in a while.
I hear wind again.
That is me.
Are you soaring through the air like an eagle?
Yeah, maybe we're like a plane. Supermaning it, you know? That would be so fucking funny.
I don't even know how to respond to that. It's fucking Superman flying, having a space.
Yeah. They should have put that in. They should have put that in the movie. It's like, you have to deal with populous things. You just go on an X space and have your crash out there. It's like you don't need Lois Lane anymore. You have an X space now.
That's true. You can just be anonymous on the internet. It's fine.
You troll everybody. It's like, and then they find your alt account. Superman's alt account. You've just been saying some really specious shit. That would be so funny, actually. It would make a lot of sense too.
You can be in a different continent and
Yeah, he doesn't even need VPN. Bro is the VPN.
Yeah.
See, Superman is underutilized in his powers. He doesn't understand himself. See, this is a thing that I don't really get. If I were Superman, I would be very, very open with my identity on that. I would just literally tell everybody who I am. 100%. If I was Superman, I'd tell everybody. And they're like, well, are people going to come stop you? I'm like, yes, please try, so I know who you are, because I will completely destroy every last one of you if you do. 100%. What are you going to do, stop me? I'm not going to have you figure out what kryptonite is. That's not going to happen, because you'll be too gone to understand that, right? It's like, oh, we have this, crashed spaceship. The world engine, it exists there, in the Pacific Ocean. Not the Pacific, sorry, South Pacific Ocean, because I'm pretty sure that's where the world engine was, at the end of that movie. It's like, okay, that's where all the kryptonite is. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that, totally not gonna be a problem. What the fuck was his problem? What is wrong with Superman? Why the fuck would you leave that there? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I just don't understand that. It's like, hey, let me just leave the only thing that could hurt me just over there. It's not gonna bother anybody. What? What do you mean by this? It's for the sequels.
Hey, exactly. May I remind you, Batman almost killed Superman?
Exactly, that's the point, where it's like, probably don't leave the only thing that can hurt me just, there. Bruh. Just bruh. It's like, So the world knows who I am now.
Batman's
Okay.
mindset is completely fucking retarded.
Yes, his mindset is also pretty retarded. It's like both of those have massive problems.
Yeah, I don't kill because if I kill, there's gonna be the same number of killers in the world. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, less because you kill the killer, then it's like there are less killers because of the fact that a killer needs to be created by some event. So it's like, what if you just remove the event creator, and now you have less killers by default?
The Joker alone kills like 50 people at least every day, right? Like,
yes.
Like, if you kill the Joker, you're effectively saving lives. Come on.
Yes. Oh, also, because you have the Injustice timeline, which means that the Joker decided to, like, fucking have Superman kill Lois via an illusion, which then drives Superman over the edge so fucking hard that he then turns into effectively the Joker in that extent, where it just, like, decides to kill everybody. So it's like, that's actually kind of funny. Because, like, why on earth would you do that? Doesn't make any sense. Why would you leave that thing alive? So it's like, oh, hey, very twisted, fucked up person keeps causing issues for Batman. Batman should kill him. Easy. Finish. It's not like anyone's gonna stop him. They're gonna fucking thank him if anything, because there's no more crime. Or like, there's less crime now. Same thing with Superman. Hey, I have the spaceship with all the fucking kryptonite down there. Totally not gonna hurt anybody. Oh wait, that's right, it's gonna hurt me. So, doesn't do anything about it. Also, another thing, why the fuck doesn't Superman turn into SpaceX? Personally, like, why doesn't he do that? Like, Superman could literally turn into SpaceX. He could, like, charge 50 million or maybe less per launch, just take a fucking rocket and yeet it into space. Fucking fly up there, deploy the satellite, 50 million per fucking contract, maybe 20 million if he really wants to, completely, like, just buy everything and just replace Lex Luthor as the entity. What was his problem?
It'd be Superman and Batman at the same time.
Exactly. Like, what is his problem?
Build a space elevator. Like, why is there no space elevator in the DC universe? There should totally be one.
No, they have the thing that's called the Justice Tower or something, which is like that space station. So they have that, and that's it.
See, that's lame. They should have something way cooler.
Yeah, man.
Superman. He can do whatever.
Exactly. Hey,
why all the resources we need from comets?
Exactly. Why doesn't he, like, fucking bring people to Mars? You know, it's like, hey, guys, we're gonna, like, bring you to Mars. We're gonna take whatever we need to go there. $1 billion per run. I want $1 billion per run. $1 billion per run.
Like that.
Yeah, see, but they're like too extinct to care. You know, there's like only one Martian that remains. Remember?
I thought there were the white ones. There's just the green Martians that were hunted out by the white ones, and the white ones were still left there.
True, which is funny somehow. It's a very funny dog whistle, but I mean, you know, the Martians are there, right? And what is the one thing that the Martians cannot really defend against? The same thing that you're gonna have to, like, get resources out of. No, not Superman. Meteorites. So, like, why doesn't Superman just go, yeah, exactly, this stuff needs to be mined. We're gonna nuke the poles anyways. Yeet. That's it. That's my solution to the Martian problem. Yeet. The answer is yeet. Big, beautiful rocks. So now, the rocks are on the surface and no longer in space. And I don't have the Martian problem anymore. And what we're going to do is...
Superman would have technically done a genocide. People
No, we're not going to genocide. We're not going to genocide. I'm not finished with that yet. See, what we're going to do is we're going to take a massive fucking asteroid, send it on the poles, and then we're going to land on the planet and be like, so you saw what I just did. You're going to stay out of our way, and we're going to try and coexist. And if you can't, you're all going to die. Sounds good? Finish. That's it. That's the end of the argument. See, Superman doesn't have, like, that in his heart to, like, just lay down the law and go, no. Superman has to be like the Doge meme, where it's like two opposing entities, and the Doge looks at him and puts them together and just goes, kiss. That's what he needs to do. That's what Superman needs to do. I don't understand him. Why is he a little bitch? And then whenever he has a fight, like, the worst part is, like, whenever he says, oh, hey, I have a problem with, like, you know, hurting humans or something like that. Meanwhile, as soon as any new superhero comes around, he just decides to throw him through, like, 6 fucking buildings. What is his problem? It's like, hey, meets Green Lantern for the first time. Yeah, let me just, like, destroy, like, 2 or 3 kilometers of street and 2 or 3 buildings.
Yeah, they should really do the Dragon Ball thing where they fly out to a wasteland.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, okay, you're green and you glow. I have a problem with that. Want to fight it out on Europa? No one's gonna care.
Yeah, the amount of infrastructure that get destroyed. There's movies.
Like, why don't you just fight it out on the moon? That works too. You know, you got Earth in the background. Plus, it's a fucking massive coliseum. The humans get to watch too.
Oh yeah, wasn't that why Batman took umbrage to Superman and that Batman v Superman thing? Like, Superman destroyed too much of the city. He was like, what the fuck? This guy must be stopped.
Exactly.
Collateral damage.
Adrian, to your point earlier about the Indian Ocean, he didn't know the ship was had anything that was lethal to him. He destroyed it. He thought that's it. He destroyed the wall.
I mean, he's kind of stupid for that because he was literally there. He should have known that there was something that was still left over. It's like, hey, the only thing that can turn this world into Krypton and does things that are Kryptonian, which also hurt me, is the thing that's there. I should probably, over the next couple of years, using my super strength, take all that fucking shit off planet somewhere that the humans can't reach it. And if the humans try to reach it, I would know. Like, I don't know, put it on the light side of the moon.
Yeah, but I think like the argument could be made like that. If he wouldn't have felt the kryptonite, he would have been confused.
No. It's not about the kryptonite. Even if he didn't know the kryptonite was there, why the fuck would you leave the space junk there for Earth's military to take apart, who already tried to fuck with you? I mean, he knows that there was a drone tracking his ass that he took down.
Well, hold on. Forget. That's one thing. The other thing was the one in New York, right, or Chicago, wherever that was supposed to be. Well, not. Fuck.
Well, like in his own city, actually. You know, there was like they were sending people to take him out there, which is like wild, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I like the lighter version of it simply because it showed that he was like Man of Steel. Basically, him afraid of his powers to him realizing that holy shit, he is invincible. And Batman versus Superman was him realizing that his invisibility has limits, and then effectively dying to save the race. So yeah, I think that they had to play it like that. But I was gonna say
because he should have known he's not invincible, and he should have known that anything from his world could hurt him, because that's literally the first interaction that he came in with.
How would he know
it's
that?
A Zod.
Because he never bled, right? So he never bled, he never got hurt. Even the World Engine, he still was able to overcome it. And Zod, he killed him.
He was fighting with Zod for a decent bit there, and he was really fucked up by the end of it, so...
No blood, no nothing, right?
Yeah, I do remember some of it. So, though, that's the thing. It's like, hey, this ship of mine crashed in the middle of the city. Then Star Labs decided to take it over, take it apart. Totally let the humans study it. What the fuck?
Yeah, that part, yeah.
And why the fuck did he destroy the ship? Oh, hey, super advanced alien technology that can help everybody. Yeah, I'll explode up. What the fuck? He even hesitated for a second there. It's like, alright, literally could have just been, we're gonna stop this, or I'm gonna blow up this ship. Because, Zod cared about the ship. It's like, okay, cool. Let's take this ship, fly it elsewhere. You're gonna stop the world engine thing, otherwise I'm gonna blow up everything. You know I'm capable of doing it. You know I'm gonna do it. So let's fucking hash this out, one-on-one. If you lose, well, you lose. And if we want to fight to the death, so be it. If I die, that's on me. If you die, well...
Yeah, but I think that was Zod trying to bring him constantly back, right? Because he took him to space and then Zod hit him back in. The one thing actually, I like that idea you said, why the hell did he provide launch services? Even better, it's like the reverse. You gotta have massive asteroids out there of ridiculous amount, just put in orbit, right? For like whatever material you have.
Yeah, exactly. It makes a lot of sense. Like, hey man, I have this problem. I need to bring things up there for cheap. Also, I have stuff trying to destroy Earth on the regular. Hey, let me just protect you guys for you. Just pay me like $3 billion a year. Actually, make it $20 billion a year, and I will protect Earth from all the asteroids. Oh, actually, no, maybe I wouldn't do that because that's part of my marketing ploy. No, scratch that. Asteroid protection is for free. transport, that one's on me, that's annoying. Asteroid is like, well, I care about humans, so yeah, no, that's free. That's free. That's bonus.
How much does insurance cost in that world?
That's a good question. That's a good question. There's a lot of buildings.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. You'd ask the same thing for the Avengers, because like Tony Stark is like, hey Hulk, I see you're having a bit of a freak out. Let me just demolish this newly constructed building real quick. He did have a Stark Relief Foundation, right?
Well, he bought that building.
Exactly.
And Batman bought the bank
I like how
to
canonically.
get his house.
I like how canonically the event in the Marvel universe, New York is a piece of shit place, and it's very cheap, and it's the place where all the poor people live because it's constantly getting fucking demolished by aliens.
Yeah.
Plot twist. Batman and Superman have a deal with real estate developer.
Forget that. No, you gotta look for the Russian connection. Why does Moscow never get it?
Yep.
Hey, they're smart. You know why? Because they're sanctioned. Because all the sanctions, they're not allowed to transmit internationally, so the aliens go like, these guys are not as impressive, but these guys over here, they make the most propaganda. That's dangerous.
There's actually a show or something where Superman lands in Russia instead of in the U.S.
Yeah. Yeah,
What it's called?
Russian Superman.
Red Sun? Yeah, that's it. Did Russia get attacked more as a result of that?
Can you imagine if Superman landed in the USSR?
Yeah, that's what the whole storyline is about. That Superman landed in the USSR, and then the USSR survived a lot longer. And actually, one of the major attacks on the USSR Superman was by America. Their version of Superman. Because they kept overpowering and they made him overpowered and retarded at the same time. Very weird.
That's how God must have felt when he made me.
Listen, communism, just have one guy called Superman do it all.
Mm-hmm.
And just take the fruits of all his labor and share it to everyone.
Exactly. Communist aliens, incredible tech.
Yeah, they would have called him Ubermensch instead of Superman.
No. That's German. What is above human in, like, Russian? What is that?
I have no idea. I don't speak Russian.
You have AI, do you not?
Swear.
That's the thing it can do well. Andre, what about you? What language is, you're Russian, aren't you?
Yeah, so Syria is super.
But, like, in the context of like Übermensch in German, which is like the above human, like you're the human above humans, like you're better, like a meta human. Like, what would that be in Russian?
I text you the transliterated, or I message you the transliterated version, so if you pronounce it.
Sure. It's funny, we're doing DC's legwork here creating Russian Superman. They should pay us. For real, for real.
I haven't watched the newest Superman.
Don't watch it, it's gay.
But I saw a bunch of women talking about it. Apparently, in it, some news report talks about how Superman is evil and actually wants a harem or something. and how.
No, that's his parents.
What?
That's Joe Roll, apparently. I didn't watch it either, but I thought it was Joe Roll.
Oh no, it's part of the movie. It's part of the plot that Superman is supposed to form a harem. That's in the message from his parents.
And apparently, the women of Metropolis were very angry about this in the movie. And like I had not watched this movie at all, and like as I was like scrolling on social media, like this was the only circumstance where I like learned about the movie, and it was basically a bunch of women being like, "Let's be real. If this shit happened in real life, there would be a hashtag going in called let me into the harem."
Yes. 100%.
It would probably have a more creative name, but yes. Something catchier.
I mean, and if people want to say that's not true, I can actually provide you a real world example of this. Elon. That's it.
Yeah, I mean that was my first thought. Is that Elon kind of proved that the reaction would be it's very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So many want to get with them, but absolutely can't.
Also, I think for the audience, when we say so many, it's like a number, it's not a percent. A percent will be like a tiny percent, I would say. But out of 3 billion people, 0.00001% is still like, what, thousands?
Hear me out. Monetization of the seed. Okay? I'm sorry. How would that even work? Like, does a kid have superpowers? I think so.
Yeah, isn't that the story?
I don't know.
The weirdest theory I've ever seen. The weirdest theory I have ever seen is that like, well, it wasn't really a theory. It was like a math calculation. It was like they did it on Elon, and they were like when you're making as much money as Elon, pulling out literally does not financially make sense. The time it takes for you to do that does not financially make sense because you'll make child support back before you even do that.
Incredible thing.
That's funny. That's like the back in the day they used to say about Bill Gates, if he drops $100 bills, it doesn't make sense for him to pick it up and cost more.
Yes. I literally watched someone do the calculation, and they're like, if pulling out takes 5 seconds, then it's literally not worth it for him.
Wow. You know what? We should do more autism calculations like that. We have it in ourselves. We definitely could do it.
What you want to calculate? I can calculate things. What do we calculate?
We'll figure it out. We'll come up with something really good and current. And we'll hash it out. Right now, there's nothing good and current. At least as I can imagine. I might even be randomly in the middle of the week. So if I message you with, hey, this thing's blowing up, we need this calculation of that, I'll quote post it.
Okay. The fact of the matter is, if you're like famous enough, rich enough, whatever, right? Like whatever characteristic you have that some people like, people will literally forgive anything to be with you.
Yeah.
Also, like I remember this like famous celebrity who cheated on his wife, right? And then they went and told his wife, and she's literally like, I don't care.
I mean, aren't like all
all the romantic movies are basically like half of it is like cheating.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like,
pretty much.
The Notebook, right? Not the Notebook.
The
Yeah, exactly.
The Titanic.
Yeah, that too, right? Titanic. The girl is supposed to get married and runs away with the
deathbed.
like
On her deathbed, she's telling
fuck my kid. Yeah. My kids, my grandkids who can benefit from this. No, my husband that I married and loved and had kids with. No, this guy I met 80 years ago or whatever.
This hobo I fucked on a ship.
Yep. Who also, by the way, died because she was a selfish bitch. Because he could have survived on that door. It was physically possible.
There was space on that door. And another
I recently
did is throw out that rare blue diamond during, I don't know if it's a true story or not, but basically when they were shooting the movie.
Also, like the 365 days sequel as well.
Yeah.
Is that the mafia guy?
Yes. My personal favorite.
I watched the first one.
Oh yeah,
I watched the first one because like for like 5 months straight, I kept seeing women constantly talk about it. So I'm like, okay, let me go watch what this is about. And I'm like, damn, this movie is really shit, but at least it's watchable, right? And then I went to tried to watch the second one. I had to give up. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
I don't remember exactly, but
Basically, to give you a summary, in the first movie, this guy kidnaps her, right? I think she has a boyfriend or husband or something, or like is about to get married or something. And then this mafia guy kidnaps her. And then she ends up falling in love with him. And then she ends up getting kidnapped. And then he ends up saving her. And then in the second movie, like he's very paranoid because she literally got kidnapped, right? So he's being very protective over her, having security and whatever. And she's like, you can't control me. You need to let me be free. And then she starts fantasizing about fucking another guy.
The bodyguard, I guess. With
No, not a bodyguard. Like a fucking. I think he's the guy that cuts the grass or some shit. Mows the lawn. I don't know, one of his workers who actually works for his enemy. So she wants to fuck this guy's enemy, her husband's enemy.
She was in for the adrenaline. I wasn't
By the
or
way,
anything.
you guys heard of this? It's not a theory. It's just a funny connection, a funny idea. It's like where you can take Leonardo DiCaprio's movie and draw a storyline between them. So you got Titanic, and then he actually survived that. Somehow gets picked up by some fisherman, old man with of wealth or known wealth and stature, and then he got a Great Gatsby movie out of that. After that, he doesn't die. He just goes out west to become the aviator and so forth. And anyways, you guys ever heard about that? That's new to me.
How long before Grok Imagine completely destroys Hollywood?
Oh yeah, that's but not destroyed. We're just gonna have a lot more interesting movies. A lot, I think.
We gotta see them. We gotta see them get as good as VO first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Genie. Have you guys seen Genie? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that is insane. That's insanely good.
Insane shit I've ever seen. That's impressive.
Especially the one where they what's called it was like playing a game and then it comes out and it's like the rest of the world is still there. It's like it created the game inside the world as well. It's like it's crazy.
They took I think they were like they took like a video of these people playing a game, right? But the game was like the Genie world, and then they took that fucking photo of the people playing the genie, and then they turn that into another genie where you can fucking walk around.
That was wild.
Yeah.
By the way, how long until people are going to discover, the title for that movie? Like, since we all know what gooning is now, right? How long is it going to take until...
Which movie?
Well, if you'd wait, I could finish, yes. So, how long is it going to take until people associate gooning with the movie The Goonies? Is that too soon?
It depends on whether or not memetics leverage the movie Goon as an interface.
No, like, just goon is, like, really in there and everybody just, like, focuses on it. But I don't think that the current generation is cultured enough to understand what Goonies is, so...
Guys, I'm off. Hey, dude, thanks for having me.
Okay, see you, man. Yeah, it's just such funny timing, actually. I will say, though, if ever, I'm gonna say this here, if ever there's a new drama thing that starts, it's Spaces or whatever, get back into the news, or I get, like, to a Fortnite YouTuber, I'm gonna drop the Goonies title, and I drop that exact question just to see what happens. I want to see what happens when thermonuclear memetics takes off, and I just turn the left into its own weapon of my own design. Just because I can. There would be no reason for this whatsoever. There'd be zero gain at all. It would just be funny. That would literally be it. There would be no reasoning for that whatsoever. It's just an additional thing.
We call that for the lulz.
For the lulz, you know?
Yes, I did.
FTL.
What? What is funny about FTL?
Faster than light.
Yeah, I know, but like, what's I don't understand.
The history of it, it's a whole thing. I can't explain here. It's so much memory attention.
Why are you talking about the game?
What game?
The faster than light game.
No. Talking about how For the Lulz became appropriated from Faster Than Light.
Oh.
The original transition of it.
I see. It's For the Lulz FTL. Right. So if I'd be like saying, oh hey, I just did a FTL, you know?
Yep. It was originally a Star Trek, like nerdery thing, if I recall correctly. It was from the Star Trek message boards, where they would sign off things with FTL. But I could be misremembering that. It could have been Battlestar Galactica as well. It was some sci-fi board, but yeah. They signed off with FTL before the Lulz became a thing. It was because specifically another sci-fi community just beefed with them. So they decided to reappropriate the term FTL, so it meant For the Lulz, just to fuck with that specific nerd group. And I remember because it came up across on 4chan, and I was like, yeah, let's fucking do it. Why not? I'm down for some chicanery, and thus, For the Lulz became a thing. Like, it just expanded from 4chan. All because somebody was very pissed off at some nerd on some forum some time ago.
Adrian, do you want to check the ether?
What? I don't understand. Wait, what?
I mean the chat.
I don't know what that is. I don't think I care about it.
Okay.
He's talking about the thing. He's not responding to you.
Bruh. What happened to the space genre?
What do you mean?
Like, it feels like when I was growing up, Star Trek and Star Wars and things like that were massive.
It's because we got liberals. That's why. And people cared a lot more for boba tea, whatever the fuck matcha is, and weird Earth ecology nonsense that isn't even real, than about space. none of the sci-fi, whatever that like just made up stuff is, none of that strength of imagination goes into making space sci-fi. That's what I think.
Has there been any good movie in the last 5 years from like a big major studio?
About space.
When did Gravity come out?
No, I mean in general.
I can't name a single one. I mean, the last 5 years, okay, maybe there was one. Like a Tenet, for instance, was pretty good.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
It's a game thing. If you have nostalgia, played it, then I guess it's a thing you can watch. You go, oh, it's fine.
I didn't hate it. I gave it a 7 out of 10. It wasn't great, but I just wanted to say it to see if I could make out of save bra. Because I like making out of save bra. It's fun.
That's funny.
I really like the new. I used to play the games. I actually used to play all this on the games, I remember.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
I like the Top Gun.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was great.
Somebody's thinking, no, it's good, yeah. I was about to say something we're not sure, but it was like, no.
He said that wasn't. That was the sixth.
It definitely had a predictable storyline, but I mean, it's beautiful.
It's just nostalgia mining. That's what it was for.
Yeah.
I think they did it well.
They got better at it. Like the Super Mario movie was real good at that nostalgia thing. Like, it did a real good job of that.
You mean the one with the dinosaurs?
No, I mean the one with Jack Black singing chorus.
Yeah, but it's funny though, right?
Yeah, I like that. That's a great example of how they've gotten better. The original Super Mario Brothers movie was oh so very wrong. I don't even know what they were going for with these Goombas.
I think it was funny.
I have a picture of them on my phone because I referenced it. I think that's in my downloads. Show me a Goomba. Come on, it's in here somewhere. There he is. Look at Bowser and his Goomba. Ridiculous.
No, I think that the world ruled by dinosaurs is a really interesting plot development. That's actually funny. Forgot about that movie. Like, if I ever get on Alex Jones, I'm probably just gonna like bring that up. You know, if somebody starts speaking about Moon Reptile conspiracy theories again, I'm just gonna bring up that movie. We're gonna see what happens after that.
Oh yeah, do that. Maybe all these people were so traumatized by that film that they rematerialized it into the reptilian theory. I can see that. All comes back to the Super Mario Brothers movie. Back in line with the September 11th attacks, it caused a traumatic scar. You started seeing reptile people everywhere.
Oh yeah, don't forget that movie where that guy puts on glasses and sees the aliens everywhere.
They live.
Classic.
That helps.
Wasn't this a true story back in Germany where they had red light, some kind of like red light vision, glasses?
Actually, I thought it was Vietnam.
Huh? It was Vietnam. Okay. And they started seeing like shadow figure and this.
So they just started seeing demons, basically.
Yeah.
I feel like people take way too much time explaining these very basic things. It's like, they saw demons, and it's like whatever you want to make it, because the longer you explain what's being seen, the scarier it makes it, and it's like, that's how we give power to the entities, just like, even if they're real, which they're not, it's like, okay, can I kill you now?
Yeah, you should never be afraid of them.
There's this anime. It's about humans invading hell, and the whole point of the show was to somehow represent the demons as being misunderstood. Like, what?
offensive to them, like demon, you should be using something like morally challenged.
In June?
Doom.
Oh, June, okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I feel like those big, sharp teeth will be challenging my structural integrity if you allow them to bite me, but yeah, I don't see much moral struggle here.
Yeah.
Kind of chose to go in one direction very, very hard.
People mentioned in comments that June was a great space movie.
I've never watched Dune.
I haven't watched it either, but I should.
Yeah.
I gotta watch it still.
I watched part of it on a plane.
Sorry.
I watched it as a kid, but I just totally forget most of it.
No. Dude.
Well, let me put
Please remain calm. You may notice a slight change in environment. Fear not, it's all part of the plan. Let's help our friends transition into their world. Number one.
Let's help our new friends make the transition in the new world a comfortable one. They're talking about fucking demons.
Suicidal empathy.
I actually didn't watch it with Jeffrey.
Remember, demon can be an offensive term.
Mortally challenged.
Refer to them as mortally challenged.
We can't call robots clankers anymore either. Fucking clankers.
I can call anything whatever I want to call it.
I'll be calling them what?
Motor mouth.
Motor mouth.
Motor mouth.
Really? We should gaslight and tell them that CPUs from Intel is destroying itself.
If the CPUs from Intel don't barely work.
Yeah, that's the point. Another one's Sparky. Sparky. Sparky doesn't make sense because that's just what Australians call electricians, and that's not even an offensive thing. You got tin skins also. Tin skin? Damn.
That doesn't even make sense because most of them don't have tin skin, they have silicon.
Indeed.
Tin isn't a great skin to have. Tin's a weird metal.
Indeed.
It's also much harder than I always remember it being. Every time I encounter it, I'm like, crap, that's way more hard than I thought. Better I'm just getting weaker in between each intermittent experience of tin. It's not like I'm constantly coming across it. I just find some every now and then and go, oh, tin. Bend it for a bit, or futz around with it. You know, the thing you do whenever you encounter a metal you haven't seen in a while. That one might just be me.
Boom, we're back. Oh man, this is so much watermelon. I just ate another like half of a watermelon just while we were having this conversation. That's the burping.
Holy shit.
And that sound was you draining your bladder with all of the water from the watermelon, right?
No, that is the sound of me slurping what remains of the watermelon out of its shell.
So funny, you touch the watermelon and then like 1 minute later you see it on video, it's gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. People live in my Discord server, they know. So yeah. Consumption rate, 10-20 minutes, half watermelon. Gone. That's a big one too. This one is extra good. So I took my time with this one. With time I mean I ate it extra fast. Because it was that fucking good. I feel so good right now. Because that is the fruit sugar hitting my bloodstream. delicious. Truly fantastic. One half is left, the other half is going in me too. Honestly, I think it's fascinating the fact that all of this mass can somehow be distributed in my body. Like I look at the watermelon, and it's like all of that, and it's just gone.
I mean, it's mainly water if you press the.
Yeah, but it's still mass, though. It has to be distributed in the body.
Shitting or pissing most of it out.
Yeah, I know, but like, it's amazing that my belly doesn't like expand like heavily, right?
Well, it will expand if you eat enough. Right? Like the people that, like the world hot dog contest winners, like they put on like 20 pounds or something. Right? And you can physically see the stomach getting bigger.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so much mass that it's not noticeable. It's incredible. It's like when I was a kid and I ate like so much fucking lasagna, and bro was just looking at me like, what the fuck is this?
I wonder if you try a watermelon, how big it's gonna be. Like,
Pretty small. It's freaking good, though.
Oh,
A
it's
good watermelon, when it's a good watermelon, it's a good watermelon.
You've seen videos of
Like you
people.
either have good watermelon or you have shit watermelon. There's no in between.
Yep.
People having like watermelon exploded with gas here and stuff.
Yeah, that's USA watermelon. It tends to do that.
Yep. Never seen that before. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's probably because they inject things in it to make it look redder. Yeah, there's a chemical that does that. I forgot what it's called, but that's a thing. That can be done. Nitrogen. No, like it's different.
I think it's run through here.
Probably.
So you can also use nitrogen gas to up the redness of watermelon. I remember that from working at a grocery store, because I had to refill the nitrogen tanks sometimes.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I mean, I don't even understand entirely how that works. Like, our atmosphere is mostly nitrogen to begin with. I don't understand how more nitrogen is, like, changing things. I don't know. May have just been, like, some weird thing they did to make people loopy around the watermelon.
It's not just nitrogen, it's nitrous oxide. It's so a little bit different.
Yes, you can. Nitrous oxide is what turns you into Kanye West if you take it enough.
Yeah, that's laughing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. That's why
I don't recall this gas making people loopy, and I was just saying that as a joke.
True, but still though. I mean, the whole song that he made, the whole Hitler song, like, he did start it with "Where's my nitrous," so.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Where the fuck's that nitrous? Who knows? He could have just been wanting to drive real fast.
I wonder if it's legal. It's been spending a lot of time in Japan and China. I wonder if it's legal there.
Wait, what? What's legal where?
In Japan and China, he's been spending a lot of time.
I think they probably don't give a fuck. Right? Like you're a big artist. Right? They probably don't care. Plus if you arrest them.
And Adidas over there.
Plus if you arrest them, like it's gonna be in a whole international event and they probably want to avoid that. China not as much, but Japan also doesn't really like arresting Americans. Right? Like they will like kind of drag their feet when it comes to Americans.
They're super strict on drugs there.
I know they are, but like they're a lot more lax when it comes to Americans, generally, than they are on like other countries.
In South Korea and China, they're pretty much like worshiping him right now. He's filling up.
Yeah, South Korea and China, he's having like entire stadiums singing the song. And like in those countries, he's actually playing the HH song, but it's like Hallelujah. He's replaced like the words HH with Hallelujah.
Interesting. You know the last time
He's going to China and South Korea, and he's literally playing the song right here, the do 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 do. It's like Hallelujah.
understand what he's saying on Twitter. That is the funniest line. I just keep like putting
Also,
it.
the Chinese government, for some reason, seems to love Kanye as well, right?
I think they offered them a deal regarding Adidas. They were ready to like mess with them for him and help him set up.
Yeah, apparently his mom was like very well respected in China or something.
True.
Right.
Yeah, he lived in China.
Yeah, he lived in China, and his mom is very well respected in China.
Yeah.
So the Chinese government seems to love Kanye West. Right?
Yeah.
So
maybe they just don't like Jews.
Bruh.
Bro, what the fuck, man?
And it's so insane to see people in all of the.
I'm just saying, he's the number one trending artist on the only straight.
I kind of doubt that how much Kissinger seemed to like China.
Real.
So Elon Musk is now platforming Jew hate in his X
It's so funny
space.
seeing people in China, South Korea just singing all the freaking lyrics, like from start to finish, all the songs.
You know, in the nightclubs over there, I've seen a bunch of them. They're doing the uncensored version. Hallelujah. No, they not be singing Hallelujah in those nightclubs, man. They be singing something else. Yeah, I know what they're saying, but in the fucking nightclubs, they be saying something else. Yeah, basically.
We don't have a problem in Japan though with that song.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? I mean, if I was that country, I'd make sure that doesn't spread as much anyway, but you can't deny it's not happening.
They were part of the axis of evil during World War II.
Bruh. Man, I just love how, like, Chad and, like, JP, they come up with, like, these funny things. It's like, hey, let me just think this or just say it and then just, bruh, you know?
I mean, it's not technically wrong. Like,
I know.
like they literally have the rape of Nat King. Extremely famous. You could argue.
They don't really teach World War II in Japan much.
You could argue the Japanese were more brutal than the Germans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. Asian war crimes are fucking impressive, let me just say it like that. If you look at what Europe did, that's multi-thousand-year history, and you go to, like, that 2-century period, and you go, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like the fucking.
Like, I was reading torture methods, medieval torture methods and shit, and then I read the recent historical events of, like, the Asian part of the world, and I go, holy fuck!
Look, it's just kind of like, when you look at, like, what happens in Asia, and then you look at what happens in Europe, it just seems so tame. Europe just seems so tame, right? You read about, like, China, it's like Emperor Xi Jinping makes himself a sandwich. 500 million people perish. 3 species of humans extinct. 15 empires collapsed. Now you're just like, what the fuck happened here?
All of that just before lunchtime, you know? Exactly.
The most insane story was that guy that thought he was like the brother of Christ.
Yeah, and he was trying to say shit that was very consistent too.
Let me see if I can find it.
Never heard of it.
So, let me see if I can find you. Okay, I found it. Hong Shi Quan was a Chinese scholar who failed his exams 4 times. One day he suddenly fell sick and dreamed that he was the younger brother of Jesus Christ. This led him to start a rebellion against the Qing dynasty in the mid-90s.
Kitover, how are you today?
Hi, Scarlett. Has Mojo been complimenting you and flattering you, you beautiful woman, you?
To the consternation of many, yes.
Has anyone told you how beautiful you are today? I can smell your beauty through my phone. Oh, a rose you are.
Audio app, Don, so please don't do that.
Beautiful.
You're
did just get out of a hot shower.
That says you're giving off Joe Biden vibes. That's not good.
So yeah, X is definitely the best. I know Mojo likes to say that Elon and Adrian and his mom were all on the space at the same time, but you know what? You can have more than one phone. One could be on Elon, one could be on Adrian, his mom could be on her phone. And right now, Elon Musk is sitting there talking to his crew of cronies on X Spaces under Adrian Dittman. Now, moderators, you may not believe what I'm saying, but I am 100% confident that if you would just listen to 60 seconds of Adrian Dittman's space, you'd be like, yeah, you know what? That is Elon Musk. Okay, we're going back to Elon. Here we go.
Right, so they're not. So when you're talking about like big, like we mean.
Let me
like,
just wait till Elon starts speaking because this is out of his, I believe, his employee.
like in Japan.
Yeah, let them talk. It's literally like listening to a clown house room where they talk about nothing, and that's the show. You know, and Elon sits there and gets angry and talks about wokeism and liberals, and this is his post. You know, I think OpenAI will likely start pivoting harder towards the scaling of biometrics, i.e. WorldCoin, as a means to capitalize on the uncertainty of identity in the age of AI. I mean, it's 100% Elon.
Christ, that was the whole ideology of it. Yeah.
Called a unification church.
Yep.
Sun Myung Moon and his wife.
Sorry, they're going to go on for a while talking about nothing. I'll let you know when Elon's chit-chat.
Yes, and from what I've heard, she's been squeezing money out of Japan via, like, political.
Remember when the former prime minister got killed?
But in terms of fan base and chatter, isn't it interesting how racists started those apps and all they do is come on here? Maybe not Nelson so much, but Isaac Hayes is 100% a racist. I've heard him say those derogatory racist things about the white man, white supremacy, white structural racism, etc. Non-stop bullshit about the white man. Meanwhile, he's trying to raise funds for his next investment round to enhance the amazing capabilities of his app. And it turns out nobody listens to him or goes to his app. I mean, his rooms are always in conjunction with Clubhouse, the primary social audio app where they work. And no one really cares about what people are talking about on their platforms. You know, I like the book club in the library. I want to be in the university listening to something brilliant as opposed, you know, to listening about how when I look in the mirror and I see what looks like white or a big ugly bald head, that like I am the source of all of these people's problems, and that it's, you know, people who look like me that have created this structurally racist, violent, degrading, destructive system for, you know, their people, our people. So, I don't know, tell me, you know, if you think I'm off.
Let me say this. Isaac Hayes III was very welcoming to me onto Fanbase, and then he's a racist guy. He thinks that he's invented social audio named Durand. Have you ever been around that guy? He's critical of Nelson. He hates Clubhouse, but he talks as if he's like the brains behind all social audio. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so. If I heard the voice, I'd know for sure.
Yeah, he talks like you know when prison guys get into Islam and then they start speaking an exaggerated vernacular of English.
So they're
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to call it Ebonics, but
No, it's not that. No, it's actually impeccable English. It's like absurdly impeccable. It's almost uncomfortable.
oh, you're talking about like a flat Earth room.
Yeah, those, yeah. But that's the way Durand sounds organized presence on fan base. And Isaac Hayes had to tell him, like, no, you're wrong. These are the people that we need on this app. And so Isaac Hayes was very welcoming.
Yeah, I don't have. I think that like it's the way that they're introduced to new speakers on their app. But truth be told, they should be totally agnostic to whoever uses their app. They should give two shits as long as somebody's using their piece of shit app and possibly creating an audience or a marketplace of conversation. So to delete any account that says John Kitover because I've recorded their clubhouse rooms and embarrassed them with their racist hate speech, to me it just reeks of hypocrisy.
Wait, are you saying you recorded fan-based rooms? You didn't record Isaac saying anything racist, right?
Oh yeah, I've recorded Isaac saying incredibly racist things on Clown House, not on Fanbase, but on Clown House.
I've never heard him say anything overtly racist, but I think the way that he moves with, his preference of he only wants to hire black people, but he'll frame it the way of like, I support black creators and black entrepreneurs, and I don't necessarily think that that's racist, but I will say that if somebody came on this app and said, hey, I'm creating an app and I'm looking to hire white people because I want to empower white entrepreneurs and white people in tech, and people would say it would sound a particular way. So he's definitely a racial essentialist. Whether that makes him a racist, that's to your opinion.
Look at the video. I'm putting it in the chat. I don't know what this video is even about anymore, but it's titled Black Lives Matter Fanbase Isaac Hayes. And as I go through the YouTube shorts, I can find others, I'm sure. Here's another one. This is his crowdfunding room. I mean, I think it's politics, I just really dislike, there's a double standard that you can hear profound hate speech out of the lips of a black supremacist claiming white supremacy. See, that's the problem with projection is people cannot admit that when you lob insults, you are actually describing your own sentiment, or that is your projection to like a very high degree. So the sage never criticizes, never gossips, never slanders.
There's so many extensions you can add into Blender as well.
Yeah.
It's
You're probably familiar with his family tree, right?
No.
So, Isaac, good look up Isaac Hayes. Very interesting career. But towards the end of his career, he was known as the voice of Chef on South Park. And he would participate, playing the lone black voice on South Park. He would make fun of any religion, any race, anything. And then they did an episode about Scientology. And Isaac Hayes is a Scientologist, and so he got so offended and probably pressured by the Scientology community, and he had to quit South Park. So if you're familiar with South Park and you're familiar with Chef, that is Isaac Hayes, and Isaac Hayes III is the offspring.
Wow. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. I thought for a second he was the voice of Chef.
He also had like a huge influence, like in music, and like you should look up Isaac Hayes. It's a very interesting career.
No, I mean I know he's very intelligent and he's a gifted speaker, but when I hear the racial stuff about that doesn't support my people, it's like he has no Americanism in him. It's just all racial identity politicking, and to me it's obnoxious and low IQ. But who am I?
I don't know if I answered the question from Christianity. She said, got it, okay. Yeah, racial essentialism is usually
Which kind of makes it in a way.
a precursor to somebody becoming a racist, where you just start seeing them obsessing about the importance of race. And when you hear white
cracks me up, the youth sexy is I love when stats of like crime, you know, abuse, all this shit is literally broken down by race, by like literally by nature. It's just broken down by race. That should make me laugh. Because who the fuck cares what race is doing what most when it's the act of what's happening that's going down. It's wrong. So I think it's just so funny how whenever we get to that, we bring up which race did it the most. That should be.
Yeah, but you don't find it annoying when the news won't identify a black male and just says a male committed this crime? I mean, the world doesn't want to know.
Yeah, it's just the obsession of it.
I mean, I just read some crime statistics though about, African Americans, and it wasn't pretty. X is full of this type of data analytics that is not flattering, and it is statistically significant, and the averages do indicate, that there's a black on black crime epidemic, and it's part, the community or the lifestyle.
Yeah, so crime is based on proximity, man. So if you got a neighborhood in Arkansas that's mostly white trash and trash, they're gonna be killing each other. If you got a city where it's a lot of proximity when it comes to these crimes, and these shootouts and these robberies and all this stuff. So, it does make sense for the color on color crime, but it still doesn't make sense. It's just proximity.
Yeah, but it's not all proximity.
Well, hold on. It's also not really limited to race. So you could take like a neighborhood in Stockton, California. It's called Oakville. It's nothing but white people, right? Super high crime, very poor part of town. So uneducated, on drugs, poor, and there's an incredible amount of violence, and it's white on white. And so the characteristics that create the violence is being poor, being uneducated, and if those two things, by the way, don't lead to violence, but if you have the drugs component and you have those three things going on, it really doesn't matter what the background of the people are. That's going to stop doing for any community.
Can I push back on that? Like, can I argue with that real quick with the poor and education part of you?
You can, but hopefully you understood that it's the poor and uneducated together alone without the drugs doesn't necessarily mean it's a problem. But if you have the drugs to have those two things, that's where you're going to get the problems.
Okay, yeah, never mind. I won't mind.
Yeah, there's plenty of areas that are poor and uneducated and get along just fine, but usually it's because they center their community around simple ideas. Like you might find like a town that's like, they might be poor and uneducated, but they love Jesus, and they go down to the church, and they're obsessed with that, and they've rejected drugs because of it, and those people get along pretty well.
I live in this town called like Quakertown in Pennsylvania, population like 3,000, right? Little town. And there's a lot of Amish people there. They don't go to school. Well, they kind of, but it's not like, our idea of school. But they don't have that type of education. They don't know how to, do what we do, but they're living on the land, living their best lives. And so I agree with that. And I love there's some cities in states where they don't have certain taxes. They don't have certain, payments. A lot of people just live off the land, and, I appreciate that.
That's jazz I'm talking about. I like people that do their little driveways. Seeking comfort from known racism. Ha ha ha. And then the person looking is, what's going on? They don't want to have a dialogue.
No, it's like when a dog takes a piss on a tree and just, marks their spot. Oh, Jazz was talking about Christy not being black, so I guess she was saying Christy's finding comfort in us racists.
took it a DNA test and I have like 2% sub-Saharan African, so it's fucking dumb.
By the way, nobody gets a test back with less than 1%. So.
Yeah. But I'm still, you know. Damn, Roger. It's really rained on my parade.
I don't think many people on this app remember the rooms that you used to do where you would loan mod it and you just sit there and talk. Like, it was like, I don't know if you were high or what the deal was, but those rooms were fucking huge. And I'd tap into those rooms just like, who is this person? Like, she's gotta be famous. Like, everybody's in this room just listening to, like, you would go on these rants for hell long. And I would just be like, she's gotta be famous. Everybody's just like captivated by this. And then after I got the like I realized like, oh, okay, like if you open a room and there's, you know, people pile in, you can just talk about anything and they just stay. It's amazing. And so, but your journey on this app has probably been one of the most interesting. Is people don't talk about it anymore, but you were consistently one of the biggest rooms on this app. Consistently, like especially late at night, and talking about nothing really, in my opinion. But you also had this like group of like people that were like left of center originally, and then I don't know what happened. I didn't follow the drama, but something happened, and then all of a sudden you started appearing in like a conservative clubhouse, quote unquote, and then it was like they embraced you for a minute, and then all of a sudden they do what they do. They get bored. They throw people out. And like now you've gotten to this thing where you just kind of hop around, join conversations and whatnot. But your journey, I think, has been one of the more interesting ones on the app.
I'm gonna be honest. I am so uneducated with politics and the left and the right. So when I was like hopping around trying to figure my shit out, I'm like, both these sides suck. Like they both just suck. Like they both are just. You know, it was the click type thing that I can't vibe with, so I just bounce around. I don't try to identify with the political ideologies. I don't know shit about it. All I know about bills to pay, got taxes to pay, and I got food to eat. So it's just, you know, I feel like people are so upset with their political ideology that they literally base their entire lives off of it. And I don't know, man. So I was running my own shit. And I was ranting about how everyone's stupid. I feel like people agree to that, which I like.
I even remember the house. It's called In the Pocket.
Yeah, I think it was Stay in Pocket, or was it just In Pocket? I forgot.
I'm pretty sure the club was In the Pocket. Like, you're in the pocket. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I remember when I was on the better side, and I was used as like the racial token. It was fucking awesome. Like I was used as like that white girl that would be on stage and piss everybody off. It was good. It was fun.
I remember having a 2-hour debate with you in a hotel room in St. Louis, and then finally at the very end I got you to admit, fine, yes, it's all political.
Yeah, dude. That's probably a lie. Not in real life. If you was in a hotel room.
Yeah, not in real life.
I was in the room.
I was at work in a hotel having a debate with Pockets. I think it was like over your gender study degree or something to do with trans. I can't remember what it was. Don't you have like some kind of doctorate or some master's in, you know?
No, I'm a CMA and an LVN, but I'm not an RN. I stopped doing nursing when COVID happened, went into sales, because that should have never died. But yeah, I'm an LVN.
Got it.
It was just so fucking like.
Okay, wait. I got Elon Musk on the fishing hook. You want to hear him? Listen to this.
Are we
gonna be pretty. Just the scam part. I mean, have you checked the numbers of all the scams? It's I think.
Honestly, I have a very unpopular opinion. If you're stupid enough to fall for a scam, you deserve it.
We're talking about boomers.
Okay, never mind. See, yeah, it's brutal to listen to.
That was a bar. That was a bar. You're stupid enough to fall for a scam, you deserve it.
When you hear Elon Musk laughing, I think that's the best way to confirm that Adrian Tippin is Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is just from bringing that. I don't know. He's not fucking.
Who do you think has a better laugh? Elon Musk or Monica?
Monica.
Money from me, and I was
Listen,
like,
I don't
you
care
know
what
what?
anyone says.
Those are so
Monica,
clever.
one-liners, her punchlines, dude. That, yeah, you can't top that.
She definitely has her place in Chili's, and you know, I go in there quite regularly, and she's modded quite regularly.
Monica has a place everywhere. She's been on this app since a little bit after I was.
I got a place for it.
So you're like a 10. Crazy people think Monica came up with her name with a K, but she didn't. Me and someone held a room and put Monica in the title. That room was huge, and so she put it as her name and stuck with it. People think she came up with it. No, I didn't.
Her name now, Scarlet No K. It's fucking hilarious. John, do you think it's amazing that you've managed to hang out in these spaces and do nothing to violate the rules and hang out? But Rich, the guy that advocated for you to come into this space, he's found a way to get himself kicked out of the ring by not abiding by the rules. If you talk to him in the back channel, you should point out the irony of this. Whatever happened to Jazzy, man? Is she still part of the Ali cult? I always thought that was kind of a weird one.
Ollie Alexander, oh my god, what a throwback.
Yeah, he peeled Jazzy and Ashley. It's very. He basically took two of the most naive people from the app and put them on his team. And if you've looked at like the stuff that he's gotten himself in trouble with, he's basically a groomer. Like he's a homosexual that has a proclivity towards underage people. It's very interesting. But that was the head of conservative clubhouse for several months. Adams killed off Jazzy. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like when Dark Adams appears. When he shows up and he wants his pound of flesh, it's pretty
I was just saying in the chat, I don't know who this Jazzy person is, but Matt, I hate that I missed this Adams and Jazzy brawl. Adams is a beast.
You know, when Adams gets on a roll, it's really hard to stop that onslaught. It's all offense. It's it's pretty good.
Yeah, especially because he's sharp, he's witty, he's very quick with his comebacks.
I think the only person I got excited with is Angel because she thinks I fucked that the guy named Andre is like getting it fun. She thinks we like not for fun. So she's
Do you guys remember when Sarah Fox and Bill Knott got together and then he did a room talking about how she gave him an STD?
What?
Wait, doesn't that violate one of the rules of your house? Or yeah, it does violate it in the Muff rule. Sorry, Mojo, you're gonna have to put yourself in the audience.
We'll call it mod privilege, but I look, you can call me a hypocrite all you like.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't trying to be on mute.
I did think it was a weird thing to do, to open up a room, like, oh, I'm gonna own her, and then tell her about how you're positive for an STD. Like, it's like, this is your idea of,
dude, that was great entertainment. They did so well.
I didn't even know to not like girls. I thought he was strictly gay.
I think he's bi.
then he would go into rooms, and he'd go to everyone in the room and back channel them. Sarah Fox gave me herpes. Sarah Fox gave me herpes. It was just fucking hilarious. So he wanted everyone to know that he got herpes from Sarah Fox.
Sarah Fox told me that Marshall Rankin got uninvited to, I guess, some Republican event because he got so plastered he crashed while riding an electric scooter at the event and like broke a limb.
I heard that too.
I mean, I think that's funny,
It is strange.
Not taking joy in his misery, but just like thinking like Marshall's a character, and even though I think he can be kind of obnoxious or not accurate, I think he's a fun, quirky personality to know.
I crashed a golf cart into someone's Jaguar.
You crashed a golf cart?
Why does Matt think everybody's coming back from that? I don't think everybody's coming back.
What do you mean who's coming? Everyone's still here.
Well, no, there's a lot of people that are gone. I don't think the people that have been gone are coming back. Because they'll peek in and then they'll leave. They'll peek in and then they'll leave.
Who's gone?
A lot of people. When's the last time you seen Alex and Trevor?
Oh my god! Roger used to eat vodka with Cheerios in the morning.
Like fucking
Before coffee.
make more money, then I don't really feel bad for you.
I agree.
I guess so.
80% of all of the downloads of this app are not from India. This app is going to get completely stolen by Indians. In fact, an Indian company may end up buying it.
Those are the ones that they're putting white people PTRs, they're putting like, hit me up if you want to make $500 or make money. That's probably not even worth it.
It's their problem. Not the white people are above.
Alright.
choice, though. I know people that they will give money to people. It's not that I haven't done it; it's that I've learned my lesson to not do
I feel like people who give money feel guilty about their life. It's attractive.
Well, I will say this: there is a small handful of people that I've gotten to know better than just like shooting the shit in the room, and if they were in a pinch, those aren't the people typically that would ask. It's usually people that don't even fucking know them. They'll start with something like, "I've been coming to your room for years. You're so funny. I've got hard times," and I'm just like, like I should start PTRing some of the back channels that I have. That might be good.
Sorry, you know what would be a fun game? If people in the room back channel you, and you read it out loud, and you have to guess who back channel you or who's best about it. That'd be fun.
I got a question for Matt. Cool. Where's the other Sarah? Angry Sarah. Screeching Sarah.
Jewish Sarah?
No, LA Sarah. The only one that ever knew about fires, and the one that loves to
Oh, okay.
Y'all are ahead describing don't shoot the messenger. With the gang pockets.
On the anybody, I was like, what?
Yeah. Did you ever come in and play that with them?
God, I don't think so.
Oh my gosh. We used to run rooms late into the night playing Don't Shoot the Messenger.
I thought last night the dragging of Luke was fun. As he was defending Randy McDickerson. That was fun.
Yeah, we actually were. I was in Randy's room earlier, and I brought it up, and he was talking shit about you and this and that. But it was fun to like relay the message that he's getting heat, in your rooms.
Let me guess. He called me a.
I think so. And then he went on about how this is such a waste of effing time. F all you N-words. And then his big one is, this is one of the most vulgar things. Anyways, he has a knack for saying the most vile, vulgar things you can say in a language combination.
Yeah, the comment he made to Anne was that he wanted to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter.
Who is this person? Luke what?
Well, no, it wasn't Luke. It was best friends. Knows that all this stuff happened to him, but this is who he chooses to as a best friend. But Randy McDickerson is the one that told Anne Hero that he wanted to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter.
He's a Jordanian. He lives in Quebec, I think. Rabbi Randy McDickerson.
Is that a rabbi?
He's one of those typical anti-Semites that used to hang out in those rooms together, and they would, do all their anti-Semitic shit.
He says I never heard of this term till today, but pedophobia. Pedophobia, I guess. If you ever want to put Lou in like a state of hypnosis, just ask him about AI, and he will immediately go into an AI psychotic, tailspin.
Yeah, I had this conversation with him once, and he was like, I don't know how much you know about it, and then he just kept repeating the word alignment 1,000 times. an alignment. Do you know anything about alignment? When it comes to AI, you gotta know about alignment. Just like, shut the fuck up. Like, I hate when stupid people take complex things.
Hit that like
where
subscribe
even the
now.
smartest
Bye-bye.
people on the planet are like, yeah, this AI can go really well or it can go really off the rails. Like the smartest people on the planet are like, yeah, it's high risk, high reward. And then you got Lou to be an expert on AI. We're so lucky to have Lou.
I tried to convince him to be my AI campaign strategist, and then eventually, after like text messages and like an hour-long conversations, like, you're just gonna waste my time. I'm like, the whole point is you're on this app all day already wasting your time. So why not waste your time working on my campaign while you're on the app? And you only have to work on the campaign when you're using the app, because that's when you're wasting your time. And I could not convince him to do anything.
I think his fear around AI is based on the fact that he's got low knowledge, low skill, low ability, and he's reading about how AI and robotics will take jobs, and he's looking at that and he's like, well, shit, what's a dummy like me? And that's what I think he's doing.
I'm terrified of AI.
Well, and you know what? I don't think that we should be afraid now that there's potential for some shit to go wrong. So we have to be careful with it. But that's kind of the point. It's like it could be a game changer or it could be nothing. We don't even know yet. Right now, all the investments are on chatbots, AI chatbots. Like, I don't think you're going to change the world with chatbots.
I'm just like, I feel like AI, it's a good tool, of course, but every tool can be used as, for something, for something bad. Like, it's just, I feel like, and I'm in sales, so I know AI will never take my job. I dare a robot to go sell some shit, so it's,
That's one of the industries, because I'm in sales as well. It's one of the industries that absolutely will have jobs taken, but not the people that are going to present and close. It won't take away from them, but all the pre-sales activity is what it's going to do. Is it's going to cause buyers to engage without engaging with a human being for about 90 to 95% of the sales process.
Well, yeah, we're doing that in my work right now, so where we have, because I'm the one that goes out and helps schedule, seniors for doctor's appointments. I help them sign up for doctors, right? So our company now invested into getting a website for like self-schedule, right? So now these seniors gotta go on online, put in their information, try to self-schedule, right? It's kind of working, but their market is senior. Seniors don't like going online and doing all that stuff. So to me, that's why I feel like AI is going to make things a little more complicated. Obviously the test run, like you said, it could be nothing, or it could be something that's, detrimental. But, I feel like AI sometimes is just, we lose sight of the control that we have and what we do. So I feel like it's just, it's a little scary.
Would anybody be interested in doing early morning rooms, looking at the stock market? Would that be too boring for you guys?
What, like 4 a.m., 5?
I think it can be fun.
That's the time I love watching.
The stuffy people used to get up and do these rooms, but they wouldn't say anything. There's no real insights, right? They would wait for something to happen and then they'd react to it. I'm talking about before the market opens, to be able to make some predictions and then let people watch in real time if you were right about what you said was going to happen. I think that could be interesting, and people might learn something about the market. I just have to make sure we're careful about not giving stock tips per se.
You can put a disclaimer
during the week I'm actually broke. During the week I'm thinking about almost 334 with my coffee and my cigarette, watching stocks. So.
I've got one particular one in mind that on Tuesday is going to dip, and I'm going to buy a bunch, and then I've already got options out on it, but it's I think it's going to blow up, but it's going to first experience a big dip. So,
I always wanted to ask you this: how'd you do when the UHC CEO died? How'd you?
I don't care.
Oh no, that was no. That so the stock plummeted. UHC stock plummeted after he died. People started selling. So that during tragic things in life change the stock every day. Airplane crashes. You know what I mean? There was a oil plant that blew up a few people. Their stock plummeted, so people started buying. The UHC, and I think I made about a good 8-9 off of buying those stocks and those options, but they were cheap as fuck. So it's really important with stock to know the world things that are going on as well. All the tragedy and shit. People will start selling when, tragedy strikes. That's what I've noticed.
Roger, didn't I tell you to buy Win in April?
You did.
I knew it. It's almost double what it was on April 5th when everything tanked. Same with LVS.
Did you ever see?
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you ever see the video of Steve Wynn putting his elbow through like
Yeah.
like $30 million penny or something?
It wasn't exact. It was Larev, and he was giving a tour with a very famous lawyer that was visiting. And so I will tell you that they repaired the Picasso, and they ended up selling it for greater than he purchased the painting for. No harm, no foul on it.
What about how he basically banged his nail salonist and he had to pay up like $10 for that orgasm, $10 million for that orgasm.
It's a lie. I'm a real defender of his. I'm sorry. He's I just don't want to get. I'm a defender of his, and I just careful what I say about him because it's a small town and a small community, and all our families grew up together. But his ex-wife just passed, so. But the company is building in the Emirates a very big project. It's going to open in about a year and a half. But it's just stock that normally trades in a certain range, and in April when everything went down, it really was low. I just knew it. Same with LVS. LVS, and a lot of the money is made over in Asia, also. For LVS for sure.
So,
but yeah.
I'll give you one. Look up CCOI. In the last 5 days, they've lost a third of value. The analysts believe that in the next 12 months, it'll get back to its norms, which would mean it'll double from where it's at today. So 100% growth within the next 12 months is what the analysts are projecting. And even if it didn't grow to that, they pay a 9% yield dividend.
Oh, so, seriously, that's a great dividend.
Yeah, it's a great dividend, but it's a great dividend on a stock that analysts are saying will double in the next 12 months. So you rarely see a growth stock with a huge dividend.
What industry is it?
It's CCOI.
Yeah, CCOI. In the last 5 days, it's lost a third of its value.
Yeah.
Do you know, I was in the room, it was a couple weeks ago, we were talking about stocks, and I got it wrong. I'm such an idiot. I kept saying Wingstop, but I meant GameStop. So I was talking about that. Remember that whole crazy with GameStop?
Oh, yes, when they tried to play the market. That's legendary.
I kept saying Wingstop like an idiot, which is like a really, successful restaurant chain. But GameStop is the one what was it so crazy? People were, the stock went nuts then.
That's like I was telling people earlier, there's this company called Bitfarm. It's BITF. Their earnings call is going to be on Tuesday. They're gonna likely have a bad earnings call, which is gonna tank it. But there's a rumor in the market of something that I think is highly likely to happen, which if they announce that within a week or two after that loss, that's going to be huge. So BITF, don't go buy it, but just go take a look and track that for the next 30 days and come back and say, hey, you were wrong about Bitfarm.
You know, the worst thing about Bitfarm and Cogent is I've never heard of these names, you know, prior to this conversation. I'm looking at Cogent, it's like it says negative 50 million.
So here's the deal with Cogent, right? Cogent had a CEO that before the dot-com bubble borrows he gets an investment of like $500 million, like right on the eve of the dot-com bust. When that happened, he was able to spend all he was going to do is start a DC-based ISP, a regional ISP, and then when the internet collapsed and you had the dot-com bust, all of a sudden, all of the major ISPs had these distressed assets that were worth nothing. So he went and bought that shit for pennies on the dollar, betting that the internet would bounce back. And so they became a tier 1 ISP almost overnight. And if you don't know what a tier 1 ISP is, it's like they don't buy bandwidth from anybody. They are the source. Like when you think about drinking water, like where's the reservoir that the water comes from? The tier 1s are the source of where bandwidth comes from. And so Cogent's one of 5 global companies to have such a luxury.
You're right, it's down like 13%.
That's just in one day. Go look at year to date. Go look at the last 5 days. It's crazy. And then go look what the analysts are still saying about where they think it'll be in 12 months.
I mean, do they have to borrow to pay out their dividend yield though? Because it shows their net income is like negative 50 million, but it shows the revenue is like 200 million a quarter.
I don't know where they all get the money. I know that their CEO is also has other businesses, and from time to time he will sell his stock to be able to cover things. But they just announced an aggressive $100 million stock buyback that they want to do over the next 12 months, which is why the stock buyback is giving confidence to the analysts that it's going to recover. You know, why would they want to buy back the stock if they don't believe it's going to go up?
Well, I mean, you know, they can't figure out a better way to deploy that capital. But, you know, the craziest thing about dividends is it's like you think it comes out of like their bank account. No, it just comes right off the price of the share in your brokerage account. And brokerage account is cash or swap back in if you want to do buyback. So it's like, you know, dividend yields are like, they're paid out in the price of the stock. It's kind of a, you know, I think it's amazing to have a dividend-only portfolio. In my opinion, is the best way to go because it's more real.
Yeah. Correct. Especially if it's
40% of the growth. I mean, I don't disagree, and you know, some of us live off our portfolios, but I think if you really want the growth stocks, they may not necessarily have those yields.
Well, I think you want to have a blend. I think there's some real estate investment trusts that I like. TWO is a good one. Pays out about 16% dividend. So when you're getting 4% a quarter, that's pretty amazing. In fact, that's probably going to outpace most growth stocks anyways, unless you just happen to get on a rocket ship. What I would also advise people to do is if you're investing in the S&P 500, continue to look at the percentage of the S&P that you have, and when you start seeing if you would have tracked Nvidia over time, you could have saw even before they became like a household name, you could see the movement that they were making in the market. And so players that that got in super early they have fuck you money now, but you can look at these things like just monitoring the S&P and see who the movers and shakers are. I think one of the biggest
lies that you hear in investing is, buy low, sell high. The reality is you want to buy high and sell higher, because if you make a habit of buying low, you're probably buying a lot of losers.
Yeah, like last year, I literally built a portfolio on Fidelity of one stock of like 450 different companies. And over the course of a year, the number of stocks that went to zero was mind-boggling. But then on the opposite end of the spectrum, the number of doubles, triples, and 10Xs, it really does follow that normal distribution curve.
Do you do your own, or do you use someone?
I just do it myself, and it's amazing that you can buy and sell stocks now for $0. Like when I was young and was trading in high school, you're paying $30 a transaction with Brown and Company, and then TD Ameritrade or Data Tech or Daytech or whatever it was called. You actually had to pay for your transactions. Now it's like, holy shit, it's all free because they sell your data. And Citadel Investment, they will front load your trades. So they make, that type of data and trading data is like, you can't really win unless you're really just willing to buy and hold and try to build a portfolio that, over a great period of time. But in my opinion, to day trade, it becomes like a dopamine addiction, just like Clown House in a way. It becomes a job, and it's difficult.
I think day trading is very dangerous, and unless you have access to really good information and you've got powerful systems to place your trades very, very rapidly, I think day trading is extremely dangerous. Swing trading, though, gives you the same dopamine rush, I would say, but with far less risk.
You do your own, or do you use someone?
So my individual brokerage fund that I play around with, and I do a lot of weird, risky shit, taking, just doing my own information. But my portfolio that I built throughout my career, that's at my 401k, I moved that over into a management fund. And it's interesting because I have a lot more money in that, which is why it's safe and have somebody manage it. But over the last 5 years, I've done better on my own percentage-wise. The problem is if I run into a catastrophe because, I make a wrong guess, I don't have the same safeguards, because there's a reason why you pay experts, but I would never pay an advisor. I'd only pay a fiduciary. Never hire an advisor. The advisor's not bound by law to do what's good for you. They're so they can do whatever is good for them. And a fiduciary has a responsibility to do what's right for you.
I don't know, I've been really happy with who I use. I've used them since we went public, but
Are they a fiduciary?
I use Goldman. They've been great, and they got me through, like, 09.
Goldman Sachs? They're on both sides, huh?
I think they're great. They got me through 09 comfortably, and I have not, I've just done well with them. They're not cheap, but a lot of trust in them. But I wouldn't be able to do it myself. Like, I'd be like, because I'm better with the slot machines.
During the pandemic, when it was highly volatile, I crushed the advice of the market, because it was so volatile that you're swinging for the fences, and nobody that's trying to be risk adverse is going to swing for the fences like that. And so during the pandemic, that was a really good time for me, where it was a really bad time for a lot of people.
I don't know what, I'm embarrassed to say I don't know what a lot of that stuff is. But I also know that I have to have
Diversity.
Well, it matters your age.
Diversity.
It matters your age. And, I still have a lot of bonds. And it's just a balance of what age you are and what risk you want to have. There's a lot of components with it. I also like their product, some of their partnership deals. I think they've been profitable. But again, you pay for it. I don't trust myself with it. Like, I think I would kind of do, as you're saying, I'd probably do well on some of the swings, but it also could have catastrophes.
I'm broke. I'm trying to figure out how to get money like you better.
apply yourself in school.
I haven't
No,
even.
you're not.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
I'm not the best person in the world. I'm be better, but
How far along in school are you?
I already done with school. I got a degree, associate degree. Then I went to Arizona State, all that bullshit. But
Are you a
still
Sun
broke.
Devil? You're a Sun
I'm
Devil.
a son of Jesus. Like what you
Yeah,
said.
you're a Sun Devil if you're Arizona State, right?
Nah, that's why I dropped out. 'Cause I'm son of Jesus.
Well, go back. Study hard. It pays off. Anyway, it's interesting. Just trying to track it. You know what I'm really nervous of? Have you done any of the spats?
You mean, like the spiders? Is that what you're referring to? Yes.
That's very good advice. So how do you do this? I'm gonna give you the greatest advice in the world. Study. That's what he's asking you for tips that they don't have to study. Give them the goddamn raw meat. Bones.
Hey babe, here's another piece of advice. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Good job. And everything you do. That's no good advice.
No?
Give me tips.
That's my tip. There's no such thing as a free lunch. How's that for a good tip?
Well, yeah, but there is such thing as handing someone a tip.
Yes, study.
Hey, you're for a fucking
Work hard. Open your books. Get a career.
Yeah, and that guy's not gonna cuss at people on his stage. What a weirdo.
Anyway, Arizona State's a good school, babe.
You don't go there. He's a troll. Tell me.
I'm not a troll. Like, I really did go to university.
Yeah, but you're not a Sun Devil, because you would have known what a Sun Devil was right away.
I want nothing to do with the devil. Sorry, man.
See what I mean?
Sounds crazy when I say it.
I don't know what it is tonight. The weirdos are coming out.
So did you ever act on a stock tip someone gave you, that was just like absolutely like a silly thing, and then it ended up paying off, but like I don't know, try to explain this. Happened to me. I was very young in my career, just starting to buy some, to, take some savings, and I was on the beach, and someone said there's this pharmaceutical company that makes the cold medicine, and they're coming out with, at the time they made Sudafed, that cold pill. So they were supposedly coming out with a pill that was going to cure the common cold, and that this is it. It's absolutely like guaranteed. They're already in the cold business, and they're going to cure the common cold. And I mean, again, I was just like the first time really buying stocks as an adult. So I bought stock in this company. I can't remember the name of the company. I think it was like British based originally. Anyway, they never came out with the cure for the common cold, but AIDS was happening around the same time, and they ended up being the company that invented AZT, which was like that first drug for AIDS. So I ended up making money in this stock, but not for the reason that the stock tip was there. So have you ever had something like that happen? Like you find some silly tip, but it works out?
Well, I got good advice. The first two trades I made, I hit home runs. My cousin advised me to my company called InfoSpace, and the other one was Real Networks. Probably heard of the Real Player for Real Networks. Both of these companies were ex-Microsoft guys, and my cousin worked at Microsoft, and was like, hey, you should follow these guys. These things are about to go public. As soon as they went public, I bought them. You can go look at the stock history. Like, it was a pretty amazing ride. But I didn't know anything about how, the stock market worked. I was just thinking, like, oh, shit, I'll just keep these, and I'll just continue. They'll go up, and I'll just make a ton of money. And then when the bubble burst, those two company just got hit super duper hard. I still made money, but if you look at on paper where it was at one point, it's kind of nauseating to think about because I was very young, and those were my first two trades, and they were still to this day the biggest increase that I've ever seen percentage-wise on anything that I've ever bought, and I just held them too long, and the market ended up doing what the market does, and I ended up losing. But that's what also tuned me into like I should probably learn about this stuff. So losing. When those two stocks lost their value, that was kind of what got me excited about learning about it.
I think the best tip is to not be too greedy. Like, if something's going up, to sell little bits of it, and then if it's going down, to buy little bits of it. And I've been very successful just being disciplined about that.
That's really disciplined, though.
It's hard. It's really hard. In fact, you were talking about the best tip. The best tip I ever had in my life was when I got to Clubhouse. the first couple weeks in Clubhouse, I met a guy, and we were talking about, I don't know what we were talking about, and we discovered that we both had the same stock. I had a little bit of it, and he had a lot of it. It was NVIDIA, and I had a little bit that I had for more than 10 years. And it's gone up, but it was still, I didn't have that much. And when his confidence in the stock, he said he put his whole savings into it, convinced me to like quadruple down, like just to go big on it, because he put his whole life into it. And of course, it's been
How early was that? Because I have a hard time believing that people saw the vision of NVIDIA when they were doing video cards.
Yeah, no, I bought it 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, and it was from video cards, and that's why I had it. I was in that industry. I didn't know anything about where they were going. It was just this guy who was into video games and other stuff, and yeah, he had sold a company and put like half of his sales and what he made in that sale in NVIDIA. So, yeah, sometimes people are good. And if you want a tip, I would say, like, I'm betting on energy. I think if you're going to have AI stocks, you need energy stocks. So I have a bunch of, a small portfolio of low, LEU, SMR. I have like a couple stocks in there just betting on that sector that energy is going to be huge over the next 10 years.
What about, I heard someone talking about this, I thought it was interesting. All of this has to be housed in places where the energy has to be cooled.
Yes, you need water.
So they were talking about someone who was in the business of insulation. They do just building insulation. That, something to the effect that would air conditioning systems and the installation systems to keep these facilities cold. And
do you watch Shark Tank? You know who Mr. Wonderful is?
I know who he is. I don't watch the show, but I know who he is, yeah.
So that is kind of this team of people that are trying to build the largest data center in the world, like by magnitude, in Canada. And I have no idea if that's going to be a publicly traded entity or what, but the whole reason of why they're selecting it is like energy costs are low and it's super cool anyways. And so they've got all the conditions met, and apparently this is going to be like the largest data center. It'll dwarf the things that like Netflix and Apple and these guys have. But I'm interested in seeing if that's going to be a publicly traded entity.
Interesting.
But you have, if we're going in that direction, you have to house it, you have to keep it cold, you're going to have a whole other industry around the AI industry.
Well, it's not. These are specifically data centers that encompass all of what you're referring to in terms of
Yeah, but you're correct. If that's the way the world is going, like then you can bet on those side markets. They're gonna explode. I get a Corning glass back when the iPhone was invented. Because that's who made all the glass in the front. Like that's a tricky lateral move to make in your head. Everyone's betting on Apple SMR, I think they are on sale right now. By the way, we have margaritas now. That's how I think about it. It's like they're on sale. Get them while they're on sale. They're clothes on sale. Everything's on sale right now. Except Nvidia and Netflix. Those are my tips. Too quiet for you guys?
Okay.
How's down there?
I'm like, I logged out, I logged back in.
We're meditating. This is a moment of silence. Maybe people don't really want to talk about this talk.
They want to talk about something right, stock.
Oh no. Would you keep your calling yourself, please?
Block. Rock.
Rock.
Rock. Okay. Spock.
Doc.
Trekkies.
Cock.
No. That's it. We were just waiting for someone to give that Actually,
Biggest startup. What side of the country?
neither. I left San Francisco for New Mexico. I lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
That's all fucking gone. That's crazy.
Yeah, I've been in the Bay Area for 30 odd years. 40 odd years. The problem with stock stuff is that it's so anecdotal. Like any idiot, like I've got stocks from 20, 30 years ago that, I mean, I've been in tech for 30 years, so it all looks like it's good. You know, but it's just because it's the industry that I happened to be in. I wasn't really thinking strategically. It's anecdotal. How does that help anyone? You know, but I think robotics and robotics and nuclear energy and water and drones and maybe bricks and mortar, maybe American manufacturing. Those are some interesting things. But you don't need to be right about 10 different things. You just need to pick one thing that you're really confident is going to be a big industry in 5 years.
Or you could have just been right about something for 30 years.
Yeah, I've crushed it, but through no genius. My portfolio has been every unicorn that's ever happened. So, like, I don't know what to say. I couldn't have advised that, and it seemed like a stupid idea for many years, but let's get lucky. And I have like early founders Netflix shit, so it didn't even matter what else happened. The stupid thing is when you're really early in a stock like that and it goes up 100 times, you feel like you'd be stupid not to sell it. And like the people that continued to hold it until it was thousand X. Shit. Hold that stock that hard.
Some of us, I had restrictions. So we'll have to see.
Oh, sign up to that.
Yeah.
That sucks. And then you can watch it go up and then go down and you're stuck.
Well, yeah. I mean, to some extent, some of it we could collar. So did some collaring, but you know, couldn't sell it or allowed to sell everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I got fucked up. I mean, at Netflix, we could make all of our up to 100% of our salary could be in stock in those early days, and we could totally pick. And so anyone who had a little bit of money was taking all of their salary in stock. But it was actually options. For the first many years, if you left the company, you only had 6 months. You know, you had to execute these things within 6 months, and the stock was low for years. And it was only my last year there that the stock didn't have an expiration. Like that's all I got to keep, really.
So that your option went on without an expiration.
Yeah. Whereas for many years, I found that after working in public companies, and maybe Abby, you probably work inside companies too, but after working inside public companies, I found that the public's knowledge, no matter how much research they did about what was going to happen, what the prospects were so wrong so often.
That's not how you learn about it. If you really want to learn about it in stock, if you want to go heavy into the stock, what you do is you figure out who the sales leader is, you take them out for drinks, and then you just, after a few drinks, you ask them how the quarter went. And then before the earnings, you call them up. You got it.
That's not how you really bet on the stock market, but yes, you can do things like that.
But what do you mean that's not how you bet on it? Like, what are you talking about?
What do you mean you take some sales guy out?
No, that's not what I said. You're not listening. You ask a sales VP how the quarter went, and then and after a few drinks they'll say, "Oh, we crushed it." Right?
That's insider trading.
It's not insider trading. Insider trading is if they give you the detail, saying that you crushed it. They're not gonna give you the details. But if they tell you that they crushed it,
I'm sorry.
By the way, you don't even have to do that. This is the thing about people who don't understand how the market actually moves and the laws pertaining to it. You can use software that will tell you the adoption of technology, and you can understand when major companies are doing a major deployment of a particular software, that you got widgets that that can track the deployment of these things, and then all of a sudden you can say, "Holy shit, fucking, this company over here is going to have a great quarter because look at this major adoption and the usage that's gone up." Like, there's tools that track this stuff. The idea that the general public has no information, maybe they don't know what tools are legally accessible to them, then sure. But there's so many tools out there.
I disagree. That's sort of.
You can disagree all you want, but
listen to me. As a person inside a company,
why
looking at the information public has, no matter how much research they do, it's really hard to really understand what the prospects, what's really going on inside an organization. And that delta is so stunning to me. I don't know why people bother doing that regular kind of research, because they really can't know that much. It's really hard to suss it out. And I also look at it.
Yes. So, Ruben, I know you're proud that you worked at Netflix, but I'm talking a broader look at technology. What you can do, if you can use tools like Intricately or Build With, and you can see what technology gets deployed in major companies, and you can predict with very good accuracy who's going to have a good quarter. You know this before the earnings call. The fact that you don't know this, maybe you spend too much time at Netflix and not enough studying the market.
Well, first of all, you're being very specific about technology. There's a million companies that do lots of stuff that isn't that way.
That's just true. You wouldn't bet on those things because you wouldn't have any information.
I think that if that worked, there'd be lots more rich people from that, and it doesn't work quite that perfectly, Or everyone would do it, Someone would figure it out, and they tell me.
Everyone wouldn't do it because we have people like Ruben that don't know that it exists.
Dude, I'm crushing the market. Like, why are you talking? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I've got, I don't know. I presume I'm doing better than you are in the markets.
Yeah, everybody on Clubhouse is rich. I understand. That's the thing.
I don't know if everyone is. Just some people. Oh, look at that. This is I just think that if it was quite that straightforward, lots more people would be rich, and it just doesn't always quite work that way. I mean, it can't help. It can't work. I'm sure there's anecdotal evidence of it working, but people who trade with algorithms like that, I don't know. I mean, I think your best way is the insider trading. Yeah, take a sales guy out to lunch. You'll probably get as good information as you could possibly hope for. But I do think that's illegal. I'm sure.
That's not insider trading.
No.
Having a drink with somebody that's in sales and you ask them, "Hey, how you doing?" "Oh man, we crushed it." Why is it? At
a public company, they would be thrown in jail for saying that.
No, if crushed it. It's pretty. That's a pretty casual thing to say.
Someone told me they crushed it, and they were an officer in a publicly traded company, and I acted on that and had a very big trade. I think that would flag. I think people would find that illegal. That's my guess. I don't know. I'm not an attorney.
And I think something that reflects it is if you were having that lunch, the person said, you know, we had, like in my business, we had 3 major conventions just canceled, you know, or our kitchen just went on fire, service, you know, 3 huge open conventions, you know, numbers get affected by things like that. You know, if you knew inside business drama or things that are happening, or sensing that a CEO is going to quit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree. That's the whole, give you a good day trade kind of tip, like a short.
But that happens in my industry. That's the kind of stuff that happens that someone's about to lose their job.
I'm usually looking a couple years down, like, are they going to win in this sector? Are they doing well? Like, I bet long term, I'm not a day trader. So the only question is it going to be worth more in the future than it is now? That's a pretty good question I asked myself.
So I have a question for you. How big was Netflix in the beginning? How big was staff was it? Started out.
What do you mean? When it first started, there's probably 10, 12 people. We were buying DVDs at the Costco and then sticking them in envelopes and on the table. You know, until
I remember getting the mail. I remember having to mail it back and making sure I had it.
I'd say by the time of the IPO, there was about 100 people there. Plus the hubs for distributing DVDs, which was a different kind of staffing. But headquarters was about us, had about 100 people there. Oh, gosh. It's a technology crossover. I don't know who the bank was. Does it change something?
No, it's just curious.
Look. It was managed by Merrill Lynch. Thomas Weasel Partners, US Bancorp, Piper Jaffray. And I IPO'd at $15.
It opened at 15.
It did. I've been split a bunch of times, so that the equivalent is probably like $2, something like that, man. That's 1,000.
There was trading it?
It's about 1,000 now. Yeah, 1,200.
Is the CEO there?
It was Reed, and it was co-CEO with Ted Sarandos. And Ted's still there, and now someone else is the co-CEO, marketing guy.
I do some investment in film. My daughter's a filmmaker, producer. We just finished a film. 4 festivals. Festival hopping.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's an indie film. Hopefully I will get out what I can. I don't know how much.
Are you an investor in the indie film?
Yeah, I've invested in a few. Well, that one she made me do, but I've invested in a few. But one, the reason I brought it up is one of the projects I did was on Netflix. It did really pretty well on Netflix in the U.S. And then we were on France, Spain, Poland. Yeah, it's a series. We had 2 seasons. We're about to film the 3rd season. So, TV series. Yeah, it's good to do
actresses that you probably know, it's not my generation, so I didn't know who these people were, but they're famous for like young people. And the music was banging away like club music. I hated it. There was a murder, like there was a gross murder, and it was pretty dark. It was a dark chick flick. So no, I don't want to sit through it again.
This one was a stupid teen comedy. Like, it was called Senior Prank. That should say it all.
That's just name of it.
Yeah.
Senior Prank.
Senior Prank, yeah.
Or is this called Find Your Friend?
But I like independent, I like small budget films. I think they're fun and quirky, but I don't know. Would you say it was Find Your Friend?
Called Find Your Friend. I'll tell you some of the actresses. Again, my generation, I had no idea who they were, but there's an actress, Bella Thorne.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's cute.
Another actress, Chloe Cherry. Another actress, Sophia Ali. There's some guys that were in it that were famous.
Bella Thorne was a teen actress in like Disney things that my daughter watched.
Yeah.
And looking at this, I don't know. These people. Yeah, it's the way my son's movie was. They were all like Instagram influencers and stuff. I never heard of any of them really.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's what people are gonna watch. I mean, I guess.
Kids, I guess.
I went to one of the film festivals. She was in one in Montreal just recently, and people. I mean, they responded well to it. Again, I now have to sit through this like several. But there's one she goes to. She was telling me. Wait, I gotta remember where this one was located, and it's just for people like Netflix, you know, it's just for the buyers to go. I'm blanking on the name of that one.
Was it in LA?
I don't think it's in LA, but it's a festival just for like I guess that's what you describe as buyers come and you sell your films. But I can't. I have to text her and find out the name. I know she's in a big one in Austin. Also.
I have a neat idea for folks who invest in film. I was mentioning this thing.
Go ahead.
Find someone who's a TikTok mother influencer who's graduated from like a top 20 in drama. It's like one off to bring your audience with you.
Explain what you're saying.
Like finding a TikTok influencer with a style drama degree from a school. Now there's like casting agencies that focus on like economics perspective, it makes a lot of sense.
I don't know. I mean, these actresses did a really good acting job. Like, you know, it wasn't just that they're popular in the younger generation. I mean, they're acting. It gets very dark. There's, you know, like some pretty stressful things that happen to these girls. It's a girls' chick flick where they go on a trip to Joshua Tree and they run into the locals.
That totally makes sense. They wouldn't be the actors, but I feel like nobody just tries to find someone that's not like 5 million TikTok followers since they were 15 or whatever. Find that person once they graduate from drama degree, then turn your name into the drama.
I don't know. I mean, I hear you, but then what's the quality of acting that you're going to get?
Well, it's not someone that drives looking for that, it's not promising. There's 2 concentric circles, so you know, since the water on the
experience similar to what happens in this movie. So after it happened, she said, I'm going to write a movie about this. And that's how this came about.
Wow, she's a pretty girl.
Yeah, she's very pretty. The Netflix one that I did, I was just an associate producer on it. It's a big company was involved. Was filmed in Israel. It was called Beauty Queen of Jerusalem. And it was on that. I think we had like 35 on Netflix, something like that. I mean, we did well.
It's a TV show.
TV series. We had 2 seasons. We're about to film our 3rd. And this was a very cool thing that it's filmed in Hebrew, but it's dubbed in English. And that way of computerized dubbing, how they move the mouth, it really looks like they're singing it.
That's amazing. They did that for this?
For Beauty Queen, yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. I was curious how that for different language translations of movies.
It's hard because, I mean, I could say 2 words to you. I could say a word in English and in Hebrew. If you move your mouth saying those words, the mouth moves completely different. But it's the same word. They change your mouth.
Yeah, they change your mouth. It's very interesting technology.
Yeah. It's very cool. But it worked well with English. They told me it didn't come out as well with the Spanish. There's a famous guy actor in the Find Your Friend. He's in a lot of TV, a lot of series. I find his name.
Christy, what ladder? I've been led to believe that there is no ladder to success. The system is designed to negatively impact you, Christy. There's no way that a woman of color, could succeed in this world. At least that's what Clubhouse says. I think the poll's pretty fun. I love the honesty that I'm seeing in there. Shout out to Moose and all his nuggets. Loving it.
The actor's name is Chris Bell. He's been just
My son's roommate is a TikTok influencer, and who's a comedy guy, and I just don't think he's that funny. Really hard. I don't know. I guess kids like him.
John, are you still there? Alright. I might go see Superman. Midnight show? Yeah. It's the best time to go. I've been looking to see where it's playing. I haven't heard of any of the people that are in the movie. What? Superman? Yeah.
That all movie stars?
David Cornsweet? Sounds like a made-up name. Rachel Brosnahan? I mean, they could make these were Nicholas Holt. I mean, that sounds like a popular name, but see, what has he done?
Haven't heard any of those people.
Let me see what he's done. He was in Single Man, X-Men First Class, Warm Bodies, Jack the Giant Slayer. He's in Mad Max Fury Road, Favorite Dominion, Renfield Horror, Nosferatu, and now Superman. Okay. Alright. I heard from Norma that it's a good movie, so I'm gonna check it out.
Superman?
Yeah. Norma said it was good. Let's see. Weapons? Alright, let me go see what Weapons is. Weapons. You just make that.
It's a monster movie with kids or something. A scary movie.
I haven't seen it. It's a commercial. I've never heard of the people in this one either.
Maybe you're just too old.
Actually, I take that back. Josh Brolin, I know who he is. But he could have. Who the hell's Benedict Wong?
No, Benny Wong.
Benedict Wong, he sounds like a city council member or something. He doesn't sound like an actor. Gary Christopher, Austin Abrams. Eldon, Iron Rank? Sounds like a fucking pretty guy.
Says Weapons is great. Machine is great.
Alden Ehrenreich. Sounds like a guy that lost World War II. So it's a horror movie.
Yes.
First release in the Philippines. That's an interesting strategy. Let's see what the Filipinos have to say. It's almost broke even already, and it was just released a couple days ago, so it's kind of pretty good. $38 budget, and it's already done 29.7. By the time the
Weapons?
yeah.
Yeah, people are buzzing about it.
Alright. I wish Tylock was here. I would tease him that this movie in 2 days has already done his film back in 1985 made altogether. So, very interesting.
Christy like scary movies?
I guess no. Randy probably likes scary movies. Maybe it's a thriller. Alright guys, I'm gonna leave y'all alone. You guys have fun.
I just wanted to apologize because once I got on it last night, and I was like, what did I do? But I think I was so sleepy, I was just delirious. And so, because I know I had been taking some allergy medicine, because my nose was working like a spigot at one time. But yeah, I said to myself, I remember what I did. I sound like a robot. I think I was like sleep talking or something. But yeah, just wanted to apologize for that.
I'm not sure. No.
Just I was sleep talking yesterday, and I was so sleepy that I probably was a little delusional. No, I have a CPAP machine. So,
What do you think about the poll?
That was personal. Oh, okay. On Clubhouse, I think it might be a toss between Nima and Ike, because Concrete is quiet, or maybe it's that person new.
Oh, no, he's not quiet and he's not new. So I'd like an answer. Are you guys going to respond to the poll? It's a new feature.
Okay. I picked Ike.
It's a solid choice.
What is the new feature? Clue me in, because I'm new to this. I don't know.
The polling feature, the poll up above.
The what?
The poll.
Poll? Finish.
Poll. Do you speak English?
Poll. I think it's poll. So, okay, so we got a poll.
You must not have the latest option of the latest update. You should go update.
Well, I'm on club deck on PC, so yeah, maybe it's a poll. Is there a free version on the phone?
Yes. Clubhouse.
Free on the phone. Because they were trying to charge you money.
Yeah, you just gotta skip past that. They're trying to get the newbies to subscribe for $5, but you don't get any. You don't get any benefit from that, by the way. Yeah.
So it's a thing that I'm listening to in extension.
Yeah. So, I think that's one of our more interesting polls. Unfortunately, we don't have a thriving room right now to be able to take advantage of it. But,
I haven't been in there in ages. That's why I'm not saying anything. Well, I don't go in there anymore. But it's just that they say some strange stuff, and I guess, like you said, entertainment is priority. And then, then people will get in the queue to bless that person out, but they don't, selectively let each person talk, once they're in the queue. I don't go in there anymore. I think I've kind of forgotten everything. Tally, is she still in there?
yes, she's the highlight of it. She's the best part.
Oh yeah, when they jump on her.
Probably I've seen it before. And it's pretty entertaining. I don't know if it's really. No offense, I'm just. I don't know.
I mean, I'm a public person,
person, so, and I'm not married. Yeah, but you would have to understand that if I was in a relationship with a person, when you're a public person, then, you know, it's quite normal to, you know, add connections, because I never call them followers.
Okay. So now I'm assuming that it's not your
It is me. It is me, but it's AI enhanced from Family Search. Yeah, it is me, and it's a Pharaoh. It's a Pharaoh. It's a female Pharaoh. So.
I don't want to debate or I just decided I'm just making
Right. But yeah, it's me. But the other ones are me, and they're not enhanced. So I do have to tan a lot. To the point, I now have a dermatologist. So, yeah, but I have my days where I can look like a whale's belly or tan pretty dark. Yeah. That's what my cousin said when she was describing her daughter. That's yeah, my cousin said that one time when she was describing what her daughter looked like. She said, "This one's very white, like whale's belly."
But have you ever seen that video where this massive whale is a beached whale? And there's no way that anyone could hear him. He's dead. And he went out with a knife and a scar. And he's so huge. And it's weird. A lot of people say that it's the sonar and stuff that military's doing in the ocean that they can fucking makes me crazy. That's a whole subject we talk about after, but there's whales on the beach. They didn't know what to do with it, so they fucking they put a bunch of dynamite in it, and it's on film. You can YouTube it. When they blew it up, and there was blubber flying all over the place, landing on the film or whatever. It's insane. But that's
What do they use whales for? What do they use whales for? Huh?
It's another one that's going to rot right there on the beach, and it's going to bring about, you know, the rotting fucking tent whale on the beach. Heard about that really too. I didn't check. This thing was huge. Look it up on YouTube. Put explosives in a whale on the beach. Like a lot of people do. Right? So, bunch of different things. But that's their answer to it's most practical to do it that way because otherwise what are you gonna do? Then it's a biohazard. You leave there. But the thing is, I love all life. I hate mosquitoes and flies. And black widows kill them. And a cockroach, kill a cockroach.
Yeah, I met a military guy who he got bit by some mosquitoes in one of the countries in the continent of Africa, and it tore out his appendix. The appendix, the little filter part by the kidney, appendix. That's something to say. Appendix. I do have an accent because when I try to transcribe it comes out wrong. Yeah, they say we don't need that organ.
on my eyeball, right next to the animal. That's where the lion had it. And I noticed that some of them recognize each other. Like some of them are just walking by doing their thing. And this is their job. It's like, I gotta carry this fucking crumb back to the block or whatever. But then you see somebody and it's like, hey, what's up, dude? And like their brother or cousin or whatever, and like, hey, how's it? And then he stops the line a little bit and they wave around their little antennas and they're communicating with something. And they're like, okay, I'm on the line now. All right, see you later. Like, seeing that shit. And to me, the whole thing.
So they really are busy. They,
yeah, we take pressure off. Just like people do.
oh, and that's why you see some by themselves too.
Look what chat, what I had to go, man, I clicked and I put that up.
Yeah, they will. I've seen half of an ant body. If they don't do it, the bumblebee will. I've seen the bumblebee kill another bumblebee in my windowsill. Yeah, so yeah, if you're not busy, you're by yourself and you have to fend for yourself.
Have you ever seen tarantula killers? They're fucking big, metallic, like a deep.
No, I didn't even know they existed.
Oh yeah, it's a tarantula killer. Look it up on it's a purple metallic. It's the color of a BMW 8 called Techno White. It's the exact same color. I have 8 cars, so I know colors. And it has a metallic. It's a beautiful thing, and it's huge and scary, but it won't bite you. All it's looking for is tarantulas. And what they do is they kill the tarantula and they eat it a little bit and they lay eggs in it, and then that tarantula body becomes the incubator for their offspring.
Wow. Mother Nature ain't no joke. Everything is recycled. Everything.
Yeah, but it's like you look at one, bring up an image, and you will trip on the color there. It's just like
Well, my cats, they still, if a mice runs through here, they still attack them. And no matter how much food, and I get them organic name brand, no matter how much food is here, they still, I think they must still like the game. You know, so it's not even about eating, it's about the game. They still will attack mice.
yeah. Well, they're instinctive instincts. Like humans are, like we all animals. We're instinctual. Like we have DNA, which is coding to make us, even though we're separated from
Primordial.
like, it's in us. Like, how does a bee know how to collect pollen and things like that? And it's accidentally like pollinating things, but that's its job. They come back and they make honey and
Well, have you ever seen the dragonfly? Because one day I just waved my hand and
baby. Have you ever seen a baby dragonfly in the middle of metamorphosis?
no, but is it true that if they sting you, they lose their stinger?
I don't think dragonflies sting. I could be wrong, but I don't think they do.
I don't know what that is with that long needle. And they fly around. But I just moved my hand and it
So if something touches it, they
well, no, it's real because I swooped my hand and it grazed the nail and the nail rotted off and I was praying that the hand didn't. So yeah, it's very dangerous. I believe that's the one with the stinger.
Wasp. Wasp, yeah.
That's what I was going to say. You're thinking
Yeah,
of
that's I thought about dragonflies. They probably light up at night. I didn't think dragonflies are like
wasp. The wasp has no bark like a bee. I got stung by a wasp. He was on a tree, and I leaned in. I knew all bees. And we leaned in to the tree, and what happened? And I look at it, it was a wasp stuck on me, but I just pulled it right off. There's no bark. Like if it was a bee, it has like a barb where it stay in you, and then they have like all their nuts come out, start pumping it up nerve pumps in the bee is way worse than the wasp. For sure.
Yeah, I'm allergic to bee stings. I'm allergic to them, but as long as I don't have like too many, I think I can like overcome them.
Well, let me ask you this: are you afraid of them when they come around?
Yeah, because I know that I'm allergic to them.
That's the worst thing. They react to they have hormone sensing things that we don't know.
Oh, we grew up in the hood talking about the colors that you weren't going to wear because we would attract them.
Well, but when you see a bee, it's not wiring, and I don't get stuck. It's like you just talk to the bee. I mean, it's you gotta be calm. Just talk to the bee. It's like, oh, you're good. Like I'm not a flower. You can go like do whatever you gotta do in your head, but you gotta maintain that calmness. And the bee will not. If it's just
They do chase you.
just
Like
like
chase.
I've always been like, I got stung by a bee one time in my life. Then I think one time by a wasp. That's all I can remember. But you know what's worse than that is fucking poison ivy. So it's not that good.
Most people are allergic to poison ivy.
Oh, show me someone who's not. It's gonna crash your ass out. It's not great. Maybe be at CVS getting pink shit.
Calamine. Yeah, but the whole I haven't been over to Chile, so such a long time. So I really don't know, who's the worst. I know they are snappy. Say stuff they shouldn't say out their mouth. Like what? God, man, I'm scared to even say this shit. Repeat it. You're in a safe space. Go ahead. Oh, okay. So one, they said black girls couldn't be moderator to do. They let this African girl. I think I told you all about that time. Let this African girl tell this white guy that she could enslave him. She said, "You just enslaved me." And then the problem was that she was telling everybody about a study, and she acted like she knew more. They were trying to correct her or give her information that they had researched on something. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was how many fathers in the home or what. But I didn't like it because I was like, you come over here and you think you know more than the people that are here that's experienced it. And she just hogged up the mic, but they just then they pick on Nathan, with the pineapple thing, saying that that's the sign that he's probably amorous, and then they'll pick on other guys and say they're doing each other. So, I mean, they go hard.
each other so they can take it.
And Carly, like I said, I'm the lyrics are the guy that operates and he has like Ernie, like he's like a dual, like he's Ernie, and Ernie's doing all the, he's just throwing some verse out, Ernie's throwing it out, like, what's going on?
It's a biblical philosophy in black Hebrew Israelites.
I'm sorry.
I tread lightly by going into their room. I've never been in this bring the smoke room.
Yeah, I mean, I brought up like a counter to the argument and just try to like, because they're very strict about their beliefs and they try to like pull the string down. You know what I mean? And they didn't like it too much. They're not very open to discussion. So I was trying to so we're doing like one guy, he don't say shit unless the other guy says, give me a verse, read that verse. And there's a weird relationship with Roger and Ernie. Says something. Ernie ain't allowed to say shit. The bird says okay. I don't know if anyone else knows. I really noticed it.
Well, I just noticed that they will keep a conversation rolling if one of them talks. But you gotta watch them. It's like they come in here on a regular basis. Everywhere they go, they want to take over.
Okay, you know, well, I get that thing. So,
Like my dad said, that's the type of people my dad didn't like. You know, he said I was the first person that ever came in his house and didn't want anything. You know, he said that the other people come in, they want, you know, they're looking for something, they come for nothing. You know, and that's how they got. They come in really spoiled a couple of times. They coming to take over. They cannot take over. They're gone. You know, pop back in. If they do, it's not going to be consistent.
yeah, I get that. For the sake of it, to me, it's kind of like a challenge. Like, I told him, like, how do you know through all these different versions and we're reading the King James version, which he obviously had reason to change it for his own benefit. So why are you so surprised with that? And then when it's convenient, they go to the Old Testament and get from there. And it's like, well, you guys are
And tales were clear up the scriptures to know not one. And I'm like, if you don't like the New Testament, why are you complaining? It's written for the architect of the church. Well, and then they don't like the Bibles that are comprised into one Bible. And I was like, this is a ethnicity. When you go to most Baptist churches, whether it's missionary, you know, that was started by Martin Luther King. I'm sorry, Southern Christian Leadership was started by Martin Luther King. Or whether you go to American, which is found in the Midwest. Some of these people, they got their creeds that they cite, and like the one across the street from my house was missionary, and I got the boy that might have been slave. But anyway, they're
missionary. What is
it's a type of denomination for religion.
what are they? Considered Christian?
Yeah, and so then what you do is you know, they have they have the different types of denominations within the Baptist congregation. But anyway, and I'm saying Walker Bill Baptist, they cite the Nicholas Creed or something like that. I forget what his name is, the first bishop. Yeah, so they cite the creed. So I told him,
Senator, the fact that you want to argue with somebody about that is, I think that's weirder than them making a truth claim that they can't do.
Well,
You know,
my motivation for arguing with their, what I think were inflated beliefs, and I don't think they truly believe them. I think they stand strong to these scriptures for challenge of knowledge. Like I'm more for
so you believe that your beliefs are defensible, and that anybody that believes something outside of you, that's the indefensible. It's a,
I believe that unless you can prove something, you have to have the
Well, have you ever read the Christian Bible? Have you ever read the Christian Bible? That was the question.
No.
Okay, so then why would you argue about it?
Say what?
Why would you argue about? I'm about to move you if you can't fucking communicate.
Why are you getting mad, first of all?
Because you're fucking retarded. How about that? Okay, you're done. Bye. Mike, what's going on? Okay. These newbies to this fucking app. I like to push back and argue with people that believe in God. If you read the Bible, no, I haven't read the Bible. Just shut up, dude. Shut up. You're not as smart as you think you are. You're arguing about a thing you've never read. It's fucking weird. Mike, these people are aggravating me. I can see that. Have you responded to the poll yet?
No, I don't want to respond to that. I don't know anyone.
Just guess or say other.
Yeah, but if I say other, you're gonna ask me to dance.
Well, no, but then you just make up a name. I wouldn't know. You could just be like, hey, Joe from Philadelphia.
Yes. I'm gonna go other there. I don't know. This person is a loss. It's a great area with this.
It's pretty hard for it to not be Nemo.
See, I like Nemo. We don't talk like crazy politics up there. She's not that bad.
You ever hear her talk about anarchy?
No. No.
Next time you bump into her, ask her in an anarchist society who gets the nukes and her head explodes.
What did she say?
Well, the people will decide. People will just get them. Do you think that's a good idea? Well, it's better than now. Well, how is that better than now? Because the people should be decide. The people should be free to decide.
Huh.
What's up, Christy?
It's a horrible idea.
Yeah. Christy, if you don't respond to the poll, I'm gonna feel like you're afraid to respond. So. I was gonna go to the movies and then it got too late, so I decided to come back in here, Christy. But I have a poll up there. I'd really like your opinion on this. Daniel said other. Can you type in the chat, Daniel, who you think is the stupidest? Oh, snap. Well, then, Chrissy, then you would answer other, then. It's very simple. Somebody's barking. There must be somebody lurking. What's going on? these days?
Which one?
The guy that makes bad arguments. You're one of those guys.
Well, I asked you a question. You refused to answer.
I never refuse to answer.
I asked you a question. Why am I a bad guy for not reading the Bible?
I didn't say you're a bad guy. I said that you were a stupid guy for wanting to argue with people about the Bible. Hold on. Can I answer? You wanted my answer, right? You were so excited to hear my answer. Yeah. I think you're a stupid guy for wanting to argue about something that you've never read. That I think makes you stupid.
I've heard the scriptures poured out through many throats amongst my life, and to me it's just common sense.
So you're making a common sense judgment about a very dense book that millions of people, actually billions of people have read. And by the way, there's disagreement about the understanding of it. But you're the fucking expert, and you want to talk about it when you've never even read it. Do you find that a little weird that you've got such a strong opinion about the Bible, a book you've never read?
I don't have a strong opinion about the Bible. I have a weak opinion about the Bible because there are so many. It's saturated with religious belief amongst human beings spread out across the world. So I have a weak understanding of it because it's watered down. Okay?
What's watered down? You've never read it.
In anything that is not substantiated.
But you've never read it.
It doesn't matter if I've read it or not.
Where does your opinion come from if you've never read it?
I'll answer that. My opinion comes from an open mind, which you don't have. You're indoctrinated at a young age, or maybe at an old age. I don't know how old you are.
If you were, what am I indoctrinated? What am I indoctrinated?
They didn't get you in that fucking mess, and now you get you out of it.
What am I indoctrinated into? Please explain. What religion do you think I'm a part of?
What you claim to uphold?
Which one do I claim to uphold?
Christianity.
I'm not a Christian.
Then what are you?
I'm a deist.
Meaning what?
Meaning I believe that there's an existence of God, but I don't believe the truth claims that are made within the Bible. See, I've read it. No, we're not. No, we're not, because I understand what the truth claims are because I've read it, and I don't believe it. I do find that there's value in organizing a society around a common set of beliefs, but I can't even begin to argue with you about something like this, and I couldn't believe that you brought it up, considering you've never read it. So you're nothing like me. You're the guy that does it where he even has a ticket.
Argue against it. Because I'm not indoctrinated like you.
I'm not indoctrinated in it at all. I disagree with the truth claims. What the fuck are you talking about?
How are you so separated about my beliefs there?
Because you're an ignoramus that's never read it.
Oh, he was waiting to pull that word out. Ignoramus? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What an extreme attempt to suck your soul. What's the difference between deist and agnostic? Can you tell me that?
Absolutely. An agnostic doesn't believe or disbelieve. They're on the fence. I'm not on the fence. I believe that there is a God.
Okay. When you say God, can we replace that word with creator?
Yeah, creator, architect of the universe, whatever term that makes you feel comfortable.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. All right, well, let's go deep into it. First of all, I'd rather have a conversation with you than argue with respect.
Can we find a topic that you're knowledgeable about, something you've read about?
We already had a topic, brother.
No, but I'd rather talk about something that you've read. That way we have a common understanding.
I'm a human being. I don't have to read to know. Do you know all the interface of doing body work and painting a car?
No, and I wouldn't claim to be an expert in that.
Hey, so even if you read a book about it, you're not good
Next, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. You're talking about a. Next, if you keep interrupting me, I'm gonna send you to the goo. Okay. No, there's no bait and switch. There's you that hasn't read a book that you want to argue about. Listen, if you're ever going to survive like more than 5 minutes on a stage in any clubhouse room, you're gonna have to learn to not interrupt people. It's rude and it's not productive for a conversation. But before we even decide if we want to bring your dumb ass back up, I want you to just think about a book that you have read, or maybe a subject that you're really familiar with, and then we'll have a discussion about that. Because it kind of makes a fool out of you when you want to have an argument about a book that you haven't read. Anyways, I might have a new poll coming soon. Let's see. Let me. I gotta bring. Serendipity, are you awake? Are you asleep? Are you awake? What are you? She's got this. Oh, Ro's there. Ro, will you bring this guy back up? Ro. Yeah. Ro, am I crazy to think that it might make sense that if we're gonna have an argument that we're both familiar with the source material of the argument?
Need I remind you we're on Clubhouse?
That's a fair point.
A book I've read, I haven't read a lot of books, but I have a lot of real world experience.
Listen, I want to say I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your honesty, but I don't think you needed to say that you haven't read a lot of books. I think it's obvious that you haven't read a lot of books.
Well, one of them was, I've read Escape from the War Zone. And you can probably imagine what that was about.
I've never read that book, so I wouldn't bother debating it.
Well, it's about someone that was raised a Jewish person that escaped from a Nazi concentration camp.
Go on.
Yeah, what do you want me to read word for word?
No, I want to see if we can find a topic that you're well versed in, that I'm well versed in, that we're both interested in talking to each other about, because you wanted to talk about the Bible, and then after asking a couple of quick questions, come to find out you've never read the Bible, so it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to debate that.
Well, what do you know besides the Bible?
How about economics? You want to talk about capitalism?
Not necessarily. Well, try not. We can, but I mean.
How about gun rights in the U.S.? Ro loves that topic.
What's your stance on it?
Well, first of all, I want to just make sure that we both are men of letters here. Have you read the Constitution of the United States, most specifically the Second Amendment?
I understand.
Have you read the Second Amendment?
Word for word, I'm not going to recite it. I can't recite it. I understand.
What's your understanding of the Second Amendment?
That we have the right to bear arms. Basically.
Okay.
Now it's part of the
Thanks for telling me how conversations on Clubhouse work. I appreciate that. I would have been very lost without that instruction. It sounds like we might agree. So you believe it's the right of American citizens to keep and bear arms?
Yes. Those criminals have fucking arms, and you should be able to defend yourself as well as the initial meaning is to fight against our government when tyranny occurs.
Yeah, okay, we agree. Let's try to find something we disagree about. ever spoken to you about vaccines?
Well, about religion, you're saying I'm not qualified about it.
Well, you've never read the Bible. You can talk about religion. You can talk about religion all you want. All I'm saying is if you're gonna make it, listen, hey, listen. I will fucking remove you the next time you interrupt me, you fucking retard. If you're gonna have a conversation, let's have a conversation. And this is how it goes. Okay. When I'm speaking, then you shut the fucking mouth. How about that?
Can I add something? Next, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Next. Yeah, I just want to, I can see we get pretty new to Clubhouse, okay? How this works is pretty simple. When one person's talking, okay, that's the cue to be able to just listen. Okay, and especially if a person is a moderator, moderating a room. If you want to, create your own, or you or anybody else wants to be able to create their own room and have their own rules, that's entirely up to you or anybody else for that matter. Okay, but generally the way it works in here is that, if a moderator needs to be able to talk, then it's just a sign of courtesy to be able to, I can just bow down to the moderator. You can call it bowing down, or you could actually refer to it as just complying to a reasonable request. That's entirely up to you. But if you want to be a victim, okay, then you'll be a victim. I'm just letting you know that's the way it works. Thank you. Alright, so what do you bring up any subject you want?
Let's talk about the Christian Bible.
We already did that.
You know what? I've changed my mind. I want to argue about something that you've never read. Let's go. I just want to see where this could possibly go. Go for it. Enlighten me.
Well, you gotta begin it because you're wrong. So give me a premise.
Well, the hard part is wherever I start, I'll ask you if you're familiar with it. You'll say no because you've never read it. See, that's a problem.
There has to be if I agree with it or if I believe it.
Do you believe that the teachings of Jesus would be a good idea for people to adhere to throughout their life?
Yes.
Excellent. Now walk me through what the teachings of Jesus are.
Be good. We're inherent with right and wrong. See, now we're going to biology. And the thing is, you already know without religion when you're born what is right and what is wrong. Inherent.
No, it's not. No.
Why do you disagree with that?
Well, because babies shit their pants, and I think that eventually they learn that it would be a better idea to wipe their ass.
Yeah, but little babies, when they get on a fucking toilet, they shit in the toilet. People fucking buy them diapers and they think they're ready to sit on
You have to teach them how to take a shit and how to wipe their ass.
Okay, but what happened when babies took shits before diapers were invented?
Their parents would clean their ass. No, you really got me there. One point for next. Hey, hope you guys are keeping score. Next scored 1. I'm at 0. Man, I'm getting demolished here. Go ahead, next. Next subject.
Alright, so what happened to
I spill the gravy, then I will clean it. And they, if I spill it, I agreed and I left. I walked home.
What if that's protocol? What's your problem? So you quit like an old beans if you had to.
I didn't want to clean it.
Okay.
I didn't.
No, no fucking. Put blank space right there and we can fill it for all day like that.
I think clean gravy is a job that's meant for people like you.
Really? Why do you think so?
Because you just, when I look at your PTR, you've got, gravy cleaner written all over your face.
I'm more likely to be the chef making the gravy.
We're not dating.
Then you're gonna be the guy sucking ass while you bring the mashed potatoes and gravy on the plate to the customer. But if you spoon the gravy, you're gonna bitch and click 5 minutes. That's the difference between me and you.
I think there's a lot of differences between me and you. For example, when it comes to arguing over biblical text, I would read it before I would have the argument. You would decide not to read it and want to have an argument. So there's some subtle differences.
The subjects that you don't are not personal. Okay?
You were the one that brought the subject up of the Bible.
I brought up biblical smoke. We did bring that from.
And then you said that you needed to set people straight because you knew the truth. And then I asked you what you knew about the Bible, and you told me you never read it. And that's how we got here.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Have you ever smoked salvia?
No.
You ever smoked marijuana?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever put a tab of acid on it?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. Alright, so there's something we could talk about.
Shocker that you've done drugs.
So let me ask you, what was your trip when you did the acid? What was your takeaway from it?
My takeaway was the high lasts too long, and it wasn't really my thing.
Were you afraid to do it?
No, I wasn't afraid. I didn't find it pleasurable.
What was unpleasurable about it?
I like to be in control of my faculties.
Then you weren't in control.
This is correct. Correct.
Who was in control?
I was under the influence of a drug, and there was a distortion of reality and things like. You do the interrupting thing again. Listen, let me walk you through something. If you ask somebody a question and they begin to give their answer and you interrupt, it basically invalidates the reason why we're even having a conversation. If you want me to answer it, then shut the fuck up and get your answer.
Sorry, go ahead and answer.
I'm actually moving on from this conversation because you're a fucking retard. I'm gonna bring Gildas out of.
Me, like you grew up, I was.
Yeah, okay. I don't like to do drugs. Sorry. I get it. I get it. I get it. You enjoy. It's a very look. You win. You like drugs more than I do. You win. You like drugs more than I do. You're the big winner. Next is the big winner. The guy that likes to do drugs more than another person. What a fucking contest you've competed in. Anyways, Gildas, how are you?
Holy man. Essentially, I put the mirror of acid upon them.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I have a fear of you interrupting me. Gildas, I have a question. Gildas, have you read the Christian Bible? So next, what other drugs have you used?
Methamphetamine, marijuana, cocaine.
Shocker.
I had one that has no.
Have you ever spent time in a county jail?
In a what?
A county jail.
Yes. LA.
How about state penitentiary?
No.
Got it. What's the longest you've done in county?
County, 34 days.
Do you mind sharing why?
Well, before I answer, I'm gonna ask you, have you ever done time in penitentiary?
I spent one night in a county jail.
One night, okay, that's fair enough. I got entrapped into a loop in a state to catch marijuana dealers, but I wasn't a marijuana dealer. And they entrapped me. Because I was just going to the store to get some fucking candy. Me and my buddy. And we're high, we've been drinking. Then there was like an 87 IROC thing lower it was polished, big, like 17 at the time, big, little profile tires. And then it turned out, like, I imagine they stole that from drug dealers. They used that as undercover people. These motherfuckers paid me to some weed. I didn't have any fucking weed. I was like, but I was like, Bill, bro, they were drinking beer, they had Budweiser cans, but they were carrying away with water. So you can say that. But, I was like, nah, man, I don't have it. And, come on, man. It's like, that's entrapment, dude. It's like, no, like, you're fucking grabbing my heartstrings. Like, now I'm feeling sorry for you. It's like, oh, these guys want to get high. I'm not fucking selling. I'm not coming up with a goddamn bitch. These are begging me for sympathy to get high.
Are you
I
wasted?
don't know. Right?
Next, are you wasted?
Couple beers.
Dan, are you familiar with this guy?
No idea.
I'm getting Doc vibes
So
from.
you're gonna interrupt me
Oh, no.
while you hate me?
Oh, like five, yeah. What's wrong?
I got my water.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, hold on. Ann, this is Next. Next, this is Ann. And Next was here. He wanted to. He was talking with Connie for a moment, and he was talking about his rebuke of the Christian Bible. And then when I asked him if he had read the Bible, hold on. I'm talking to Ann here. So, and when I asked him if he had read the Christian Bible, he had said no. And so then we got into an argument about whether or not you need to read the Bible to know what's in the Bible.
Right. Like, you don't have to know what's in the Bible to. What's that word? What does it mean? You mean? Louder than.
Hold on.
I can't hear you.
Hold on one second. Someone was actually waiting at me in the audience.
Yeah, you're all here.
Okay, so next. Okay. So rebuke is that like means that you reject anything that's in the Bible, but you've never read the Bible. You've never read the Bible. Next, you've never read the Bible.
I've heard so many call-outs of the scripture.
Okay, no, that's not the question I asked. I asked, have you read the Bible?
No, I haven't. Obviously,
Do you believe And Randy, hold on, Doc.
In the middle of explaining something very deep. Get the fuck out of the way with your penis, Chad. Fuck you.
Randy is an audience, but I would come up here and talk about how dumb I am. Or you just did chat lawyer. Max, I'm not talking to you. Max, 1 second. Randy, come up here. You're a beta bitch boy.
So let me continue. I saw when I was about 5 or 6 years old, we went to Pioneer Chicken in Milwaukee, California.
Is that your first cock?
That's, well, that's, well, yeah, that's when he found out he was a bad.
Okay, on a penis, fucking trick that.
You're the one that didn't suck it all you wanted to. I didn't get enough.
I'm starting to think you're homosexual. Stop.
There's worse things in life to be.
Alright, let me finish my story. Alright, so,
I can't do it.
alright, we're in a 62. In my spot was in the back where the speakers are, like behind the seats. And when I go that small, I can stretch out where one of the PS4 driving to watch a movie. I don't know, I remember something where like we watched Jason Stockman's Nothing Small.
Make it stop. Make it stop. Lord Jesus, make it stop.
So, this
Me finish.
lonely. He's lonely. That's why you're lonely.
My mom comes out and she says, get in the car, look in the sky. I said, what the fuck? Climbed out. There were other planes there. I like that song. I climbed out. We all looked up. And there's a fucking UFO in the sky.
Cool.
Wait, hold on. Was that the same day that you did the acid?
No, I was on the
No, that alien in the sky and dropped a bag of dicks on his head.
No. So, I was looking up at it, and I could draw it right in real time. I could fucking do it in Photoshop or whatever. But I can tell you the rate of the lights that were up
Next, I got a quick question for you. If I were to get you the address of an AA meeting, would you check it out?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm gonna go find one for you.
I don't need your help. Anyway. So, I watched it. And I
So
noticed.
how did you get here? How did you get here? How did you get here?
Hold on, please. I noticed. Hold on, please. I'm trying to remember this. Hold on, please. Don't interrupt me. Every time this light went around, I made a 360 degree. The light in the middle.
Was it a wheel inside of a wheel?
It glowed in, yeah.
because we're so fucking wasted.
You're not listening to me, right?
No, we're not.
Yeah, hold on. Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up for a second. I want to see if we can bring these two conversations about aliens and the Bible together. And I want to just briefly bring your attention to Ezekiel 1:4-28. I looked up and I saw a windstorm coming out of the north, an immense cloud with flashing lights and surrounded by a brilliant light. The center of the fire looked like a glowing metal, and in the fire it was what it looked like 4 living creatures. In the appearance, their form was human, but each of them had 4 faces and 4 wings. Their legs were straight, their feet were like those of a calf, and gleamed like burnished bronze. Under the wings of their 4 sides, they had human hands. All 4 of them had faces and wings. The wings, one of them touched the wings of another. Each of them went straight ahead. They did not turn as they moved. Their faces looked like this. Each of the 4 had the face of human beings, and on the right side, each of the face of a lion, and on the left side of the face of an ox. Each also had a face of an eagle. Such were their faces. They each had 2 wings spreading out upward, each wing touching that of the creature on either side, and each of the 2 other wings covering its body. Each one went straight ahead. Wherever the spirit would go, they would go, without turning as they went. The appearance of the living creatures was like burning coals of fire or like torches. Fire moved back and forth among the creatures. It was bright and lightning flashed out of it. The creatures sped back and forth like flashes of lightning. As I looked at the creatures, I saw a wheel on the ground beside each creature and with its 4 faces. This was the appearance of a structure of the wheel. They sparkled like topaz, and all 4 looked alike. Each appeared to be made like a wheel, intersecting a wheel. As they moved, they would go in any one of the 4 directions. The creature faced the wheels, did not change directions as the creatures went. Their rims were high and awesome, and all 4 rims were full of eyes all around. When the living creatures moved, the wheels besides them moved. And when the living creatures rose from the ground, the wheels also rose. Wherever the spirit would go, they would go, and the wheels would rise along them because the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. When the creature moved, they also moved. When the creature stood still, they all stood still. And when the creatures rose from the ground, the wheels rose along with them, because the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. Spread out from above the heads of the living creatures was what looked like a vault, sparkling like crystal and awesome. Under the vault, their wings were stretched out, one another, each of 2 wings covering its body. When the creatures moved, I heard the sound of their wings, like a roar of rushing waters, like the voice of the Almighty, like the tumult of an army. When they stood, they lowered their wings. And then there came a voice from above the vault over their heads as it stood with lowering wings. Above the vault over their heads was what looked like a throne of lapis lazuli. And high above on the throne was a figure like that of a man. I saw from what appeared to be his waist up looked like a glowing metal as if full of fire. And that from there down he looked like fire, and the brilliant light surrounded him, like the appearance of a rainbow in the clouds on a rainy day. So with the radiance around him, this was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. When I saw it, I fell face down, and I heard the voice of one speaking. Okay, I want to finish that. This is the conclusion of our Bible study tonight next, but I want to just tell you that Ezekiel confirms that what you saw was what God wanted you to see. You saw aliens, but not just any alien. You saw the evidence of the Lord Almighty.
Let me finish seeing what I saw. Okay? So that fucking gibberish. Didn't even listen.
Wow. And you see that? You could give him a burning bush and he wouldn't even recognize it.
I'm a fucking 0, so I don't care about what you read in a fucking book.
Why are you so angry at God?
Because I am being prosecuted.
No, but why are you angry at God?
So next, now that you know that the Bible talks about UFOs, does that increase your interest in reading it?
Not necessarily, because you haven't even took the time to listen to what I have to say.
You had me at you had me at I've never read the Bible.
Yes,
You had me at the bag of dicks that fell in your head.
but you heard what I said and you cut me off in the middle of what I said. So just you cutting me off in the middle of my persecution dissuade you from your fucking belief.
Next, all I gotta say is what I heard you describe was exactly what I read from Ezekiel. I think you saw the same thing.
Okay, but you didn't let me finish what I was saying. So you didn't actually hear me what I was saying. Because you cut me off. I got blocked from talking.
Oh my God, you're getting bullied. You're
But
getting
you
bullied.
Next, can we go back to the fact that you've never sucked a dick on your own?
Lord have mercy on my soul.
You smoke crack too, and you're drunk? Oh my gosh, Gil, was your crackhead too?
Man, on a Saturday night on Clubhouse, on whatever you want me to be.
Gildas, I finished reading that particular thing that I was reading, and it was brilliant. So thank you.
Hey man, I really appreciate that. You know, I mean, whoever wrote it should appreciate it as well, I should say.
Yeah, that was very good.
Well, it's a collaboration of a lot of authors over a lot of years that collaborated, especially like, for example, the King James to make it for the way that people follow their lead. People that are ignorant and thirsty for fucking some kind of leading. That's what you did. That's what you're fucking doing. You gotta keep an open mind if you don't have one. You're stuck on a Bible.
What message from the Bible do you think is a bad message? Like, what part of the Bible do you think is not good? Like, to reject it so much? It sounds like there's something that. But you've never read it. But you've never read it.
But a lot of it is made up.
But you said a lot of it's made up, but you've never read it. You also said you've never read it.
But I've been hearing it all my life. I've heard every fucking verse that you guys.
Okay.
Instantly.
Okay. Is it over yet?
No. But if you want to say something, go ahead.
Well, are you done now?
No, I'm not done, but if you want to say something, go ahead.
Yeah, you're retarded.
I am the least. I'm probably the smartest person I've ever met. And if you want to rate me, be on the list. You'll be on the retarded side, but not the smart side. I can answer two questions. You can answer common sense.
I like the emphasis on goofball.
That's how she showed up.
Maybe she was hitting the head with a bag of dicks.
Right.
Mike, what do you make of all this?
I would pick other and might go next.
Yeah, I feel like Nex is the reason why Other is performing so well in this poll.
How do you guys take a poll? What is the outcome of that?
The poll question is, who's the dumbest person on Clubhouse? And right now, I think you're in the lead.
It's who?
It's some cocksucker named Nex.
You really told you to hear that much out?
I don't think I've ever been roasted this hard in my life. This is incredible.
Yeah, I wanted to vote, but I don't know how you do it.
I have ice blocks, I guess.
I'm fair. I'll let you talk. You bring up your subject about when we won't vote.
What do you mean?
And you stay up
You
great.
said that the Bible was nonsense, was stupid, and you've never even read it. So how are you fair in anything that you said? But you've never even read it.
Well, like I told people before you got here, there's over 3,000 religions in the world, and they all have their own Bible. Are they all right? What do you think?
I know that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior.
Wasn't strong.
Okay, so what have you been saying?
I've been strong about everything I've been saying. And
No, I think you've just been over trauma dumping.
you say that influence violence and things or something. Say it's okay. Yeah.
Pretend that what she just said is in a book that you've never read. Maybe you'll understand it.
Okay, have you ever read Mark Twain? Was it like how many books did he write?
Huckleberry Finn.
Have you ever read that?
Famous one.
Have you ever read that?
Yeah, and if you don't follow it, I will remove you from the room.
You can't wait to do it, man.
Actually, no. I am so fucking bored that this is intriguing. Like, what I'm experiencing right now is just, it's like going to a zoo exhibit where you're just like, it's an animal that you've never seen before, and you're just like seeing the kind of silly things that a strange animal does.
That's a compliment.
You're like a lemming.
Lemon?
Do you know what a lemming is?
Yeah, it's like a little squirrel type.
Yeah. Do you know what they're known for?
No.
Google it.
Like, you know who you are? You're like a fucking pug dog.
I have one.
Stubborn and lazy. And,
Not lazy, stubborn for sure. Not lazy.
well, I gotta have one. When have you seen a pug dog fully active, chasing down you? Not really.
No, no.
I think everything you said is
He's besmirching pugs. I have a half pug, half terrier, and he couldn't be more wrong. Sammy is a beautiful little creature.
See? Where's Sammy at? Get home again.
Sammy's sleeping, and Bubba's sleeping right next to me. You might hear Bubba snore if you get lucky.
How big is Sam? How much is Sammy?
Sammy weighs 35 pounds. He's bigger than most pugs. It's because he's mixed with a terrier, but we can hear Bubba snore.
My dog's probably like 45 pounds. If I didn't know to stop, I'll pick up Sammy and she can throw like a fucking rag doll. But I would kill him. It's not my way.
It's interesting. I thought it was interesting when he started the room arguing with Coney about the Bible. You know what he has in common with some of the people that are in the poll? The reason Ike and Concrete made the list is they spent 45 minutes arguing in chillism about Hegel. And then when they were asked if they've ever read Hegel, they acknowledged that neither of them have ever read Hegel. Next, it's come to this room and was saying that he doesn't believe the teachings of the Christian Bible. And then when I asked him if he ever read the Christian Bible, he said no. So what we have in common with a lot of these people is they claim to be experts on things and have strong opinions on shit that they've never fucking read.
Okay, but you don't have to. Let me tell you something. You never read the book about all the expertise and skill and experience that goes down in gaining a perfect car. Like, you're gonna be a car. You could read a book, and you're gonna have to learn yourself, because you're gonna fuck up, and you're gonna learn from your mistakes. I'm gonna put that in an analogy of the Bible. I know it's telling me that I gotta learn from my mistakes, and I'm gonna believe that I want to in order to go forward. And
Respectfully, I have no fucking clue what you're saying.
thanks for clearing that. Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. You have no idea what I'm talking about. It's the same thing.
So are you saying you work at Brookside?
Well, my
Well, next. Do you work at Earl Scheib? Is that what you're saying to us? You paint cars? No? Okay.
I think it was down below speech.
This is crazy. Next
That's better. There, you're talking now.
Thanks. I haven't heard you in a while.
I haven't seen you in a minute. Where have you been hiding?
Been around. Doing hair. I like to dive into the month once in a while. All the leftist roots have gone away. It's not bad.
It's not the conversation that's
No, I still see that with the front one is open. Right, every day.
Yeah.
And then, and then go, when he goes back to classes, he doesn't want it all the time.
I mean, they've all basically turned into like coping.
You know what was interesting for like the first like 10 times you experience it? He becomes very repetitive after time.
Well, I didn't like him because he was such a
What is going on next? Other people are talking.
you guys have nothing to say.
No, what do you mean? What the fuck have you said that's smart?
You guys are doing coffee chat.
I'm finally done with them. I just can't. I can't.
You know, I'm actually shocked at like your patience with him. Like, you must have just been real bored for a minute.
Well, for a minute there, Serendipity was asleep. John was asleep. It was me. Coney came in, and I don't know if Coney's asleep now, but Coney was rambling on about something. Next comes up, and they got to talking about the room biblical smoke, and so he went on this rant about religion, and then I wasn't even gonna interrupt, but then he said some stupid thing, so I just asked like, oh, so I asked him, what is your critique of the Bible? And then he goes, just don't lie, and you can tell like, it was a very generic response. And I go, have you ever read the Bible? And he says, no. He said, no, like it was a brag, like no, I have not read it. And then I inquired, like, are you serious? Like, why would you want to talk and argue about something that you've never read? And he's like, well, I've heard people say with their throat. And I'm like, why not try to read it? I think the bottom line is it's above his reading comprehension level. That's the real truth. Just like Ike and Concrete when it came to Hegel.
Yeah, I wish I had been there for that. I would love to hear what they said about Hegel.
It sounded like this. You don't understand Hegel. You gotta understand the thesis and the antithesis and the synthesis. Can you repeat yourself? Yeah, it's all about the thesis, the antithesis, and the synthesis. They just kept repeating themselves, the same words. They were not making an argument at all. And I listened to it, like, just intrigued with, like, how fucking insane is this babble? It was like two people going back and forth, saying nothing for 45 minutes. So I raised my hand, and Tally brought me up. And then I asked to get put in the queue, and Tally called on me. And then I asked both of them a question. I asked them if they could explain to me, what synthesis means according to Hegel. Neither could answer. So then I go, okay, I just have one more follow-up question. And I started with Ike, and he goes, go ahead. And then I go, have you ever read Hegel? And he said, and I'm shocked, but he said, no. And then the room fucking went nuts, and everybody was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You've been arguing for 45 minutes. How can you not know it? So everybody's dragging him for a minute, and then I go, okay, before I leave, can I ask Concrete a question? Concrete's like, what's up? And then I ask Concrete, have you ever read Hegel? And he acknowledged he had never read Hegel. And then I just moved myself to the audience and allowed them to crash out of control and justify how they were experts in Hegel, even though neither of them had read it. And Ike followed me into my room that I opened to try to defend himself and say that you can master a subject with third-party information, and that you don't need to expose yourself to source material. That was his argument, and I think Ned feels the same way about the Christian Bible. Let's bring it back up.
Well, that's usually the telltale sign when they kind of ascribe those three terms to Hegel. When I was reading Hegel with a group of Marxists, by the way, I learned that the thesis, antithesis thing came from Fichte, who was a German idealist, but it gets misattributed to Hegel all the time by people who like heard of him when they're studying like Black Power ideology and Fanon mainly. That's like their conduit back to Hegel, but they just don't read the Hegel. They read Fanon, they don't even read Fanon, they just hear Malcolm X, and they hear that Malcolm X was influenced by Fanon, was influenced by Fanon. So that's how that shit lines up. So they all think they're Hegelians because they listen to Malcolm X speeches. Johann Fichte.
What happened to Candy Cane?
I feel like Bima is underperforming here. When she returns back to the app, we need to do a welcome back room. Gildas, have you ever argued with Bima?
I'm sure I have. I recognize the name, but without, I guess it's a her being here.
She is a self-described anarchist voluntarist, and she's inspired by Lysander Spooner and Murray Rothbard, things that I don't think she's actually read. She's admitted that she has hairy armpits, and word on the street is her boyfriend is married, and she's the side piece. But thank you.
Yeah, well, probably I have not, man, because I would remember details like that, but I don't know. You know how some of the rooms are, you get to argue with like 8 people at once, you don't know who it is.
She's the perfect example of what I find to be the most annoying people on the app, and that is very low information, very high confidence. That, to me, that's the worst combination you could possibly have, and she has very little information about anything. And any information that she's been exposed to, she doesn't comprehend very well, but she has a lot of confidence. She's the type of person that if you ask her a question, rather than thinking about the question, or perhaps acknowledging like, oh, I'd have to think about that, or I don't know. Like, I don't know is not part of her vocabulary. She will just start saying words. If you thought this last guy was a lot to deal with, imagine that when sober.
You know, well, that sounds a lot like Kia spelled Chaya. You know, and I think you've heard me and her have exchanges in your rooms before. She's very similar to that. Like, I try not to disrespect her because I do think she might be neurodivergent, but maybe undiagnosed.
You know what? Neurodivergent is this new fluffy word for fucking.
Yes, it is.
to talking about your rejection of the Christian Bible? Considering you haven't read it. What am I wrong about? What do you think I believe in? I told you I don't. Well, actually, what he said was that he's never sucked a dick all he wanted to. Maybe he got fatigued or, somebody interrupted him. He just didn't get to finish.
It's mighty selfish of you, Dix.
So next, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm not a Christian? Jeff, just to clarify, to catch you up on the conversation, I asked him, have you ever sucked a dick all you wanted to? And he said no. So next, why do you think I'm a Christian? How come he only speaks when he's interrupting people? We should read the Bible to him.
Next, what do you do for fun, buddy?
I think by working on cars, you mean that you've got like a broken down jalopy in your fucking front yard.
Well, I got two cars here. I got 67. And I was 64.
Like the, I just talked about like the dude who grabs the car, he's like, I'm gonna fix this shit up. It's just there for like 20 years, there's tools all around it, it's never drives it. Just like, yeah, it's a project.
Totally.
No, I've been holding on to the 67. And I cover anything.
Your license is important.
Just wait till I get this bad boy running.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get one time. I got Texas Speaks on board this 18
Next, are you employed?
That's what I do.
Or you work on cars? So you work down at the Jiffy Lube?
Right now, it's not.
So you're a consultant?
So,
So what do you do? When you say self-employed, you
it's fucking
Like, what services do you provide to people that they pay you?
besides sucking dick.
money and me.
Got your own shop? personal.
Yeah, but whatever you're, your question, the original question, but when I asked you, I said, no, I don't know about it. Well, then what are you you're thinking about this. Be quiet about it.
I like Randy's joke. I told my Polly in The Sopranos, it's a good joke. It's a good joke.
Dex, what's your favorite conspiracy theory?
Next, I got a question for you.
While you're thinking about my question.
It's actually gonna help us get to where we want to go with Mike's question. No, hold on. Next. Hold on. Next. Hold on. What do you? Next. What do you think of the Jews?
I'm not even listening. So I'm gonna ask you.
I'm gonna move you to the audience if you don't answer my question. I will move you to the audience if you don't answer my question.
Well, it's not a physical. Yes.
Okay. All right. You asked for it. There we go.
Bad strategy next.
That is never a good strategy. I don't know why anybody. He's new. What's his word?
We'll go with I think he likes the Jews. We'll go with that. Let's say he has no problem.
I don't know, man. He doesn't like. He doesn't like religion. I would think that he's probably got an aversion to it.
That's fair. Yeah.
He's very uneducated.
I hope he gets to get back up. Just next is tough to hear from two people when they're talking at the same time. You gotta make your spots, buddy. It's always good.
And can you lift the man back up? Yeah, we're that bored that we're bringing him back up.
Joe Bucks. Oh, Joe Bucks. That's dead.
I do want to get a little political with it. Like, first, I'd like to know next, how do you feel about the Jewish people?
Well, I was looking to this some kind of thing. And I don't like it.
Have you ever had the donuts? Yeah, they're pretty good.
They like the lots of balls.
Have you tried the split pea?
I haven't split before, but it's not this year. And I had the
Also done right as far as that.
green bean, right onion,
The only problem with the Jewish split pea is that they don't put ham in it.
I ain't gonna get into that.
yeah,
If you drink enough Minnesota, the latkes aren't that bad.
straight out. No offense, okay. Just, I don't know. And what I, like, one of my go-to things for like breakfast is,
Cock meat sandwich?
well, that's more
It was delicious. It's amazing. The little mayo, little hot sauce on it. So, tell us about who you voted for. Correct. Who did you vote for is the question. Who did you vote for next? You're a felon?
You know why I didn't vote?
You're a felon?
I am, but I still can vote. But I already voted for the
She walked up the felon route. She should do time in jail next.
we're doing that, and I got caught.
You're telling us about prison sex.
You guys, like the homosexuals.
Yeah, this is an all-gay room. Everybody in this room is gay, including you.
Did you think about the conspiracy one yet?
Well, yeah, the biggest one that I can think of is 9/11.
What do you think happened on 9/11 next?
It's the inside.
Think it was an inside job?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know if it was a fully inside job. It'd be tough to say that we killed all those
Okay.
people. I do believe the whole controlled demolition thing. Yeah, I didn't want you to pick 9/11. I don't want to do 9/11. I don't want to do 9/11.
But I mean, obviously there was right? And I fucking studied all of it. You know, if you study like me, that was explosive. So just
Boring. What about the Earth? I think the Earth is grounded.
oh, you want to change the subject?
I think we're kind of in agreement on the 9/11 thing. I think a little bit. I don't think it was fully inside job, but I do think that. Well, do you think Lane would think?
They were fucking, I mean, they're, listen, they were burned.
Okay, next, I can't, I would say, but it sounds good that you were definitely a happily married man with children. Am I right? Are you married? Do you have children? What? Like Gary? No, we're just asking questions. Seems like you want to talk, so I'll just kind of asking you questions.
Okay, but you got quiet. Like, where are you going?
I wasn't going anywhere. Am I supposed to go somewhere with it?
Three questions, please.
Flexing? I'm sorry, but I'm flex. Like, you got such men. That's weird.
What? Say what?
You just fun, Dad. You've all been on staff for like a couple of years now. They're talking about a new person, so it's just fun to talk to you. Honestly, I swear to God, it's just kind of cool to like pick grades. Because we've all known each other forever. You guys think you're very having kids? It's really. Yeah, I didn't hear a word you said, but it's still hearing. Dude, I'm married. I'm flattered. What are you talking about right now?
Oh, so what's your question? Sorry. What is your question? Yeah. So, 102. 5 foot. 5'0".
Pull this off.
tall are you? I didn't know this stash at that was less than me.
Dude, I like how you committed to that and you were going to get to this stuff. Next, can I ask you a personal question, buddy? What would you, like, you take a girl out on your first date, where are you taking her? Like, how do you play it out at first date? Did she touch your penis afterwards? That's Cali, right? California?
Next, can we get back to arguing about the Bible?
Yes. Yes.
So next, you indicated that you don't believe in the truth claims of the Bible, but then you then said that you never read the Bible. So how did you reach your conclusion without reading the Bible?
Well, I've been in catechism school, like for one day, and I see it in conservation. And I've heard people like yourself profess, and like there was a lot of things that you're
I told you I'm not a Christian.
okay. But I've seen a lot of profession of this is how it's lived your life. And if Christ said this and blah blah blah. And you know what? Without disrespecting, disregarding any of it, or any Bible whatsoever, I stand undecisive. Okay? I have enough mind
If you have an open mind, why wouldn't you read the Bible?
because I don't want to be in Bible.
So it sounds like you have a closed mind.
Do I gotta read out the Bible?
Well, I guess my question would be, what are you worried about being indoctrinated with that is so detrimental to your
Knowledge. I like my opinion.
Well, I think it goes back to the question Ian asked you earlier that I think kind of way forget. What about the Bible and specifically like the teachings of Jesus do you think are harmful?
I don't think it's harmful, but I don't think it's 100%. I think there's probably a lot of things. I mean, there's a lot of good things.
Such as?
Just
bullshit in the Bible, like the way that creationism is described through Adam and Eve and Noah's Ark. It's fucking trash. And then the way that, just the way that Genesis is used to think of the conception of existence. I'm not saying that creationism is bullshit, but definitely the way it's described in the Bible is complete horseshit. And then Genesis was, this is also the way that they gauge what the interaction between men and women should be. Some of that's probably interesting, but there's a lot of horseshit in there too.
How do you think the creation will go?
What's that?
Go ahead, Dix.
No, I always thought that the word firmament was a pretty cool word. I don't know exactly what it means, but it just sounds like a dope ass way to try to talk about the beginning of the universe.
I can't hate on that.
The firmament. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's a pre-Big Bang. Firmament, dog. Next, what do you think the firmament means?
Wow.
It is tough, dog. I ain't gonna hold you. The firmament. I mean, like somebody said in the chat, it's a dome, but it has to be much more like stupendous than just a pure dome. The firmament is like the hodgepodge before the Big Bang, I guess. If I'm using like Christian reasoning about it. It's like, yeah, hodgepodge, like that sounds like I'm diminishing it.
Doesn't it, it's used as in terms of like it's separated, right? It's like separated the water to above the water to below, right? And then the firmament was in the Encyclopedia Britannica up until like the 70s.
Well, hold on, it does say that God called the firmament heaven.
Yeah, and also, I do think the 7 deadly sins are a very accurate way to describe the essence of bad human behavior, let's put it like that, where it can go without any moral structure.
Yeah, that's the same piece of Sodom and Gomorrah.
So Christopher, earlier you mentioned the creation story. So I don't know how the fuck people were created. I do believe in creation. I don't know how that happened. But you said that the Bible's like bullshit. What would you like to see done differently, I guess? Or how do you think? There's no wrong answer here.
No, I can't say I would like to see it done differently, just because we can see the limits to creationism and evolutionary theory. They both have limits. In fact, evolutionary theory has been abused by scientists, but they've still been able to come up with some decent conclusions. It's just like immaculate conception. The fuck out of here. That kind of shit, I'm like.
Sir, I don't know what your name is. I don't think you don't believe in miracles.
Huh?
What do you think is the seed of humanity?
What is the seed of humanity? What seeded us? No, nobody knows. That's why, even if you go to the hardest scientific discipline like physics, they still got God in the middle of all their mathematics.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Get that out of the way. I want to hear where you build it apart.
No, I literally don't think any man is going to answer the fucking question. We're never going to get that answer. That's my point.
I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, I'd be a fuck if I was to trying to tell you that. But again, it's
Real dude, I respect you for saying that.
I appreciate you. But to that point, I'm sure there is some reason, reasonable
And is there
reason.
some way to figure out long way from now? We don't know now, so let's try not to.
Yeah, but I think what you guys are missing here is that I don't even think you realize you're saying it here. Again, there's no wrong answer. I agree with you guys. We don't know, right? But what you're missing here is your stance is that you don't know. But you're saying that the Bible's explanation of it's wrong. But you don't have an explanation.
No, I didn't say it's wrong. I said it's bullshit. It definitely is bullshit. Noah's Ark, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but you don't have an answer.
Immaculate conception.
What if it is true?
Well, because we don't have an answer doesn't mean we have to fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Mystical explanation. We can just say it's X and we don't know, and we can leave it at that. But, you know. You know, when you go, oh, now I get it. You can't get it if you're stuck on something. You have to have your mind open to receive that new possibility.
Yes, and to Council's point, thank you, Council.
You know, now
Exactly. Do you think that God is guiding America?
Fuck no. Fuck no. See, that's another thing, is when they started to bundle Christianity into nationalism, this is the other thing too. There was no fucking scholarship on fucking Manifest Destiny in 1722 or whatever the fuck, 1790, 1805. Manifest Destiny was like an after the fact conspiracy theory. So fuck no. The whole people that try to embed religion into nationality are going to hell. Because nationality is just a weapon for ideology and exclusion.
it's in their $1,900, it's in the $5,000. The tan really don't talk about it, but it's a nut for everything. And it's fine for
I'm cool with In God We Trust, but I'm not cool with moral clarity in international relations. And using a religious justification for war, I think that is barbaric, and it's almost like religious justifications for slavery. It's fucking trash.
right, so these guys are not different for everything, but I'm speaking on my own points. And here you tell me that it's sort of
Yeah, we agree. And religious justifications for colonization, religious justifications for ethnic supremacy. The fuck out of here.
Wait, so y'all are an atheist though, right?
No, I read the Bible every day, but I would say I'm agnostic, but open to possibility.
So, do you believe there's a creator? Yes or no?
Yeah, there's got to be some type of creator. Is it super central? I don't know, but I'm not going to take too many
Would that make you
risk
a
on it.
deist then? Would that make you a deist?
Probably not, but I'm not going to take too many risks on it. So, I mean, it's improbable that there is an afterlife, but I'm not going to stake any claims on that bet.
well, I will tell you, I believe the very mindset of the science.
What? sounds like I actually like you, dude. You seem like you're very level-headed here, so don't take any disrespect to this. It sounds like you're kind of like hedging them down. You're kind of like, well, I'm gonna think logically about this, but just in case there is an afterlife, I'm gonna go ahead and keep that one in my back pocket.
You're right.
Yeah, I was kind of like that a little bit too, buddy.
I probably will hold on to that, and it's possible I become more religious later in my life, but I'm definitely not going to go backwards towards atheism. And also, I know atheists that are just as religious zealots, and I hate them almost more. Like I call
about atheists, they know so much about religion. It's wild.
some do, but then also there's atheists that don't know fuck about the origins of atheism, and it just blows my mind.
Did you follow, Christopher? Did you follow like when the new atheist movement was really picking up steam, and then all of a sudden politics got involved, and then it like completely got fractured. Listening to some of these debates amongst atheists, like they totally cannibalized each other. It was an interesting thing that it became popular, specifically when they had their whole Four Horsemen thing happening. But once the college campuses started having these debates, they couldn't get away from the political polarization. And so if you weren't the atheist that believed in left-wing politics, then they didn't want you, or vice versa. And so they still allowed the politics to divide, their thought. And it couldn't even keep it simple enough to just acknowledge that they agree that God doesn't exist. They had to. You had to have this political agreement that goes along with it. It's fucking just fascinating.
Yeah, it was kind of a stupid break, but I think that, again, like, the new atheism was informed by the Oxford atheism, which I would say is backed by your boy, Richard Dawkins, who is a response to the modern atheism from, I forgot his fucking name. This is all, like, post-existentialist thinking, whatever. And they wrapped in the altruism, and I think that was what people perceived as left. Even though I don't even think altruists are leftists because they're capitalist, and they'll also make a moral argument that they're the most equipped to save humanity. So I'd say they're more of like a internationalist liberal type that has like a social justice dimension.
Would you agree that Sam Harris is one of the stupidest public intellectuals that's ever come along?
Not stupid, but I hate that he believes that everything is deterministic and believes that all of our behaviors are predetermined. I hate him for that.
Yeah, his book Free Will is the worst thing I've ever read on the topic. He does this weird trick where if he's on a talk show, it works. If he's just giving like short speeches, but when he had to put this paper to pen, pen to paper, he does this weird thing where the most important part of the argument, he'll just tell you need to accept this, and then he goes and then he builds from there. I don't know who the fuck just interrupted me. But he'll go and try to build an argument after saying, well, you must accept this part. But the part that he's telling you must accept, he doesn't go into detail of. He doesn't prove his point, and so he just says, well, trust me on this, essentially. And then he starts building his point. I think he's really dishonest. He's a grifter that realized that pseudo-intellectual, the public intellectual, there was a time and a place where people were soaking that shit up and consuming it. And I think what he figured out is how to sell it to the public without being really deep and thoughtful. I think his take on free will is terrible.
It is, and I was just gonna say it is weak, and then also it doesn't translate into political agency or liberty.
wife, Aisha.
Bro, I understand all of that, and we can do that in the Christian Bible too, but I mean, Brady Boyd just got kicked out of New Life Church in Colorado Springs for hiding child sexual abuses after Ted Haggard, who founded the fucking church, was having sex with men and expressing homophobia and also doing methamphetamine. So I mean, there's so many different churches around the world that have abused children sexually, including the Catholic Church. I'm not gonna.
This is true. And I would agree with that. The problem is in 2025, you have regimes like the IRGC that if a father gives permission, they can marry a girl that's 8 years old, 9 months.
Sounds like Alabama.
Oh, not in 2025.
Oh, fuck, what, Alabama just regulated marrying 13-year-olds like 5 years ago?
Well, again, you could go back to Delaware if you go back far enough where you could marry a 7-year-old. The point is that if you start doing man on the street interviews with people in Delaware and say, hey, what do you think of age of consent law in this state, which one's 7 years old, they would tell us it's deplorable. We've had this discussion here on Clubhouse, and you bring modern day Muslims in here, and they will all say, and we've asked them, every single one of them will say she was old enough.
That sample is so fucking biased, and I was literally just in the Muslim community in Chicago, but I'm gonna do your man on the street. I have to find a way not to trick people, but I assure you that American Muslims don't think like whatever these samples are that you're getting. And we know that there's a number of governments, not just Muslim, but a number of governments around the world that need to update the way that they look at children and sex. And then we know we have American elites that need to change the way they look at children and sex. And people in power in Western European governments, right? So again, I wouldn't want to boil this down to a Muslim problem.
Well, when you add the pedophilia to the fact that if you leave the religion, they want to kill you, that's another problem.
Yeah, but add the pedophilia to the international sex traffic and then tell me why some of the top notes for international sex traffic are in New York City and London. And also, you gotta have a lot of money. So what is up with the sexual behavior of elites around the world? Oh, and let's not forget about Epstein.
Can we please forget about him?
I would like to, but he's not Muslim.
This is true. I'm not saying that all pedophiles are Muslim, but what I would say is that all of the Muslims that we've talked to support pedophilia.
I don't. You need to do a better survey.
Mike, what do you think of the people that we've come across that practice Islam when confronted with this question?
It was 100% every single one of them. And I guess the difference was that the Muhammad guy, I get what Christopher's saying. He's spot on with everything he's saying. But they worship this dude. So you're like, okay, hold on. You're like, no, I get it. Catholic priests are fucking scumbags. Yeah. But like, they're saying peace be upon him after every time they say his name. The dude was 54 years old and he had sex with a 9-year-old. It's just like, well, wait a second here. I don't know. I guess, I mean, I kind of get what Christopher's saying. Like, I've met Muslims that I guarantee you don't fucking want to do that. Like Mojo said, it was every one of them. They're all like, well, you know, pedophilia is not really a thing in Muslim culture, so there's really not, there's just seen as too young. So, what? Like, well, it was different back then, so, you know, it's okay too. Hell, you remember that lady? Sorry, man, the lady on here was completely reasonable. She was like, yeah, that's wrong. Well, men should sleep with women. But, and then she goes, but it was different times too. They laughed. It was wild.
Yeah, and what about all the incest in the South?
I understand.
Yeah, I feel you. It's just like all the justifications for all the heinous acts that have been justified over time on religious grounds across all religions. There's people that think that Judaism is bound to nationalism, and that's a justification for genocide in Gaza, you know?
What do you mean, genocide in Gaza?
Just ethnic cleansing, displacement of people, bombardment of civilians, that type of situation. I don't think that there's actually a religious argument there, but I do know people that make a religious argument there.
So you think there's a genocide going on in Gaza?
Yeah, there's definitely an unreasonable amount of suffering and displacement going on in Gaza.
Interesting. I've never seen an example of a genocide where the population that's being genocided is growing.
I've heard that weird straw man argument, it's odd.
Well, if the intent was to eliminate or displace, clearly Israel has the weaponry to do it. I see the care in which they're operating is pretty impressive. In fact, when you compare the civilian casualties to enemy combatant casualties in this particular conflict to other urban warfare, they're doing a phenomenal job of being very careful.
Yeah, I've heard these arguments. I would never justify American atrocities in Afghanistan or Iraq, and I would never try to measure human life in a ratio of missiles to civilian casualties.
Well, when civilians die in warfare, and in this particular conflict, the conflict was started by a terrorist organization, Hamas, who is funded by Iran. And what happened on October 7th was the intentional targeting of civilians to rape, to murder, and to kidnap. And the war objectives are to destroy Hamas and to free hostages.
I feel you, bro. Where'd everyone go?
The next guy is in the audience. He's got his hand up, but we can't bring him back up.
Is John sleeping?
John's been asleep for a while.
I like that he can't get on the ballot.
I think the biggest challenge for him, it's as you know, ballot access is a thing, and the rules are not in favor of political outsiders for sure. But I think that there might be some technicalities about whether or not he's even in the right district. So I think that's a thing. But I do like the fact that the issues he's trying to highlight, if he can figure it out and wave his hands wildly enough just to get some attention, it would be incredible to see if podcasters or mainstream media would give him a shot to, if they platformed him, if nothing else, it would be entertaining.
Fair. I got on the ballot, though.
Yeah,
the things that you talk about, but when push comes to shove, the votes just aren't there.
No, it was a ballot exercise. I was just flexing. I didn't even think I could get on the ballot.
So what are you gonna do next? Clearly, you got ambitions to do something. What's the next move?
I'll run in Illinois at some point later, but I'll have way more support and I'll probably just go through a party.
Yeah.
But for now, I'm just focusing on business.
Some of the groups that you can get tied in, like some of these old school organizations like Kiwanis or Lions Club and shit like that. It's amazing how like those types of organizations, the fact that they're organized, I guess that's the key, right? I don't know the political structure of Chicago, but I would have to imagine that if you're an outsider, there's got to be some kingmakers there that can make or break these situations.
Yeah, I don't think I'm an outsider anymore. I mean, I was in Washington last week. I don't know if I was ever an outsider, because my dad was big in California GOP back in the day. But Chicago pretty much let anybody run for any seat except for mayor. That's where they're kind of faux-ass bitches about if you're from here or not. But by the time I run again, I won't be able to call myself much of an outsider, you feel me?
Yeah, that's cool. And the other thing is, the closer you are to Chicago, the harder it's going to be for a Republican. But
I would never run as a Republican out here.
yeah, if you can get yourself in some rural part of Illinois.
I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to be around those people anymore. That's how I grew up.
I mean,
I'd be in the city center for the rest of my life.
that seems to be the big divide. Is you have the city, you have the suburbs, and then you have the rural areas. And I mean, that's it. The further away from the population center you are, the more you have a luxury of having Republican politics. And when you're in a big city, the Democrats are going to win. Like,
Right.
Especially if you're in a city, if you're in a metro area that has 1 million plus people, like Republicans just aren't going to win because the Democratic platform lends itself to people that are going to vote that have demands on the government that the Republicans just don't align with.
To a degree. Because like when we categorize the Democrats out here, we kind of do have to put them into like 3 types of politics. So we call Republicans out here, we call them conservative Democrats. If you want an example of a conservative Democrat, the state of Illinois comptroller Susanna Mendoza, who's for sure going to run for mayor in this next cycle. It'll be her second attempt for mayor. She's what we'd call a conservative Democrat. She's basically a Republican. But again, like you said, there's not really room to run through a Republican Party. So she's a Democrat. And then you have like your like core Democrats, which I would say is more like Louis Garcia. And then you have your like progressive Democrats, which I would say is more like Delia Ramirez. And then actually there's a fourth, there's a leftist. That would be like Rosina Rodriguez or Byron Sigcho Lopez. And the leftist support for electoral politics is going to be the Democrat Socialist Alliance, which I know we've seen in New York, but they actually have 6 seats in the city council. And only like 1 or 2 seats in the state house. No seats in
there's small business owners that are out of those four groups.
They're definitely going to lean towards your conservative Democrat, but it depends because you do have some neighborhoods that are pretty like leftist strongholds, but it's not many. There's a few. Like Pilsen is well known as like one of the most progressive neighborhoods in Chicago. But you have different flavors of progressivism here. Like people talk about like the North Chicago progressive, which is like a very different conversation than like a Pilsen progressive. But the main justification that like a Pilsen progressive would use to critique a North Chicago progressive is that one, the North Chicago progressives are rich as fuck. Think of like where Michael Jordan lives in Highland Park, okay? That's like North Chicago, okay? So then think of like his progressive.
Would that be like Ladera Heights in LA?
Okay, so like you probably have like a progressive actor or one progressive person from high finance or some professor that like commercialized some research or wrote some books and went on some global speaking tours. You see what I'm saying? Whereas in Pilsen, you have a more humble progressive. Maybe they're like super smart and, you know, intelligent, but they've decided to use their resources to teach debate classes and run debate competitions for Chicago public schools at the middle school level. It's not going to pay a grim, you know, but, you know, they still have a good education. They're just not getting wealthy. And so that public school debate competition teacher person is not necessarily going to have the same progressive ideals as that North Chicago progressive. And so you do see some factionalization amongst leftists and then amongst progressives. Less factionalization amongst like, so like, think of this, I'm a real estate developer, or maybe I'm even a hedge fund manager or some kind of private equity manager, even wealth manager, and I live in Chicago. I went to Harvard. I'm registered as a Democrat, but I talk about the progressives like the Republicans do. I make strawman arguments that the progressives are ruining my city. This would be like your conservative Democrat. That like meets a lot of Democrat markers, but truly it's not very left, right? They might be a Democrat, just like Bobby Rush, right? On the South Side. You know, Bobby represents one of the largest black constituencies in Chicago. Can't be that fucking progressive in the black community. That shit doesn't work. So, you know, so like, Bobby is pretty conservative if you think about it. He's not the congressman anymore. He stepped down a couple of years less people are tripping about that, right? Not gay. I'm on the south side every other fucking week. Talking about reality, not the media. Trans, though, that is a different conversation. That's a different conversation.
Let's say is it's very aggressive. Given things like that, the reason why that the black community isn't saying which various people are losing the black community certain things. A lot more black people want to go into business owners. That's what they're going to is they
computer scientists and engineers, well, one, to skill in those areas, and then two, to enter the workforce. And then, you know, like, I have a startup. I'm raising money, but I don't feel any ethnic or racial pressure like I used to. And fuck, I was just on fucking Wall Street before I went down to Washington, D.C. And I fucking love living in the city center. I can't stand living. I've lived in rural, suburban, and city. I cannot live around a bunch of white people. The community's like 70 or 90% white. I can't tolerate that shit. But some of these cities are a bit more diverse. But when I went into this hedge fund, I went onto their trading floor in Manhattan last week. I mean, the guy fucking clowned on me for wearing a tie for like 10 minutes, so I knew that's how we was gonna do some business, but he didn't say anything else. Took me serious.
So the bigger question is, why were you wearing the tie?
I know. Because I'm not gonna front, I don't even be dressing like that. Like, I've got suits from like 10 years ago that still look like I just bought them. I just wasn't sure. That was the first couple hedge funds that I had been into. You know, I wasn't sure what to do, so now I know what to do next time.
You know what's cool though about it? It's like the world has changed so fundamentally that the person that walks in with the tie is now like, yeah, and the cool thing is there's not a hate. It's just usually like, and I've been that guy where you have the tie and you walk in thinking that, you know, oh, like if you walk into a bank, for example, that's still appropriate. Walk into a lawyer's office, that's still appropriate. If you walk in anywhere in tech wearing a tie, someone is going to gently like ask you like, where's the funeral, where's the wedding? Because it's just not the attire for the office anymore. In fact, even if you find like a dressy CEO that you know cannot get rid of the suit, he's at least going to take the tie off. They might have a $3,000 suit on, $5,000 suit on, but they're not wearing the tie. They've ditched the fucking tie.
Yeah, and I never wore the tie in tech. I just didn't know what to expect in Manhattan.
I would say though, in the Northeast and in DC, those are the most likely places where the tie would still be appropriate. The further you go west, the more it's like, you know, the more forbidden it is. In fact, now you're more likely.
Well, it's forbidden on Wall Street too.
You're more likely to see track pants in a boardroom than you would a tie in California.
Yeah, I completely agree. But also, the tie's forbidden on Wall Street, and I just didn't know that. Especially after this new wave of people coming back into the office, they like super relax. The dress, and the guy who broke down the dress at like fucking like 30 different firms to me. I'm like, holy shit, he's like, some of these fund managers don't even fucking wear pants on the trading floor. He's being sarcastic, but he's like, come on. But then I go meet this alternative asset manager, and they said 80-20. 80% tie, 20% no tie. I'm like, fuck, you see what I'm saying? So I think they're still confused in New York City. Whereas the Bay Area, Los Angeles, been made their bet.
So here's the interesting thing. The last thing that has not changed is like, even in the most like just who gives a fuck how much you are environments, you still will not see printed t-shirts. You might see a cheap t-shirt, you might even see holy jeans, but you will not see a printed t-shirt. That's what that
in there though.
Yeah, if they have no windows, yeah, if they're not you know, if vendors and partners and customers are coming through a conference room, those people are hidden, right? But you don't see the printed tees. In fact,
that's true.
That's probably the last thing, because you are more likely to see face tattoos than you will a printed.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
I see that. In Chicago, I'll have to see what the Chicago trading floor is like. I would say firms are still more conservative in Chicago than they are in New York.
Why do you think that is?
Just
because the guy came to a meeting wearing shorts. He's like, you come to a meeting wearing shorts? Like, and so, like, I think the gangster influence maybe in Chicago and New York might, I can't put I wouldn't stake a bet on this, but I would guess that has something to do with it.
Yeah, I do think it's easier to wear a suit in Washington, D.C. because there's still a bunch of that bullshit. Those guys wear cheap suits, though. They do not wear expensive suits in Washington. So they get paid shit, most of them, except the politicians stealing their money, right?
I know people that are working in like Alexandria and fucking Herndon and places like that, and they've got low-paying fucking office jobs, and they're required to wear a tie. So like around that area, they will still put a fucking tie on.
Right, and then obviously in the core city center of DC now, my biggest thing, having more self-awareness now. The last business that I had, again, I worked with a lot of insurance entities that were conservative, had a lot of ties. I used to go into their fucking offices with hoodies on. Some of these motherfuckers were like what you were saying, wearing the $5,000-$7,000 suits and bullshit like that. And I'd still go into there with a hoodie. Now, being more self-aware, I'm actually trying not to offend people so that we can focus on the main topic at hand. And I'm just finding it's just widely varied, so I'm like, alright, well, guess I'll just have to take the best guess and, right.
I think the main thing is whoever you're in the room with, the more information that you have about what they care about, just get to that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just get sure that they weren't a hoodie in their office in New York, that's all I need to say. And I agree with you. But
I was gonna go to Black Hat this last week in Vegas, and in tech, like once upon a time, like if you went to these conventions, it was like, oh, you had to put on a suit to be in the booth, and that shit's changed so dramatically. So now it's like, well, you know, you're gonna be on your feet all day if you're gonna be in the booth, so make sure you wear a comfortable pair of tennis shoes. Like 10 years ago, they didn't give a fuck about your feet. They didn't give two shits. And like, you better wear a suit, better wear dark colors, it better look nice, your shirt better be pressed, you better know how to tie a tie. You know, now, fucking, you go look on LinkedIn and see the people that were at Black Hat. It looks more like a fucking rock concert than it does a fucking any type of like business summit. It's fucking wild.
it is, it's very fascinating.
But then they took all the fun out of it about 10, 12 years ago when do you remember when they passed the rules about booth babes? Where it was like frowned upon to like hire a marketing firm that had good looking women to hang out in your
Man, motherfuckers still do that shit.
Well, you know what they do now is that you can't just hire good looking chicks and just say, like, just make it a booth babe. What companies will do is their marketing department is littered with good looking chicks, even if it's just interns that are going to go to the events. And it's an employee, and it's not frowned upon because they've got the company email and all that kind of shit. But I think it's weird that people give a fuck. Like, it's like, wait a minute, so people were more likely to want to go to these things because they know there's going to be this presentation of beautiful women at these things. And it was effective. Like, executives, they would go out of the presentations, they would go onto the expo floor precisely not to, you think they give a fuck about grabbing marketing collateral? They have like minions that can go gather that shit for them. But the executives would walk the floor because they wanted to experience that shit and get invited to what's going to be the hippest party. You're in Chicago, you know, like when there's a big convention down at McCormick Center, you know, you have the buses that'll take people to the rooftop parties. Those executives, when they hit the floor of those expos, the first thing that they're looking for has nothing to do with products. It has to do, where's the coolest party going to be?
Yeah, I feel you on that. And it's not going to be one that is published and widely available.
Christopher, what do you usually like to drink when you go to a corporate party?
It's water or something lightly carbonated.
When was the last time you had a steak?
A steak. um, 3 or 4 months ago, maybe.
You might be transparent like your PTR.
I don't need steak that often.
If you meet with old white guys, order a fucking Manhattan. That would be my advice.
I don't drink alcohol.
I don't either. Good job. But you still order it.
I like going to my money.
I like going to the bar prior to meeting with people. Put the money down, open up the tab, and then order something non-alcoholic, but get the black straw, make it look like you're at least being social. That is still a thing. Some people want to have drinks when they're with people, and that's one of the weirdest things that I've had to get used to. So I have to get there early so I can pose like I'm drinking.
People often say that Clubhouse is like going to the bar, basically. Like these are the types of conversations you have at a bar, kind of.
I don't think so. I wouldn't hang out with any of you guys at a bar.
Well, I think you would hang out with John in Chicago.
Me and John don't run in the same circles.
That doesn't mean that you guys wouldn't find time to meet up and talk about how you see the world differently.
Honestly,
yeah, but
I would meet with you, but I would ask that you like come on my podcast, and so I can like we could do like a one-on-one interview. Because honestly, if like we're not creating content, like I already got drinking partners and drinking friends that like I can go hang out with anytime, and they're very social. So I'm just saying, like I'm looking for interviews. I mean, kind of. I mean, I'm not really, but I'm just saying.
If you guys are ever in the Pacific Northwest, we're not meeting up at a fancy bar. We can barbecue at the house, or we can go and take advantage of my long-standing Elks Lodge membership. We can go hang out together.
Yeah, when I was in the army, I was in a place called Fort Huachuca in Seattle, Tacoma area, and I had never experienced what it's like to be covered in mosquitoes, but that was my first time ever.
I'm trying to use it when it rains. That shit sucks.
John, why do you record so many Clubhouse conversations?
How do you know this?
It's a lot of work.
I just wonder.
I have to be in like a flow state, otherwise there's no way I could possibly be doing this. It's just too many videos. 20,000 YouTube and 20,000 Instagram videos over 5 years. It's a lot of videos.
What inspired you?
I don't know, it's like a technology. It's honestly like, getting a toy or getting video games or like figuring out, how to play some kind of video game. But it's at like personal, expense and cost, because when people watch just, 2 to 3 minutes of the John Kitover podcast, it's enough to know, okay, you know what? I don't want to go on that third date with that guy. Because this is weird. Who's he talking to?
It does seem like a lot of energy. Did you get any epic conversations from back in the day?
No, but I feel like I have run a simulation, like a poker player. Like I have a friend who's a very, very successful poker player, and, he's played countless numbers of digital hands and made millions of dollars in the real world and has bracelets. And I mean, I think it's all attributable to the fact that he's very good at math and that he has run so many simulations so many times that. So what I'm trying to say is like after enough clubhouse conversations, it's a little bit like watching every imaginable TV show and movie ever made. So it's like there can't be anything new. I've heard pretty much every permutation that could possibly be conceived.
Oh, I don't think Clubhouse is that diverse.
You know, America is Black America.
Hey, John, is your poker friend named Tom, by chance?
Yeah, Tom Coral. Crazy like a fox. People love poker. It's like a fascination. And some people, they know it's a risk, but they're like, I don't know, they're confident and they know, like, I don't know, intuitively that they're like a premium in the game or something. Like, I'm not, you know, I consider the poker table and I know that there are people there who can probably out think me out, maneuver, out experience, etc. So it's like, don't even waste your time. You see people playing slot machines.
That's the old saying. If you sit down at a poker table, if you can't figure out who the worst player at the table is immediately, it's you.
Yeah, that's me. Like my friend Tom warned me once. I bought like a big into some World Series poker tournament. He's like, dude, just what's wrong? He's like, you're gonna get creeped. I'm like, you know what? I'll take your advice. Fuck it. So I took the money back out.
You know what you do if you're gonna play a tournament and you know that there's better players than you. You take their ability to play against you, all of the things that they can do post flop. You just take that away. And anytime you get in a hand with somebody that you know is better than you, if you have premium holdings, just shove all. And even if you're behind, you're gonna have better odds of catching up than trying to outplay a poker pro. And so, like, if that's the best advice somebody can give to somebody in a tournament, if they know that they're not, like one of the high quality players. Yes, you can catch good hands, but you're just better off because you'll get outplayed. Like you'll get decisions. You might have like the fourth best possible hand, but if somebody shoves all in and they're a pro, you're gonna be thinking, am I good? And it's fucking amazing the instincts that they have post flop. So all of your strategies should be pre flop. Play position, wait for good cards, and then just get ultra aggressive. And then if you get lucky and get two calls, or even if you're behind, if you catch up and get lucky, you're just way better off doing that. And to get the money, you're not gonna win the tournament, but you may get into the money.
Yeah, I mean, I like poker, and I like the experience, but it's a little bit like day trading. It's like a job, and it's time, and at least if it's a clean poker room and nobody's smoking cigarettes, like then it's like you can really experience that experience. But I just don't play poker. I don't do anything. I don't gamble in the stock market anymore. It's like I don't do anything other than having digital communications apparently. Because when I go to the casino and I see people playing slot machines, I'm like, don't you know that's just like a big blown up cell phone? It's just like hitting all your dopamine. I mean, it's just such a trick. It's so smart, but you can't reverse engineer it because it's that good. So, but it's just a blown up version of your cell phone. And it's costing you money to play with your cell phone. It's like stupid. But I just got back from the Serb Fest. If you want to go to my YouTube, you can see some gypsy Serbs dancing, eating sausages, drinking Serbian beer. It was so much fun, and I gotta say, so many beautiful people, and you know, the music and the food. It's like, it's magic, you know. Serbia, 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 Serbia. And the moon was beautiful.